Alright, guys, not sure why we lost that Rose Parade feed. We were getting it in live. Wanted to share that with you guys. Let me work to get you guys that feed again momentarily. In the meantime, here's a look at Times Square. Much different than it was yesterday. Not as many people standing around, that's for sure. Alright, guys, just got an update from Fox National. It looks like we are not able to play the Rose Parade live, but we will be able to play part of it a little bit later on. What I'm going to do is I'm going to leave this feed open for you guys, and you guys can look at Times Square, and we'll be back with the live show at 10 a.m. Hi guys, I'm about to do the tease for the morning show so you guys can watch that. Fixing my hair. I'll be talking with Rick and Christy. My hair.
And don't forget our New Year, baby.
Aw, baby Amy. Amy Mercado came into the world this morning, 1 minute past midnight, and we talked to Mom and Dad last hour. They tell us that she wasn't due until January 25th. So this wasn't
I like
the
this
plan
one.
of yours, baby. But yeah, Amy had different plans, obviously, and came out early this
Why
morning.
don't you enjoy the entire year? Well, probably a new year. Why not? Probably has a lot on her plate. You wanted to get started early. Coming up after the show, Fox News Now on fox10phoenix.com. Check in with Samia.
Hi guys, how are you? Well, we have an exciting show. It is January 1st, so in addition to bringing you guys the news, we're also going to look back at some of the highlights on Fox News Now. So you got to join us in just a couple minutes, fox10phoenix.com.
What a perfect way to end our show.
With a little peanut.
Yeah, another song from jazz musician Jim Martinez.
It was really awkward because there was a point where I dropped this earpiece and then I couldn't hear if they were talking to me or not. So I was glad they didn't say anything. I just said things quickly to get to the point. Anyways, Ron Hoon's going to be joining me in about 3 minutes, guys. So we're going to have Ron Hoon. In the meantime, let's give you guys one more look at Times Square because it was sort of the center of New Year's celebrations last night, at least here in the United States. Alright guys, before I kick things off with Ron Hoon, I want to give you guys a quick look at what it looks like outside. That is a view of our tower cam with the temperature right now. It is 47 degrees, meaning it is still winter and it is still cold right here in Phoenix. Again, this is Samia Khan chatting with you. This is our first FNN broadcast of 2016, and Ron Hoon will be joining me in just a minute. Stay tuned, guys. Hello everyone, Samia Khan here with your Fox 10 News Now update. Happy January 1st, Happy New Year, Happy 2016. I was waiting for Ron Hoon, but I didn't want to keep you guys waiting any longer. I know you guys have been waiting for this special edition of Fox News Now, so instead of kicking things off with Ron, I figure I'll just say hi to you guys, and eventually Ron will find his way to this space right over here. Although I see him walking over there, it looks like he's not walking in the direction of News Now. Interestingly enough, this is a very odd start to 2016. I feel really almost naked without Ron Hoon sitting right next to me. It doesn't feel right. Anyways, that aside, happy 2016, guys. We have a lot of news to talk about. These are our top headlines. Plus, one of the things I'm going to do today is just show you some of the highlights from throughout 2015. There's certain videos on our YouTube channel, fox10phoenix.com, that have a lot of views. So what we're going to do is go back and look at some of the highlights, some of the hits on FNN, some of the top stories, and we'll be hanging out with you throughout the day. So I just want to say thank you guys for joining us here on FNN on your holiday, your January 1st. I hope you're having a lovely day. Hope you had a wonderful New Year's celebration. Speaking of New Year's celebrations, we have video from all parts of the country and all around the world showcasing how different people celebrated the New Year. So I want to go ahead and pull up some of that video for you guys. I really want to pull up this video from Idaho just because I like the idea of this. This is out of Idaho, and they celebrate the New Year with a potato drop. As you know, New York does the ball drop, and different places try to emulate the concept of a drop. And here is Idaho celebration, the potato drop. Stand by, guys, while I cue this up for you. I don't know why I did that weird dance. Let's go to Idaho. That was awkward. Again, guys, this is video from Idaho. Now let's go to Illinois. These are fireworks that took place in Chicago when the clock struck midnight. Let's go ahead and check them out. It looks like our video is a little glitchy, or maybe they're just sending us a series of stills. Oh, there we go. Finally, the video is working. Again, slightly glitchy. I guess we're kicking off 2016 with some technical difficulties here on FNN. But fret not, guys. We are working to get these issues resolved. And I know Deborah in the chat room asked, SK, can you show us the ball drop? Yes, I can. Let me go ahead and just pull that up for you guys. Give me a second. Deborah referring to the ball drop in New York's Times Square. Alright, here is video of the ball being raised in New York. Let me go ahead and show you guys this. Alright guys, so that was video of the ball raised. We are just about to play the video of the countdown now in Times Square.
vagabond shoes are longing to stray right through the very heart of it. New York, New York. I want to wake up in a city that doesn't sleep and find I'm king of the hill, top of the heap. These little town blues are melting away. I'll make a brand new start of it in old New.
Hello, Ron Hoon.
SK.
Happy 2016.
Happy 2016. Happy New Year.
It's our first SK Ron FNN
Yep.
of 2016.
I can tell you were just in a great New Year's mood the second I saw you today. You're like, Happy New Year. It's like the continuation. Did you stay up till midnight? No.
I attempted to. I really did.
Well.
But I fell asleep on the cat. I don't have a cat. I fell asleep on the couch while watching a great Fox sitcom,
Oh,
Last Man on Earth. I was catching up.
okay.
And then next thing you know, I was woken up and it was 12:50 and I was like, I guess it's 2016 now, guys.
Wow.
So there's that. It was
There's
a little
that.
underwhelming. Did you stay up? It's hard with your
No,
work
but I'm
schedule.
ready to celebrate now. Ba-da-da. 2016 is here. No, I bet it's been, I don't know if I've ever, well, I'm sure I have at some point. And
it's on the
since I've been
weekend,
doing
probably.
mornings, yeah, exactly. If there was like a New Year's Eve that was a Saturday night, I
Or
probably
Friday
would've
night
stayed up.
even,
Right.
maybe. You could work in a nap and make it work.
It's possible.
I really thought I was going to make it. And initially, I was going to go out to Tempe or just see the festivities locally.
Oh, yeah.
But it's just so cold here.
Yeah, I know.
That, like, went out to dinner, got sushi, and then I was like, I want to go home because it's cold. I'd rather sleep and be fresh for the viewers.
Nice.
'Cause
You owe
otherwise
it to the viewers.
I would be sluggish. So I sacrificed New Year's Eve for you guys.
Yeah. Now, I'm looking at these live pictures from Times Square this morning, and it seems to me that there are like larger crowds. I know the party's over, right? And they've cleaned it up and, life's back to normal there.
That is true.
But it seems like, because Fox puts these pictures up every once in a while because the Fox headquarters are just right around the street. Mm-hmm. Doesn't it seem like it's like super crowded there even the day after?
Well, I feel like it's probably a busier time of the year for tourists.
Yeah.
So you figure, even though the ball dropped last night,
Yeah.
there's still tourists in New York that are still going to visit Times Square.
Yes, right. And there might even be some people who said, you know what, I'm not going to deal with the security and the headaches and all of that. I'll just go down the next day and just sort of feel the vibe.
And to be honest, if you've been to New York once and you've done Times Square, you don't really ever have to do it again.
That's a good point.
Times Square is there.
Doesn't change
and
a lot.
You do it
Right.
the first time maybe, or maybe the second time. But after you've been there 10, 15 times, then you just only go to Times Square if you're forced to.
Yeah.
If you need to go somewhere nearby.
So, hi, Tess. Hope you guys are all having a great start to your new year, 2016. I feel it's going to be a good year.
I think so. I think you're right, Ron. I think you are right.
I mean, just think, we are, by the end of this year, we will have elected Donald Trump as president. I don't know. It's possible. He keeps leading in the polls. The Barack Obama presidency will be wrapping up here, and it'll be Hillary Clinton or Bernie Sanders or Rand Paul or who knows. I don't know. There's something about these glasses that it's not working for me because it feels like it says 2006.
It does.
So
It
it's
does not
like,
look like a 16. I kept thinking it was 2006. I'm like, we have time
do we wake you
travel.
up in a time warp?
Confuse the viewer.
Okay, now here's Rachel, who keeps us focused on FNN, Fox News Now. Anybody set any goals? Have you figured out your New Year's
I'm
resolutions?
not setting any.
That's it.
Because I just don't want to be a statistic. And what that means is
But
those
it's not-
statistics that prove that no one actually sticks to their New Year's
No,
resolution.
there's an individual life behind every statistic.
Okay.
And you would have a
well,
story of making it half year of, but what do you have to improve upon, SK, honestly? Come on.
So kind. Let's see. I'm going to make a resolution maybe to travel every month to a place I've never been. So this means
Ooh.
I'm cutting out, that means LA doesn't count as travel.
Okay.
Fresno doesn't count as travel.
No.
It can be locally in the state, or it can be
Okay.
out of the state or out of the country, as
Right.
some of you may know.
Oh, there are all
In
kinds of cool
4
places.
weeks,
Yeah.
In 27 days,
Mm-hmm.
I will be flying, not like that, on a plane,
Yeah.
to Mexico City, and I'm really excited.
Never been, right?
Never been to
Okay.
Mexico City.
Yeah.
And the internet talks about how Mexico City is a really underrated travel destination, how much history there is and culture, and it's this big city of 20 million people,
Yeah.
and it's an affordable trip.
Yes.
So I'm into that.
I think...
And the
after-
peso going down with the dollar going up, so now's the time,
I
guys.
think after many, many, many years of thinking about it and talking about it, I think I'm going to Italy
Ooh,
in 2016. Yeah.
interesting.
So I think that's my big one.
That'll be fun.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, so many carbohydrates to eat. How exciting.
Ooh, bring out the pasta now.
Sounds delicious.
So Rachel says maybe learn a little bit of a new language. I'm redoing my New Year's resolution from last year to learn Spanish. I actually got one of those CD sets, but it just didn't click for me. So it's my second New Year's resolution. I mean, it's a rerun. Of
So
last
when
year's
you
resolution.
when you accomplish it, then you too can travel to Mexico City
Yes, oh, absolutely.
and work that Spanish in. In fact, thank you for bringing that up because I need to start refreshing
Yes.
like my Spanish skills because I need to get through Mexico and not appear like a tourist.
No, exactly.
I
You need to appear like
sound
a local.
I'm gonna sound very American. Don't get me
think?
wrong. My
Okay.
language skills sound as American as possible, regardless of the language that I speak. But you know what?
Yeah.
Years ago, I was in a beach town in Mexico,
All right.
and I went to one of these stands that was selling a dress, and he tried to charge me $40.
Uh-oh, no,
And in
no,
that
no.
moment,
Yeah.
my Spanish came out. It was like it was needed or something, and I bargained that down to $20. So in times of dire need,
Yes, right.
I can
It still
speak Spanish.
still comes back to you. Hey.
Speaking of Mexico, though,
Yes, right.
this one actually bullet point number 3.
Okay.
Affluenza teens return delay. Did you hear about this?
Yes,
And how
yes.
you could stay in Mexico for like weeks or months?
Yes.
That's crazy.
I actually love it because Mama, who I think probably instigated almost everything that this kid
You
was
thought
doing.
she was the mastermind
I
behind
think she was
this
the
escape?
mastermind behind the escape. And I think he was still hanging out with Mama and using her cell phone or at least her credit card to order the pizza. They got caught. And now Mama went back to the U.S. and boy is stuck in a Mexican jail.
I'm glad you brought up the mom because I do have images of the mom, and I wanted to show this to the viewers yesterday, but then we had that breaking news out of Dubai, and I never got to my top 5 yesterday.
Okay.
But the mom returned to Los Angeles, what was it, yesterday?
Yeah.
And the funniest thing, on the internet at least, was the fact that Carrot Top was trending nationwide. Did you see this?
No.
So Carrot Top was one of the top 3 trends around the country.
But why?
It's because when everyone saw the images of Affluenza Teen's mom, they thought she looked like Carrot Top with her new hair and you have to see this.
Okay.
It's literally, people would have pictures side by side of the mom and Carrot Top. I just have images of the mom, but still, it's so good. Affluenza Teen mom. Let's see. This is her arrival at LAX. Let's see. So you see the back of her. Do you see it?
I'm seeing it. Nah.
Do you see why Carrot Top was trending?
Hilarious.
Wow, she's getting TMZ'd at LAX.
Oh, sure.
That's so funny.
See, she left as just a regular scofflaw, just a regular fugitive from the law, and now she came back TMZ, all TMZ on us.
Seriously, look at this. Affluenza Teen mom. Look at her. Like, it doesn't even matter if the Kardashians are landing at a terminal nearby. They wanted to get Carrot Top / Affluenza mom.
But don't you think it's hilarious that Mama is back in the U.S. and Mama's boy is still stuck in a Mexican jail? That, to me, is pretty funny.
Families are being separated.
Yeah, well, they should have never tried
Broken
to
the law.
escape. Yeah,
that
exactly.
is true. Let's look at one more video of Affluenza mom's arrival, just because.
Yep.
Or is it the same video? It looks like it may be the same video, so that's not that exciting. But speaking of Affluenza teens, since we're on the topic, I have video of the Affluenza teens detention center in Mexico.
Okay.
So this is where Ethan Couch
where if you walk nearby, just out on the street level, which it's weird that it looks like it's just in a residential neighborhood. You pick up on that?
Yeah.
If you walk nearby, you might just barely hear the sound of someone saying, "Mama." Mama. Hey, by the way, in the chat box, I love how Rachel is sharing with us what her plan is for the year. And she is saying she likes to learn something new every year, so she's going to learn how to make candles.
Well, Rachel's very creative. She makes and bakes a lot of things.
That's awesome.
That's very commendable, Rachel.
Really cool.
Speaking of the chat room, I want to acknowledge Brian Culver's comment in the chat room. Isn't there a vaccine for affluenza? Maybe bankruptcy? I don't know.
Right. Yeah.
Discipline?
Right.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. No, the vaccine would have had to have been... the vaccine would be common sense parents, because there are plenty of parents who are affluent, who are raising their kids with actual rules to live by.
Guidelines.
Yeah, and so that would be the vaccine.
So, for example,
common sense.
Donald Trump, very wealthy. Do his children suffer from affluenza?
You know what's weird about it? A lot of people think, oh my gosh, Donald Trump, the things that come out of his mouth, you can't hardly believe it. And somebody called him a blowhard and this and that. You look at his kids, and they seem to be the most well-adjusted, on top of things kids. I mean, so obviously he's done a lot of right things, it appears, in raising his family.
And speaking of Trump and his family, they were all gathered together last night to bring in the new year with Fox News Channel.
Yes.
And I believe
do we have
I have a clip of Mr. Trump, if I can find it. There it is. Let's watch it.
Okay.
Him with his well-disciplined children.
Okay. Yes, right.
Well, I hope you're going to be calling the White House, and I promise you will get through. You'll always be invited, and we're going to do something really special. We're going to make a lot of amends for the mistakes that have been made over the years. So I hope you're going to be calling the White House. We're going to be basically all over the United States. We're going to be in Mississippi on Saturday, and we just got back, as you know, from South Carolina, Iowa, New Hampshire. We're sort of all over the place, and we love it. Well, I love the people, and I realize how smart the people are. They get it, and they want to see good things. I mean, they love the country. They want to see great things happen for the country, and that's what's happening. So, you know, I love the people. The crowds have been amazing. We're having 10, 15, 20,000 people at every event, and we've just had a great time. It's been just an amazing time. I think I'll be her worst nightmare, but we're going to find out. Look, she won't do the job. We're going to do the job, and we're going to do some really special things. We have to really work to make our country great again, and we're going to do that. We're going to do that. We're going to do it tirelessly, and we're going to have a lot of fun doing it, and everybody's going to do it together. So I look forward to it. And if it's Hillary Clinton that's in the race, I look forward to going against her.
That was fun to listen to. It sounded like a Donald Trump special edition of New Year's Eve rally.
Mm-hmm.
God, he had to say, make America great again. No, he said, make this country great again.
Right.
I don't think I've ever heard Donald Trump speak publicly and not make at least one reference to making the country great again.
I know.
At least since he's been running for president.
Yes, indeedy. So, you know, again, we talked about this 2 days ago, but it seems to me, I don't know, why he wasn't the Time Magazine's Person of the Year still kind of blows my mind. He definitely was the most talked about for a guy who was already well known, but burst on the scene politically and became the most talked about man, maybe next to Obama, in the country. So he has certainly made it fascinating this year. So
Time
we'll
did say they've never put a presidential candidate on the cover for that role.
Yes,
so maybe that was the only reason.
Maybe so.
But then again, if he wasn't a presidential candidate, he wouldn't be the most talked about man in America either. So there's that.
That's a good point.
But speaking of politicians in New Year's, we have different clips from Fox National of various politicians with their New Year's address.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so are you going to roll this now?
Oh, I have Fiorina. I got Ben Carson. I have some other candidates.
Okay.
I mean... Also, I have another story, completely unrelated, but a member of NSYNC is selling his mansion, and we're going to take you inside.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
You got the video there? A little
Florida.
later, you're going to share this really sad story that shocks me, that Natalie Cole is dead.
That is true.
Nat
We
King
haven't
Cole's
even
daughter.
gotten to that, but that is breaking news. It was just breaking over the last hour. I know Natalie Cole is the number 2 trend nationwide, I believe, right after the Rose Parade or the Rose Bowl. It's really sad news. Relatively very young, 65 years old.
I know. I was just shocked. Maybe we'll find out a little bit more about what was happening there. And then they also, for guys who remember the TV show, if you guys remember MASH, which has obviously been popular in reruns, the guy who, Wayne Rogers, who played Hawkeye's sidekick in MASH, who was just on the Fox News Channel a couple of weeks ago.
Wow.
Is dead this morning, too. He died of pneumonia yesterday, so... She struggled with substance abuse, according to TMZ, had liver disease, and underwent chemo for Hep C.
Right, she died from congestive heart failure, according to TMZ, although we're told the underlying medical issues were complications from a kidney transplant and hepatitis C.
It's just a shame.
Wow.
What
She had
talent.
been very sick recently, canceling several tour dates in late December, including a New Year's Eve concert at the Disney Hall in L.A. Wow. She died at a hospital.
She was going to be at the New Year's Eve? Oh.
Yeah, she died in a hospital in Los Angeles. She has a son. Look at this. Natalie's rep tells TMZ, "It is with heavy hearts that we bring you all the news of our mother and sister's passing. Natalie fought a fierce, courageous battle, dying how she lived, with dignity, strength, and honor. Our beloved mother and sister will be greatly missed and remain unforgettable in our hearts forever." And this is the last...
Oh, last known picture of
the last TMZ clip.
Okay.
We can watch it, though.
Her song called This Will Be, is one of my favorite songs ever.
He was a pimp.
Sorry to break the news to you, Ron.
Yeah.
It's sad.
It is really sad.
Not the happiest way to kick off the new year.
No. Ooh, I feel like somebody's going to step on that. I'm going to move it. Hang on. We got an
Ron
iPad
Hoon is
alert.
picking up the iPad. iPad drops periodically because we don't have an official iPad spot for it.
That's right. That could be a New Year's resolution. Finding a little area for the iPad.
Does it look like we have any more space in here?
No.
No.
Yeah.
I've got to find another area for our
Yeah,
set.
maybe that could be, we all go talk to the boss and say, a bigger, newer News Now set.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, with a bed.
With a bed. So it's kind of like the cab of a long haul truck. So you could just...
Some of these streams are very long haul.
No.
I don't know, just a thought.
Okay.
Just a thought.
Well...
Ronald.
I better go.
Well, thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, no kidding. So, you're here next week, right?
I am.
We'll have a full week of talking about the news.
We will. And I'm going to continue talking about the news because I still have bullet point 1 to get to, bullet point 2 to get to, and bullet point, well, I kind of got to that one. At least the first couple bullet
We
points.
do kind of bounce around, don't we?
We
a little
do,
bit?
depending on where our conversation goes, you know? We started with the affluenza teen just because I happen to be talking about Mexico.
Right.
It all kind of flows however we choose to make it
You
flow.
know that you're going to have to either Periscope a lot or Facebook mentions or something live from Mexico City because people are going to want to see what you're doing.
It's called Snapchat, guys. I love it. But yeah, I should Facebook mentions or something, but I just love Snapchat. It's so easy.
Okay.
Take
You're all over
your
it?
festive glasses,
Yeah, I
although I
better.
gotta wear them one.
Here we go. Happy 2006.
Happy 2006, guys. It's
A
10
retro.
years ago.
Yeah, that was a year, wasn't it?
I'm at USC. Here you go.
Thanks.
All right, guys,
See you
let's
later.
continue with some of that video of politicians' 2016 messages. Let me cue up, let's see what Carly Fiorina had to say to the public. Stand by. Let's watch more clips.
Her home in Virginia is 2016 Republican presidential candidate Carly Fiorina and her husband Frank. Happy New Year's Eve to you both. Thank you so much for helping us ring in 2016. It's great to see you.
Happy New Year to you all. While you're in exciting Times Square, we're here in Mason Neck, Virginia with our grandkids, our daughter, and our son-in-law. Woohoo! We're having a good time.
We're so happy you were joined us. You're the first ones to come on live and talk to us. What are your thoughts for 2016? Carly, first, tell us what you're looking forward to.
Well, obviously, I'm looking forward to getting back out on the campaign trail, although I have to say I've really enjoyed being home for the holidays with my family and friends. But I'm looking forward. I'm hitting New Hampshire and then Iowa. Frank is going to start in Iowa and then New Hampshire. So we're going to get back out there and talk to voters on the ground, which is where it's going to happen.
You guys are such a great example of teamwork, so loving and supportive to one another. It really is an inspiration, Carly, and you speak so lovingly about your husband, Frank. And it's great for us, very special, to be able to start off this special, this New Year's Eve for Fox News with you. And, of course, we love seeing you over at the Fox News Channel headquarters. It's great when you come by. And tell us about your ideas for the country.
You know, I think we have to take our country back, honestly. I think as citizens, we've lost our power. People feel powerless because they are. Powerless because they've lost possibilities in their lives. Powerless because our government is bloated and out of control. Powerless because the political class, the liberal elites, and frankly the media as well, have taken away what citizens once had. Ours was intended to be a citizen government, and that's why I've rolled out my blueprint to take our country back.
All right, Frank, so if Carly is elected president, what are we going to call you? Are we going to call you first guy, first gentleman, first man, first dude? What do you want to be called?
Well, I've been called Frank for now 66 years. I think I'll be the first Frank. Although my grandchildren call me Pappy, I've been told maybe first Pappy will work.
I'm kind of liking that. First
I like
Pappy.
that. First Pappy. America's Pappy. I mean, who could go wrong? I got to tell you. Frank, you must be so proud of Carly, of all the accomplishments that she's made in terms of as a trailblazing career woman, business entrepreneur, and now being so fearless to run for president of the United States. I know I'm proud as a woman to see her run and share her conservative values.
Well, I've watched her for 34 years, and I've been extremely proud of her through her whole career, every one of them, whether it was business, philanthropy, or now in politics. She's done some extraordinary things, and I've always been proud of her.
All right, Carly, before we go in, we have about 20 seconds or so. One final thought to America watching you right now.
All our problems can be solved. All our wounds can be healed. We need to take our country back, and I look forward to talking with the American people about how we can do that together.
Okay, all righty.
Fantastic. From Eric and I, we want to wish
Happy New Year.
A Happy New Year. Absolutely. God bless you both, and thanks for all that you do.
Well, I'd like to wish you, your family, your loved ones a very, very happy New Year. And I hope that everybody will use this opportunity for a great new start in a new year with all the success. And I hope you all have peace. God bless you.
I want to wish everybody a very happy New Year and good luck with your resolutions. Mine is try to stay off the ice cream in Iowa. That's been a expansive affair for me.
Hello, I'm Mike Huckabee. I hope you've had a good 2015, but I'm hoping you're going to have a better 2016. Hey, I'm hoping I'm going to have one too. Look forward to having a great year. God bless, and Happy New Year to Fox News Channel.
This is presidential candidate Jim Gilmore, and Happy New Year to all of our Fox viewers. I resolve this year to be as obnoxious and loud as possible so I can get invited to the next Republican presidential debate.
Hello, I'm Governor Martin O'Malley, wishing all of the Fox viewers a Happy New Year. As we reflect on 2015, I think we should also be grateful to all of our military families for their service to our country. And also, I look forward to 2016 being a year that we can realize as a nation there's more that unites us than divides us, and we can move forward again as a people. Happy New Year.
Eric and Kim, it's great to be with you. Happy New Year. You know, 2016 is going to be an incredible year. 2016 is going to be the last year of the Obama presidency. 2016 is going to be the last year before Hillary retires permanently to Chappaqua. 2016 is going to be the last year that we have Obamacare. 2016 is going to be the last year until we abolish the IRS. And 2016 is going to be the last year until we utterly destroy ISIS and defeat radical Islamic terrorism. Like 1980, 2016 is going to be a very, very good year. And I want to finish with just a simple story, a story that I've heard on the trail. The date is January 20th, 2017. A little old man walks up to the Marine guarding the front gate at the White House. He says, "Excuse me, sir, is Barack Obama here?" The Marine says, "No, I'm sorry, Barack Obama is no longer president of the United States." The next day, same little old man, same Marine walks up, says, "Excuse me, is Barack Obama there?" The Marine sighs a little bit frustrated and says, "No, Barack Obama is no longer president of the United States." The next day, January 22nd, the same little old man, same Marine, same question. This time the Marine is visibly frustrated. He sighs and says, "Sir, I've told you 3 days in a row, Barack Obama is no longer president of the United States." The little old man smiles and with a twinkle in his eye says, "I know that. I just love hearing you say it." And the Marine promptly salutes and says, "See you tomorrow, sir." 2016 is going to be a very, very good year.
Hi, this is Marco Rubio, a senator from Florida and a candidate for President of the United States. As we leave 2015 behind and look forward to 2016 with the elections that are coming up in November, this is the year where we're going to have a chance to turn America around. After 7 disastrous years of the current president, we have a chance to reclaim the American dream, and that's why I'm running for president. And my resolution for 2016 is to do everything I can to not just restore the American dream, but to expand it to reach more people and change more lives than ever before, so that this, the greatest country in the world, can be greater than it's ever been. So may God bless all of you. And from our family to yours, we're wishing you a Happy New Year.
Hi, this is Rand Paul. Happy New Year, America. As 2015 comes to an end, I want to wish everyone watching on Fox News a successful new year. America is the greatest, freest, richest, and most humanitarian country in the history of mankind. To keep America great, we need to protect the liberties our founders enshrined in the Constitution. Both parties have let us down. They've forgotten that their first duty is to defend the Constitution, and that means balanced budgets and a government so small you can barely see it. If Washington continues to ignore the Constitution, then maybe 2016 is the year to limit congressional terms once and for all. This year, my resolution is to preserve our liberties and restore prosperity across America. 2016 needs to be the year of real change in Washington. I'm ready to make that change if you'll stand with me. From my family to yours, happy holidays, and see you out on the campaign trail.
To all my friends, I hope that we have a prosperous, healthy, and secure New Year's. Happy New Year, everybody.
Eric and Kim.
We're moving into a different phase now, and we need something different, and we've brought that into place. I think people are going to see a very major difference. We have operators now, and this is something that I discovered working in the corporate world for decades. You know, you could have people with very good ideals, but you have to have operators in order to effectuate those ideals.
It's 2016 and you can exhale now. Despite threats of terrorism, an estimated 1 million people rang in the new year at the crossroads of the world. 1 billion more people are thought to have watched the event on television around the globe. While the Big Apple fireworks went off without a hitch, it was a much quieter night in another city in New York. Rochester canceled its fireworks after this man was taken into custody. The FBI says Emmanuel Luchman was in contact with ISIS. They say the 25-year-old ex-con had plotted to attack the patrons in a Rochester bar with knives and a machete. In Paris, the City of Lights said goodbye to a year that saw darkness visited upon it twice. First with the Charlie Hebdo attacks, and then the Friday the 13th massacre in November. In Munich, Germans celebrated the start of 2016 despite threats of a planned terrorist attack. Police had been tipped that ISIS was going to attack venues around the German city with up to 7 suicide bombers. In Dubai, the celebrations went on despite a massive fire in a skyscraper. A 5-star hotel went up in flames, but people managed to escape. And as the world said goodbye to 2015, one couple rang in 2016 in a special way. They became the first to get married in the new year.
Neither of you guys have stage fright because there are about 1 million people watching you.
No stage fright at all.
None. I love how people were telling me, thank you for inviting me to your wedding. Like people standing on the sides. I'm like, you're welcome.
In addition to Paris and Rochester, Brussels also canceled its New Year's Eve fireworks display due to fears of terrorism. In New York, Patricia Stark, Fox News. The FBI says this is the face of a wannabe jihadi. 25-year-old Emmanuel Luchman is charged with attempting to provide material support to terrorists. Prosecutors say Luchman was planning to attack people at a bar in Rochester, New York on New Year's Eve. The plot allegedly involved knives and a machete. Those items were purchased at a Walmart with money provided by an FBI informant.
We all must acknowledge that in today's day and age, that any place in the world can be a target. So we're asking our residents to be safe and vigilant, not just tonight, but every day and night.
According to New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, Luchman converted to Islam while he was behind bars on a robbery charge. The feds say Luchman was in touch with an ISIS member overseas. According to a federal complaint, the ISIS member told Luchman he would have to prove his loyalty by praying regularly and planning an operation on New Year's Eve.
He's got to wake up and pay attention and watch what's going on, you know. You see anything funny, you know, don't be afraid to call. because it could be an American born, it could be blonde hair, blue eyes, you don't know.
In addition to a criminal record, Lutchman also reportedly has a history of mental illness.
That type of thing could happen anywhere. I think it's more of not a Muslim thing, or he's just an ignorant person, just somebody that's going through some stuff.
The city of Rochester canceled their New Year's Eve fireworks display as a result of the plot. If convicted, Lutchman could face 20 years in prison and a $250,000 fine. In New York, Patricia Stark, Fox News.
All right, guys, want to go ahead and show you some video from this morning of that hotel fire in Dubai. Yes, it was still burning as of this morning. These are images from today of the fire that broke out around 9:30 p.m. Dubai time yesterday, just a couple hours before the clock struck midnight. Yesterday, the city of Dubai continued with its fireworks display despite the fire that was burning nearby. Again, this fire at a hotel in a very popular area of Dubai, very close to the world's tallest building, the Burj Al Khalifa. This building, the Address Hotel, 63 stories. It is believed that the fire broke out on the 20th floor. Plus, here is some cell phone video from the fire as well. Take a look at 2015 by doing a sort of Flashback Friday, a special edition of Flashback Friday since it's January 1st, 2016. We are going to look at the most popular clips on our YouTube channel from 2015. So, one of the big ones obviously involves Corey, when the weather map went crazy live on air. So let me go ahead and pull that up for you guys. Give me a second while I pull that up. We're just going to use our YouTube page to watch some of the highlights, our top videos on our YouTube channel. There we go.
Wow, 750 degrees in Gila Bend right now, and 1,270 in Ahwatukee. Now, I'm not authorized to evacuate Ahwatukee, but this temperature seems pretty high.
Cave Creek is really
Yeah, Cave Creek, Fountain Hills, they don't look good either. And frankly, Wickenburg is a total loss. You might as well just get out of anywhere along this 60 here. It's very warm. Surprise is starting to heat up as well at 1,300 degrees. So, again, the safe spots seem to be Chandler and Mesa. Scottsdale is doing okay so far, but, you know, you're sort of surrounded by some pretty intense heat. So, you know, again, I'm not your dad, but I would get out while you still can. I think steel boils at about this temperature, so Cave Creek, there's probably nothing left up there right now. So don't even bother looting up there. It's not going to be worth it.
That video had almost 5 million views, 4.8 million views. And now it went to this conversation that Corey and I had about his incident. Let's go ahead and listen to a little bit. We're not going to watch this whole thing because it is pretty long.
You've basically become an internet sensation. You were already an Arizona sensation.
You're very
a Fox 10 sensation, but now the whole world knows how talented you are. Guys, for those of you viewing who may have missed it, I don't know how you would have missed it, because the video, on YouTube already has 1.7 million views, and that's not counting, we uploaded it separately to Facebook. That has like millions of views too. But basically, Corey had to deal with a weather malfunction, right? Why don't you tell the viewers exactly what happened?
Well, will we be showing it to them as well?
We are going to play it for them, but I just want you to describe
just
it.
So we can. Well, a lot of things about the weathercast are things that I do myself, but some things I don't. They're just computer driven. Local temperatures, for instance, the map, as we would say, populates itself. So they just sort of show up. I don't have to do anything to them. And I don't worry about that map. It's not something I would really look at ahead of time, because it's never been a problem, ever. So when I turned around to the map and I saw the quadruple digit temperatures, me, I immediately thought, I think this will be fun. But half the time I'm just entertaining myself.
Sure.
So that's kind of how it all happened, and it was so fun. I must give credit to my good friend Anna Ketty, who was directing that day. She saw that Rick and Kristen were off camera, kind of getting up on the monitor and trying to see what we were looking at, and they were starting to laugh too. So getting their reaction along with me, that made it really fun for me, because it's always nice to have an audience. Am I right?
Right. So I think we should just show the viewers the video. Look. Okay. Well, let me go over here. Oh, side note, I'm just pulling up my Facebook page. You know how they have the trending topics on the right-hand corner? What's that right here I see?
Well, I've heard that someone...
Right here.
Oh, what? Mitt Romney knocked me out of first place?
Yeah, you were in first place earlier.
What?
But right here, I know, Mitt Romney, over the course of the last hour and a half, announced he wasn't running for president. But I will say, earlier in the morning, you were number one. I came into work, turned on my computer, opened Facebook at 8 a.m., and I'm like, Wickenburg, Arizona. Why is Wickenburg trend? And I was like, oh my God, that's Corey.
You think they're not excited out Wickenburg?
Oh yeah, Wickenburg is super popular now.
Well,
you know what's funny? Everyone's talking about Wickenburg. I swear there was another temperature on there that was warmer than Wickenburg.
I know. I gave the Wickenburg the shout out.
You did.
I did say that they were total loss. So this is our way of throwing them a bone.
Right. So basically, you can see. I mean, this is just my feed currently. All the different. I mean, random people sharing it. Dig. Someone else who's verified, Jerry Doyle, Meteor, another. This is the thing. America's Funniest Home Videos.
Now that's something
SBS
everyone
News.
loves.
I mean, this is huge. You're literally being, and this is just a fraction. What's trending, which is a huge viral show.
Well, let's give people a look at what caused it all.
Okay, let's go there now. This is the YouTube video, so you can see 1.8 million
She looks
views.
familiar.
Yeah, Kim Kardashian.
Yeah.
She's the real reason.
She's pretty popular.
She's the reason you got 1.8 million views. Just kidding. Okay, but yeah, I just want to show this 1.8 million views. We're gonna go full screen now.
1.8 million. Oh, on our YouTube page.
Yeah.
Each month, millions.
Oh, we have to sit.
We
through
need
this.
to wait through
Well,
it.
we'll talk
But
about
we'll
that.
skip it
You know,
now.
I
Here
was
we go.
asked. Okay, here we go. We'll bring you on into the temps, and we're all doing okay. Wow, 750 degrees in Gila Bend right now, and 1,270 in Ahwatukee. Now I'm not authorized to evacuate Ahwatukee, but this temperature seems pretty high.
Cave Creek?
Get out of anywhere along this 60 here. It's very warm. Surprise is starting to heat up as well at 1,300 degrees. So again, the safe spots seem to be Chandler and Mesa. Scottsdale is doing okay so far, but you know, you're sort of surrounded by some pretty intense heat. So, you know, again, I'm not your dad, but I would get out while you still can. I think steel boils at about this temperature, so Cave Creek, there's probably nothing left up there right now. So don't even bother looting up there. It's not going to be worth it. Well, I have to admit, I was having a lot of fun with that thing.
That was amazing. That was
Thank you.
amazing.
But, you know, when it was all done, I'll have to say this too. That's kind of the way our morning show goes, and sometimes the noon show. It's sort of like a loose collection of nonsense.
I love our morning show.
It's really fun.
It's so fun. And you know what? I think at the end of the day, you just showcase what your job is all about. Improvisation, going with the flow, like handling situations.
Yeah, well, and thank you. It's a
That's
high
amazing.
compliment. I often feel like what I
I think most news people, or weather people especially, we feel like our, whatever our contribution to the world is at the ends of our lives, what is it? It's new every day, and nobody remembers a single thing that, no one's looking back at a forecast from 8 years ago. But if you can give people a laugh or a couple of smiles, that's fun. And those are the things that I always appreciate if I'm out, at a grocery store or wherever. And when people come up to us, and they do all the time, they'll say, hey, you really make the morning fun. Or we love the shenanigans, or whatever it is.
And
or
your
like
live
what you do with
shots
the
are
kids.
so fun.
Well,
I mean, I sit
thank
here because I'm preparing for our news now at 10, and I'm always entertained by your live shots.
Well, thanks, gosh. I wasn't coming here to get massaged all morning. This is pretty nice. Well, and again, the nice thing is they really kind of let us do whatever we want,
Sure.
and that's kind of if I may, I might as well compliment those who might be listening behind their backs. But the whole the whole Fox structure is
Sure.
whatever you're good at, they just kind of let you alone. Just go ahead and do it.
Just do you.
It's one less thing for other people to worry
Right.
about. It's, as long as you're good at
Right,
your
because they like what you do, and that's why they hired you to do what you do.
Well, so far so good. Someday this is what you'll hear. Hey, look at this video of Corey's last day at Fox 10. It's hilarious. So I don't know when that will happen, but
Let's hope it's the day that you choose to retire,
I hope
not
so.
some other way. All right. Well, we have
You
a
never know.
ton of questions both from Facebook and YouTube, so let's
good.
go ahead and bring up some of the YouTube questions from Paladine Butters. Corey, what was going through your mind when the temperature went out of whack?
really I immediately thought this will really be fun, because when you're your own producer, as most weather people are, you do your own graphics, and that one I didn't do. The computer did it for me, but you know that you're kind of out there on your own anyway. Nobody can really save you. There's not a co-weather anchor to help you out. So I always, if things go to, how far can we go with the profanity on the show?
You're fairly. I mean,
I
it's the
never
internet.
even use profanity.
It's the internet. So
I'm
what
totally
word were you
kidding.
going to say?
Goes to poo.
Okay,
If
that other word.
I
You
know.
could have said that.
Well, if that happens, then it's always even more fun for me,
Right.
because I know that we can have a good time with it. And Rick and Kristen, they're total pros, so you can bat the ball over the fence if you have to with them. So that's kind of what I was thinking, that this will be a fun time.
Absolutely.
And who was that?
That was Paladine Butters.
Paladin Butters.
Mm-hmm.
Golly.
Cool name.
I would either like to buy that product or name a child that. That's a cool name.
We have another question from YouTube. Shirley Burton. Has he, as in you, has Corey ever done any improv comedy? That's a good question. Have you?
Well, aren't you nice? I'm supposed to. I need to ask these things before I do them, but I do have a plan
To do improv.
Yes, and it was before all this happened, but yeah, at the and I haven't passed this by all of the Fox management yet, so maybe I'll be shut down on it. I hope not, but yeah, I plan to do, or I've been scheduled so far at the Tempe Improv.
Really?
I know.
When?
I think it's April 11th. I think it's
That's a Saturday night.
Yeah.
That's a Saturday night.
So I'm not a
It's
headliner
competing
or
with
anything.
Coachella, though. I'm just
Oh,
kidding.
yeah.
I'm not kidding. It actually is. But you know what? I'll be there. I'll be there at the improv.
Well,
instead.
that would be fun. Yeah, I'll try to get some noise out about it ahead of
That's
time. But I've
amazing.
been collecting, bits.
Well, the
all
Tempe
boys.
Improv is more stand-up. It's a stand-up comedy.
Oh yes.
Venue.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. She was asking about
Improv
have I
comedy.
done improv. Well, it's kind of like my job almost every day.
Yeah.
But when I do appear there, I think there will be a lot of yakking back and forth with the crowd. That's kind of my style.
Well, that's the thing. A lot of stand-up comedy is improvisation because you are bantering with the crowd and you're trying to do crowd work in addition to your bits.
I'm sure there will be some heckling. I get that at home. No, I kid. That's what I do.
All right, another YouTube comment. Rachel Favela, she's a dedicated viewer of Fox 10 News now. Rachel, thank you for always interacting.
Hi, Rachel.
Hey, Corey. Thank you again for signing my daughter's journal on the zip trip in Glendale.
Oh, good.
She was sad she missed you, but she couldn't believe the mishap. You were also very sweet. You know what I learned from Rachel yesterday? I think she was telling us
Yeah.
that her daughter wants to be a meteorologist.
I know.
Yeah.
I met her and
Yeah.
her daughter.
Yeah, so
Well, I always
it's
tell.
the same things.
Yeah. Well, for any moms out there or dads who, or youngsters who want to get into this business, I mean, there are all kinds of ways to prepare for it, but I always tell kids, get up in front of your class as much as you can. If it's time for the oral report, be first. You know, get your hand up first. Just get it out of the way, and don't be afraid to really let yourself fly. Get into the band, get into the school plays, you know, those kinds of things. The more you're in front of people, the more comfortable you'll be. And boy, in this business, that's what it's all about, of course. Because people enjoy knowing that you are having fun or that you feel comfortable in what you're doing. Then the viewer can relax.
Absolutely.
So, anyway.
So I know.
God bless you. Cough switch. While oh, that's right. You're representing a coffee company.
I know.
I, of course, I don't get any sponsorship from this company, but boy, oh boy, have I guzzled a lot of it over the years.
If Diet Coke just gets another 1.7 million views, then they owe you something. Can I just realized this chair was lower because of Steve Kraft. Can we raise it? Because I'm like taller than you right now, which doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I'm afraid that my head will go out of the
No,
front.
there
My
you go.
hair's
Okay,
kind of
now
tall.
we're good.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, we're good.
Do I need to be closer?
No, you can do whatever you want. I just
like
felt
the
like
whole
as a
setup.
viewer, I didn't want the viewers to think that you were really 5'2" and I was 5'8".
Oh, no. We'll
No,
just
no.
sit as I normally would sit. How's this working? There we go.
I really like this question from Tyrant Ash.
Tyrant?
Tyrant Ash? Ash?
We've got Paladin and Tyrant. Go ahead,
Last name,
Tyrant.
but-
I love your name.
Do you know exactly what went wrong?
No, I don't. The crazy numbers that popped up on my screen, they were there. Those numbers update, you know, regional temperatures like that, like 6 after the hour. The airports report them.
Okay.
And then at about 36 after the hour. So that was the 6 after 12 numbers those were those numbers. By 12:36, they were all back to normal. So my own sister, Paige, are you watching, Paige, back in Pennsylvania? She said, "Hey, did you just do that? So you'd have something funny to do?" I said, "Man, if I'd known I'd have gotten this reaction, I'd do it twice a month." But no, it was a fortuitous accident for sure.
All right. Well, we actually have a ton of questions also from Facebook, so I'm going to go over to our Facebook question now.
Right.
Becky Rovenstein. Corey, where do you get all your energy from? You are such a fun person. Plus, 12 other people agreed. They gave that comment a
Really?
like.
Let me take a closer look at Becky's. Now, see, look at Becky. She looks like a fun person.
She is.
Does
She looks
she
really
not?
nice.
And she looks very energetic herself. I'm not sure. I think that my day is just shifted forward. I think most people, you know, I think we all have plenty of energy around 10 in the morning, you know, once we all get to work. But for me, I'm getting to work at 3:30 in the morning or something like that. So I know it's unusual for people at home to, you know, you're waking up and you're flicking that sand out of your eye, and then, you know, I'm having a steak or, you know, welding together a jail cell. Who knows what we could be doing. But I think that our energy just comes earlier in the day than most people. But the nice thing, too, about working here, and you know this, too, because you're in early, once you're in, you're just... I mean, everything kind of gets going.
Right.
And
It's go, go, go as soon as you get in the door.
And this job, it kind of weeds out the people who aren't set up that way. And I would say that everyone loves to get up so early, and, you know, it's kind of an insult every morning when the alarm clock goes off. But we all kind of feed off of each other's energy. You know, Ron's ready to go, Rick's totally jazzed, and Kristen, you know, all of us. So it's fun to just get moving. And so anyway, I need to keep my answers shorter. But thank you, Becky Rovenstein, for asking where all of my energy comes from.
That is a good question. I actually have my own question. I don't know if any of our viewers asked this on Facebook, but for viewers who, you know, don't know what working a morning show is like, what's your day-to-day life schedule? When do you sleep? How do you adjust your day,
Samia,
given that you
I'm
have to wake
asleep
up?
right now. No, I get up around 3:15 or 3 o'clock. Sometimes earlier. Today I was up quite early because I had some things to do with the New York stations. But I get up pretty early, jump in the shower, shave in the shower. I used to have to, in our current home, it's a separate, there's a door to the bathroom. In other homes of ours, there have not been. So I've had to do everything in the dark. I don't want to wake anyone.
Sure.
So, you know, I can perform every operation in the pitch black. Like if my eyes were to, like a mole, or if I would live long enough so that my eyes wouldn't be needed anymore, I could live in the dark like one of these deep sea creatures. But anyway, jump in the car, and I'm here by about 3:45 or something like that, and then we just ram through the show, and it is a rollicking ride. If you're here watching because you saw whatever we did on the web, and I'm glad you're here, then you should watch us online because it is a really fun show. There aren't really any rules to it. We just have a great time.
And it's streaming every morning
I know,
on fox10phoenix.com for those viewers who think you just have to tune in on TV.
Yeah.
You can actually watch online, on the go, on your phone.
I know, it's
everywhere.
really cool. And I'll do that sometimes if I'm on vacation, I'll check in, or even if I'm out on the job site, I can put our own app on and watch what's happening back at the station. But anyway, the show flies by, and after all these years, I've never once been on, during the show, and never once thought, when will this be over?
When do you sleep?
Because it goes so fast.
When do you sleep? Do you take naps right after and then do you split your sleep? I know some people who do that.
No, my day's pretty normal after work, but I go to bed early.
Like 7?
Yeah, if I can get in the 7 o'clock hour, that is fantastic. But some days, these are the kinds of things we brag to each other about. I'd like to say, like you and I are in the green room, you're putting your eyelashes on.
Oh, you're telling everyone that
So am I.
Yes, guys, my eyelashes are fake.
They are.
Corey just called me out.
I didn't even know that.
Oh, you didn't? I thought, because I always do that in the green room over here.
No, I had
well,
no
now
idea.
the whole world knows. It's a running joke amongst the
Turn
bosses
to the side
here.
so we can get your profile. Oh, look how beautiful they are.
Jeff Moriarty, our social media manager, just nicknamed me Lashes because I complain when I don't have them.
There are worse nicknames for sure.
You know what, guys? These are fake, but I'm just being honest and real. Because a lot of women out there also wear fake lashes, and there's nothing to be ashamed of.
No, there's no.
They just make your eyes pop, okay?
Well, if we were there together at the mirror, I would say, "Hey, Samia, you know what time I went to bed last night?" And you'd say, "We'll do some improv right now."
Okay.
You know what time I went to bed?
What you got?
You're gonna hate it. Are you sure you want to hear it?
What is it? 6?
3:30
p.m.
all the way through to 3:30. Yeah. So then you would get that look on your face, and there'd be a lot of. I know. See, that's what we do. Those are the kinds of things we torture.
I went to bed at 9. I slept 5.5 hours. I need Starbucks right now. The problem is when I get into work, there's no Starbucks open at 3:30 in the morning.
You're reduced to the 7th Ave and Van Buren McDonald's. That's all we've got for you.
That was our improv right there.
Yeah, and scene.
Yeah.
But anyway,
but
that's
I have
when
done
I
improv training, so that's the difference.
Obviously.
Yeah, you know.
So I'm in bed by 7-ish, unless, you know.
What if you want to watch primetime television? You know, Fox has great primetime sitcoms. How do you watch, Mindy Project, New Girl, Brooklyn Nine-Nine? I'm just naming my 3 favorite primetime shows that happen to be on Fox, by the way.
I don't get to see much of evening television. I understand Johnny Carson is retiring. So I'm trying to catch up on all of that stuff.
There are so many comments on YouTube right now. I'm just watching. It's crazy.
Yeah, I want to get
we have
to
like
what they're
500
into.
comments right now. I can't even read them all.
Well, let's hear what they're
and
asking.
We have the Facebook questions, and let's go back to YouTube for a second. Give a shout out to Je ne sais quoi. That's French. How do you say that?
Je ne sais quoi.
Is the same program that does your weather created by the same company that counted Bush's votes in 2004?
Yes, you could probably detect the little Chad that was off to the very edge of the screen. It can cause a problem, but no, I don't want to call out any. I'm not even sure what generated the problem, but nevertheless, it sure
we should thank them.
Yeah, I know. It's made for a lot of fun.
You should send them a gift basket, the company. Thanks for making me internet famous. You should. They deserve
an edible arrangement.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let's see. Okay, now back to, I want to know what our Facebook viewers are saying.
I do too.
All right, go wing. Let me pull that up for you guys. Veronica Rodriguez. Corey, what was the craziest fun you have had at a school? What is the craziest thing you have seen when working? Who gave you your name?
Okay. Well, part 1, the craziest thing that has happened at the school, well, there have been many crazy events. I pulled a child's tooth once out of school. I was asking, because, you know, the loose tooth zone for most front teeth kids, about first grade, first and second grade. Most of the kindergartners still have their front teeth unless they've been rotted out by whatever they're drinking all the time.
Starbucks.
But so anyway, I'll ask who's got a loose tooth, just for fun. and you know, they're raising their hands, and there was a little girl there. I mean, it was one of those kinds where you push it with your tongue and it goes like straight out, so it's ready to go.
Sure.
And I'm kind of a veteran tooth puller, 3 daughters. I pulled many teeth, and I said, honey, would you like me to just pull it for you? You won't even know, and all of a sudden it'll be out. And she said, okay. So I said, all right, well, we'll do it in about 2 minutes. And then when we came back live on the air, I got a little piece of tissue, and I said, are you ready? And she said, and so I yanked it out. And of course, 99 point.
All right, guys, going to cut out of this. We've been watching this clip for quite a while, and I want to go ahead and show you some of the other top videos of 2015, the top most viewed videos on our YouTube channel, our top FNN videos. So I showed you Corey's weather map that went crazy. I showed you this clip where Corey talks about it. Let's go ahead and watch this clip now of the activist who is critical of police who undergoes use of force scenarios. This is a story that Troy did. Let's go ahead and watch.
Outspoken critics of police use of force here in the Valley, but he gets some on-the-job training about use of force tonight.
Very interesting stuff. Reverend Jarrett Maupin led protests and marches after Phoenix police shot and killed an unarmed man. Well, tonight he gets a chance to experience the split-second decisions that police have to make when encountering a suspect.
And our Troy Hayden was right along with him tonight, getting the training as well. This must have been eye-opening.
It was a really interesting experience. You know, we've all watched those protests all over the country after police officers are accused of shooting people who aren't armed. But what would happen if one of those protesters felt what it's like to wear a badge and then be put in a life-or-death situation himself?
So I'm going to have you put the holster on right inside your belt loop there.
Jarrett Maupin gets his weapon. You might recognize him as a high-profile organizer in the minority community. Just last month, he led marches on Phoenix Police headquarters after an officer shot an unarmed man.
We want his badge. We want his gun. We want his job.
Today, he accepted an invitation to look at things from the other side, agreeing to go through a force-on-force training session with the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. 3 scenarios where you have to decide to shoot or not shoot. Scenario 1 is a call about a man casing cars in a parking lot. Maupin approaches the man and starts asking questions.
What? Where you have your hand in your gun?
You're looking for your vehicle. What kind of car do you drive?
Where you have your hand in your gun?
What kind of car do you drive?
This is my car, man.
Oh. Maupin, the officer, is shot. It happens that fast.
At what time did you think that it was time for you to address the use of force that was given?
When he came to the back of the vehicle, and was hiding, you know, I could sense something was wrong.
Scenario 2, a call of 2 men fighting.
What's going on today, gentlemen?
What's wrong with you?
What's going on today, gentlemen?
What do you want?
What's happening here?
What's wrong with
Back
you?
up.
Huh? What are you doing, man? Hey!
Hey, you shouldn't approach me. He shouldn't approach me. He shouldn't approach me. He shouldn't approach me.
What happened in there?
Yeah.
What are you doing? You just shot him?
Hey, he rushed me.
Tell me why you shot.
Well, I've shot because he was within that zone. You know, I felt there was an imminent threat. I didn't necessarily see him armed, but he came clearly to do some harm to the officer, to my person. It's hard to make that call. It shakes you up.
Again, an unarmed man was shot. Scenario 3, a call about a possible burglar walking down the street. Maupin gets him on the ground. He's not complying.
I need you to keep your hands up, sir.
For what?
Because I need to check that waistband.
Well, why? What are you doing,
Because I don't know what you have under there.
Everybody, look at this guy. What are you doing?
No shots fired, but the suspect did have a hidden knife in his waistband. I went through the scenarios too, without seeing what Maupin did. So, do you have keys, or do you have anything to show me that?
Don't worry about it.
No, I need to talk to you. Come on out over here. Well, I'm dead. Maricopa County Sheriffs, get on the ground. Get on the ground. Both of you, get on the ground. Get on the ground.
For what?
Get back. Get back. Same results for both of us. Things happen very fast out here. I asked Maupin what his biggest takeaway from this exercise will be.
I didn't understand how important compliance was, but after going through this, yeah, my attitude has changed. This is all unfolding in 10 to 15 seconds. People need to comply with the orders of law enforcement officers for their own sake.
Thanks to the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office for taking us through that today. It was an eye-opener.
That's a tremendous admission that Reverend Maupin just made.
Right.
That you need to comply for your own safety.
Right, and he saw it. I mean, he plainly shot a man who was not armed but was coming at him, and he felt, that he was unsafe at that point, that he was coming after him, and he fired.
Yeah, and I don't think any officer goes into work thinking, I'm going to shoot and kill somebody today.
No.
But these interesting, things happen, like the guy coming from behind the SUV, boom, and you're dead.
And you are. Six shots he got off.
How did you feel about those scenarios when you were going through them? Did it change your perspective?
Yeah, I've been through one of these before about 4 or 5 years ago, but it just reinforced how fast things happen. And you think at the time, oh, I can think through this and I can figure this all out. No, it's boom, it's just there. Yeah. It's that fast.
I have a lot of respect for Maupin for going through that.
Yeah,
I agree.
I do too.
And agreeing to go through that and seeing it from the other side as well.
Do you think it changes the way he approaches these issues going forward?
He says he's going to go out into the community and say what he said at the very end there. You have to comply with what police officers tell you. Let everything sort out at the end, but just do what they tell you right then and sort things out afterwards.
Interesting.
All right, thanks, Troy.
Good stuff, Troy. Thank you.
All right, guys, we're now going to go to this next video, one of our most viewed videos. Donald Trump kicking out that Univision anchor, Jorge Ramos. Let's watch.
Everyday heroes.
Civilian.
Go. Okay, who's next? Yeah, please. Excuse me, sit down. You weren't called. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Go ahead. No, you don't. You haven't been called. Go back to Univision. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sit down, please. You weren't called. Go. Yes, go ahead. Hi, Chip. Yes. No, I wouldn't do that. She actually should be apologizing to me, but I would not do that, no.
So that video that you just saw there was from August 25th. Interestingly enough, our next most popular FNN video is also featuring Donald Trump. This is when a young adult tells Trump she doesn't believe he respects women. Let's watch. This one a little more recent. This was back in October. Let's watch this now.
Okay, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you can prove me wrong, but I don't think that you're a friend to women.
I knew I shouldn't have picked her. I knew I shouldn't have picked her. All right, so let me give you that answer right now. I respect women incredibly. I have had women working for me in positions that they've never worked in terms of construction, in terms of so many different jobs. I had a woman who was in charge of the building of Trump Tower many years ago, before it was even thought, before anybody would have even thought of it, and did a fantastic job. I have given women more opportunity than I would say virtually anybody in the construction industry. I have a daughter named Ivanka and a wife named Melania who constantly want me to talk about women's health issues because they know how I feel about it, and they know how I feel about women. I respect women. I love women. I cherish women. You know, Hillary Clinton said he shouldn't cherish. Well, I said, I do cherish. I cherish women. My mother was one of the great people of the world, maybe the greatest ever, my mother. I respect women, and I'm going to take care of women. You know, Jeb Bush didn't want to fund women's health issues. You read that. You saw that. And then he took it back later. I will take care of women, and I have great respect for women, and I do cherish women. And I will take care of women. And I'll take care of us also from the enemy, meaning the enemy on different shores that's looking to come in and do numbers. Believe me, I will take care of the people in this country far better than any of the folks that you're looking at right now. That I can tell you. Okay, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Oh, I thought it was finished.
Is it on? Okay. I want to get paid the same as a man, and I think you understand that. So, if you become president, will a woman make the same as a man, and do I get to choose what I do with my body?
You're going to make the same if you do as good a job. You're going to make the same if you do as good a job, and I happen to.
All right, guys, that was Donald Trump in New Hampshire back in October. Now, our next most viewed clip is President Obama singing Amazing Grace at Reverend Pinckney's funeral in South Carolina. This video has about 360,000 views on our YouTube channel.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I was Clementa Pinckney found that grace. Cynthia Hurd found that grace. Susie Jackson found that grace. Ethel Lance found that grace. DePayne Middleton Doctor found that grace. Tywanza Sanders found that grace. Daniel L. Simmons Sr. found that grace. Sharonda Coleman Singleton found that grace. Myra Thompson found that grace. Through the example of their lives, they've now passed it on to us. May we find ourselves worthy of that precious and extraordinary gift as long as our lives endure. May grace now lead them home. May God continue to shed His grace on the United States of America.
Again, guys, that was President Obama singing Amazing Grace. Now, our next most viewed clip is another Donald Trump clip. This one more recent. This one actually from earlier this month, beginning of December, already has 368,000 views. Donald Trump meets the notorious Diamond and Silk, his fans. Let's go ahead and watch this.
How great are they? How great are they? I turn on my television one night, and I see these two on television. I say, they are the greatest. What is it? They became an internet sensation. I hope you've monetized it a little bit. Do you want to do a little routine? Come on, go ahead.
Well, first of all, I'm glad that the media can see us and all. Silk, there they go. There they go. I see them. I see them. I want everybody to know, yes, that we stand behind Donald J. Trump. Yes, we do, baby. Yes. Yes. We support Donald J. Trump. Yes. And we endorse Donald J. Trump. And this is going to be our next president of these United States. Yes. Yes. Oh. The silent majority has spoken, baby. Yes. We've spoken. Don't get it twisted. That's right. Tell him to build that wall. Now listen, he gonna put that wall up. Yes, he is. He gonna build that wall. He gonna build it. And he gonna build it tall. He gonna build it tall. And it's gonna protect us all. He gonna protect us all. We don't want this country to fall, do we? No, we don't want it to fall. No. Build that wall, Donald J. Trump. Build that wall. Woo! Build it.
How good, how good. What people. What great people. Okay, let's take another.
Again, that was one of our top videos on our YouTube channel. The next most viewed video of 2015 on our YouTube channel is a really tragic story. This one of a police camera showing the final moments before an officer was killed in Flagstaff. Officer Tyler Stewart. This video from January, just about a year ago, guys. Let's watch.
First on Fox, we're seeing just released video from a deadly police shooting in Flagstaff.
Officer Tyler Stewart was shot and killed responding to a domestic violence call last month. The suspect then killed himself.
Officer Stewart was wearing a body camera, and it captured the shooting and the final moments of his life. Fox 10's Mark Martinez is live in Flagstaff.
Yeah, we are live in the neighborhood where Officer Stewart lost his life. The young officer just on a routine call late last month. You could see here a memorial has been set up in honor of that officer just feet away from where he died. Today, Flagstaff police releasing that body camera video. It is chilling as it shows the officer approaching the suspect in a domestic violence case. Everything seems very normal until that suspect suddenly pulls a gun.
Is there anything I can do between you guys? You need someone to exchange the keys, or?
The video from Officer Tyler Stewart's body camera begins in his patrol car on the afternoon of Saturday, December 27th. The 24-year-old officer out looking for a suspect in a domestic violence case. He found the man, 28-year-old Robert Smith, in a neighborhood off West Clay Avenue in Flagstaff. Officer Stewart calmly questioned Smith about what happened between him and his girlfriend.
You don't have any weapons in your pockets or anything like that?
No, sir, I'm just cold.
Okay.
My tooth has not let me eat in days.
Okay. How bad is the pain?
On a scale of 1 to 10, like a 12.
Like a 12?
It shoots up to here, here, here.
Okay. Okay. So, I was in the area. Got some other calls coming in, but I thought I'd swing by.
During their conversation, Stewart asks to search Smith to make sure he doesn't have any weapons, and things change in a split second.
You mind if I just pat down your pockets real quick? You don't have anything in here?
No.
Okay. Nothing in here?
No, this is my smoke.
Okay.
The video too graphic to show from here, but Flagstaff PD says you hear 3 gunshots and the camera goes to the ground. Then 3 more shots from Smith's .22 caliber handgun. The body camera moves slightly, all within a 4-second time frame. After the 6th shot, there is 9 seconds of silence on the video, followed by what investigators believe is the sound of Officer Stewart's service weapon cycling. Then a 7th and final round is heard. Officer Stewart was pronounced dead a short time later. And investigators say Officer Stewart had no time to fire his service weapon, although it appeared he did try. Again, the suspect took his own life right here at the scene. Officer Tyler Stewart, only the 2nd Flagstaff officer to ever lose his life in the line of duty. Again, he was just 24 years old. Reporting live in Flagstaff tonight, Mark Martinez, Fox 10 News.
Alright guys, moving on to the next story. That one obviously a very sad story, so I want to lighten things up, cheer you guys up. The most next viewed video is a special video that we made right here in the newsroom. It's called Llamas on the Loose, the musical. Now you guys remember the llama drama, that was like 20-30 minutes long. This one was a condensed version we made. It's 3 minutes long, and the song in the background may seem a little familiar. This video clip almost 300,000 views.
Received a copy. Those were the infamous llamas. That was the condensed version. Here's the full version of Llamas on the Loose. You'll probably hear Ron and I talking in the background.
They get split up,
periodically.
like Bonnie and Clyde. Other well-known outlaws, that their odds are not as good as if they stick together. What's the matter?
I don't know. I just saw a car, then I realized it was a cop, and then everything was fine. But it's still nerve-wracking to watch this all happen.
Right.
They're getting cornered, and I'm just so nervous for them.
Okay.
They turned. This is crazy. How cool would I don't want to say how cool would it be, but it would be really neat to be in those cars on the streets with the llamas, seeing this. I mean, we get to watch it live from an aerial point of view,
right?
Which I think we have the best point of view.
Oh,
we've
look
been
at here.
following them everywhere. But
I totally
still.
agree. But it would be cool to be on the ground, but you'd have about 5 seconds to snap your picture because then they'd be gone. See, now this guy, that sheriff's deputy probably thought, oh, here's a good opportunity there. They are up right against that Boswell campus. Okay, so the one takes off. Okay, so we're on Del Webb. There we go. Skyfox kind of helping us out, showing us where they are.
So where are we right now?
All right, so let me pull up Del Webb on the Google map. Hold on. They're at the far side of the of the old Banner Medical Campus along Del Webb.
Someone's making a joke
At
saying
about Thunderbird still.
By the way, I love reading the comments coming in from all over the world. Cinna Spice Girl saying they're looking for the courthouse, insinuating that the llamas are looking for wherever Jodi Arias is.
Well,
even the llamas are on Arias watch. That's so funny.
Okay, so every once in a while, I think they actually stop and rest in the shade, right? So like, okay, this is a nice, cool place to hang out. I mean, these guys have got some of, like the one guy looks like he's sort of partially sheared there. You notice that? So I guess certainly if they're alpacas, they're being raised for their wool. And here's a guy who, is partially shaved, but you still got to be warming up. It's a nice 75-degree day here. Perfect late February, early March kind of weather. But every time we see somebody with their arms out saying, come on, stop, it only makes them run.
This is so great. I think it was Patrick saying, if only my boss knew that I was spending my time at work watching llamas, I'd be at the unemployment office tomorrow. It's like, what are you doing? Watching the news.
Yeah.
But this is the news. This is what's happening right now here locally in the greater Phoenix area.
Yeah, Patrick. I mean, we all got to see how this comes to a conclusion. You're just trying to be informed, and if you need, we can probably write a letter for your boss or something. Okay, so another parking lot. All right, now see here, there's
another person, Benita, saying llamas in support of Travis Alexander and wanted to be there to support the DP verdict once it's read.
Well, it has certainly attracted the attention of a lot of law enforcement. How about that guy kind of scooting through in traffic?
I'm convinced the white one is the leader now. Now watching it, the black one has followed more than the white one, and the white one is larger.
Yeah.
So the white one is larger and is taking charge, is the leader.
A little older, a little wiser, you think?
And then the little one is tagging along. I swear, it's like a lackey, the little sidekick in high school. The white llama is like the cool jock, and then the black llama is the one that's his friend and sidekick that does all the stuff he doesn't want him to do,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, now they're up against, looks like a ball field.
I'm just fascinated. Who are these people on the ground? Are they just random passerbys? Or are they actually, like, officials that, oh my God, these llamas or alpacas, whatever they are, they're fast.
Yeah, they are fast. I mean, so far we haven't seen anybody that could even potentially keep up with them. But, I don't know, I've seen that guy in the vest 2 or 3 times, and there's that. Is that same white work truck that we've seen before? I mean, you can see how the larger llama has her leash, or his leash, still on him. And this is hilarious. Watch this. These people think they can.
And it's funny reading the comments and seeing how people are speaking on behalf of the llamas. For example, Rachel saying that one is saying, "Llama bro, didn't we just come this way?" And he's like, "Yeah, dude, but we didn't go the wrong way this way." It's just like these hypothetical scenarios. Like, what did one llama say to another? That's like the premise for a joke. That's
yeah, exactly. Right.
What did the white llama say to the black llama? I mean, somebody start writing some jokes. I'll read them on air.
They did just get off of Del Webb Boulevard again. All right, so there's Del Webb. Mm-hmm. And they're right at Del Webb and Thunderbird. They've kind of been hanging in that neighborhood for a while.
So if we pulled up a map right now, would we be able to kind of chart their course?
Yeah. Do you want to put it in the corner? Yeah. I know we don't want to.
Yeah, maybe we can put it in the corner. Let's pull up the map over. Do you want to pull up the map here?
Sure.
Once you find the map and the route, maybe we'll be able to show the viewers.
Okay. I'll work on
the llamas and the map. That way they have an idea. Because I feel like we're just watching from up here. Again, when we originally brought you this scene, they were at 103rd and Grand. They've obviously traveled quite a bit.
Right.
Just prancing around town. I don't even know. Are they still in Sun City, or have they made it?
Yeah, they're really in the heart of Sun City. I accidentally typed in Google Mail and pulled up your mail account.
Oh, thanks. Well, I'm getting an email from my Chase QuickPay.
Well, we can work on that in a while. Let me just keep working on Google Maps here. So.
Well, let's continue to be on Llama Watch.
Yeah. Can I just give folks the latest on what's happening here? Is we get people all over the place watching this.
How do you catch a llama?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes. Okay. What's happening? All right. we're standing by to chat with Dr. Grace Stafford in just a second. And that'll be pretty interesting. All right, so let's get back up to Sun City. Sami is working on some of the latest details that we can give people, and we are going to show everybody exactly what's happening in just one. Yeah, boy, that was really close for a second there. I mean, because you had that electrical box and the wall, I mean, it really looked for a second like they were going to get cornered, but every time it looks like they're going to get cornered, people on the ground don't have the perspective that we do watching from our helicopter. They don't realize how fast these things really are. I mean, they're really hopping along. We're in the process right now of just getting a hold of Dr. Grace Stafford.
Actually, we just got a hold of Dr. Grace Stafford with the Wildlife World Zoo, who's watching this live stream live with us right now. Dr. Stafford, you're on speaker now. Can you talk a little bit about everything going on?
Yeah, it's been rather fascinating to watch. You know, originally when the animals were both together, I think that was an opportunity for us to try to, you know, set the perimeter and then perhaps slowly close the perimeter down and get a hold of them, because they seem to be pretty well bonded with each other. And where one goes, the other one goes. So you can often use that to your advantage, because if you can get a hold of one or the slower one, and one has a harness on it, looks like it's got a rope around it, then you can probably get the other one to stay in the vicinity.
All right, so Gray, one of the questions we are being asked, we have people watching this on News Now on our YouTube channel, literally all over the world, and they're asking, well, so where most likely would they have come from? And I said, all right, well, we've got a great zoo on the west side, but I know they didn't come from there. I presume we have people who are growing them for their wool in areas not too far outside of Sun City. Is that your take on it?
That's probably the case, absolutely, because, you know, they're almost, they've been domesticated for centuries. A lot of people like to have them as pets, whether they do it simply as a backyard animal in a, horse area, or if they're doing it more from a commercial standpoint to get that wool, as you say. It looks to me like the white one's been sheared, at least in the middle, from the images. So that's probably the case. You know, a lot of people like to use that wool to manufacture sweaters and that sort of thing, as it's been done for 1,000 years or more. I think the main thing I would do is try to set a perimeter with vehicles, even in a shady area, give the animals a chance to rest, get their wits about them, and that way, law enforcement and others can perhaps approach a little more closely.
So would the animal behavior, and I know you're watching this on a little bit of a delay from what we're seeing, so just kind of work with us. We are seeing right now, it looked like a handler, you'll see this here in just a second. We're seeing what appeared to be a handler up, literally doing the horse whisperer routine for a second, walking with it, and almost able to reach out. I think we might have a successful conclusion here. In just a second, because he was able literally to walk right along, and it looked like obviously the animals develop a bond with their either with their grower, their handler, that kind of a thing.
Oh, we got the white one back too.
And so just as we watch this here, they've been apart for about 3 or 4 minutes, and now suddenly they're back together again. Is that the best bet, is to have the handler literally kind of calm them down, and then they can try to get a hold on them?
Yeah, I would agree. I think you want to get them calm and slowly close down the loop, get your team together, so that you don't have those opportunities for them to escape, as they've done for the past several minutes, as people close in. You want to take your time. As long as the animal's not in the middle of the road and traffic's been alerted, now, see that what you mean that they're back together. This, I think, gives you an opportunity, especially since one of them does have a rope on them, get a good, quick, lucky strike and grab a hold of that rope, you've got one of the animals, and hopefully the other one will stay in the vicinity.
Right. And we were getting a lot of questions on online whether these are alpacas or if they're llamas. Can you clarify and can you elaborate on what the difference is between the two animals?
Yeah, to me they look like llamas. Alpacas, for lack of a better description, look like they have more of a moppy head on top with extra thick and longer hair on top. So they look a little different. They're from slightly different habitats and regions in South America. These are both basically domesticated versions of their wild cousins. Llamas have been in human care for so many years as part of commerce in South and Central America because they're so sure-footed. They are descendants of a common animal related to camels, so they have a very wide foot compared to other animals, and therefore they've lent themselves to being pack animals for many, many, many centuries.
Do you have any idea how common this is here in the Valley? I know it's surprising people who are watching from areas outside of Arizona, but you only have to go, a half mile outside of the Sun Cities, and you could be in a more rural or more agricultural setting. But is this quite common here in Arizona?
Well, I think it is because, you think about the history of areas like Scottsdale. Scottsdale's a horse community still. Maybe not so much these days, but there are entire neighborhoods in what would otherwise look like a residential area that have horses and other livestock, maybe pygmy goats, and certainly in some cases llamas. So not uncommon at all, and particularly, as you say, out in the Northwest Valley, there's a lot more agricultural land out there.
Hang on one quick second, Gray. It looks like we've got one of them that was just successfully lassoed.
Yeah, and it looks like
just a moment ago.
Shopping center, or no, it looks like the parking area of an apartment complex.
Yeah. Now the other one is still running free, and actually is quite a ways away.
The black one has been lassoed, and
again,
the white one's still on the loose.
For folks who are watching us, Dr. Gray Stafford from the Wildlife World Zoo is watching this on just a little bit of a delay. And we're trying to kind of get you the same information at the same time. So it looks like they did manage to get the black one lassoed.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, go ahead with what you were telling us a little bit about just what we should understand about them.
Well, if they're raised by people and they're put in a similar situation as you might have horses and goats and that sort of thing, they can be quite affectionate animals. You always hear about them spitting and that sort of thing. That's typically if they're feeling territorial during breeding season and so forth. But I know that a lot of people are llama and alpaca enthusiasts, not just for the wool, but for the companionship aspect of these animals. We've had many on your Fox 10 set over the years as youngsters. Mm-hmm. Obviously, if they get to be 5 and 6 feet tall at the head, they don't travel in zoo vans as well. But this is not as big an animal as a horse. Doesn't mean you can't be kicked by one or head-butted by one. I think the main thing here is to take your time, maybe show that the other one is under control but being treated well and calmly, keep voices down. And again, it's just establishing that safety perimeter that you can then close that down until the animal decides to give up and is restrained.
One of the viewers actually asked, how common is this scene right here, llamas on the loose? Is this a common occurrence?
Llamas on the loose? This is the first time I've seen it in 15 years living in the valley. But of course, we saw a few months ago that bear that came in from the East Mountains towards Globe and so forth.
Right.
And it took a long time for law enforcement and wildlife officials to get their team together. And you want to kind of steer the animal away from populated areas, away from traffic areas, because of course it's not just a llama that's at risk here. It's any vehicle that might strike this animal. This is a very large animal, and it can cause serious damage to a vehicle. So, you want to really take your time and make sure that you don't keep rushing things when you're not prepared to close that loop and prevent the escape.
One of the questions we had early on was if they might have escaped from a zoo, and we know that that's just not going to happen here. They've obviously escaped from an individual handler, but are you aware, are there any requirements in terms of fencing etc. When someone gets into the business of raising animals like this, I mean, I could see where obviously they were being led somewhere because he's got his leash on him, and so something spooked him. They could have been in the process of transporting him or moving him around. But are you aware of what requirements exist for people who have alpacas or llamas as a business?
Other than any local ordinances that might exist at the city level, I'm not aware of any. Obviously, your property has to be zoned for having animals like that, either as a pet or if it's more of a commercial enterprise, then you've got to be zoned properly for that. But you bring up a good point about a zoo situation. Well, we are required by law, federal and state law, to have double barriers. So not only are the animals enclosed in a corral, for example, but then the entire zoo property is enclosed by a certain height fence. So that if a gate was left open, if an animal slipped by a handler, if a child left the petting zoo gate open, that animal's not going anywhere. They're still going to be contained to the zoo grounds in our case. Obviously, that doesn't exist necessarily on a farm or in someone's horse corral.
Have you ever noticed a situation, Gray, when you are in the process of getting ready to transport, as you say, we've had these animals right here in our studio, and they seem so... I don't know, they seem so calm, etc. But have you ever noticed a kind of a skittish nature to these particular breeds?
Oh, sure. I mean, these are herding animals. They are hoofed animals. Their main defense is to keep moving and stay away from predators and to run. So in an unfamiliar environment, like a city street and dozens of vehicles and dozens more law enforcement and people just trying to help, all the things the animal may be familiar with are now gone or changed, and you can see them just trying to flee this unknown situation. So this is very, very common. That's why it's really important I think, for everyone to move slowly, stop traffic where necessary, line up vehicles to create a visual barrier, and then move slowly as you get in the wranglers, the folks with the ropes and so forth, so that you don't create a situation where every time that animal escapes from one scenario, it's getting better for the next one. And so you really want to go slowly. For example, if you take your pet to the veterinarian to have some vaccinations done, it's really important that you use enough passive restraint on that animal so they don't flee when it's time to get that injection. If they wiggle out of it, they're only learning that next time they just wiggle a little harder and they can escape this unpleasant thing called an injection. It's the same learning process going on right here with this llama and with any animal that's on the loose.
Here comes a lasso attempt. Hold on just one second. Boy, if that guy can get his lasso working right here.
Oh,
he got him.
He got it.
He got him.
He got it.
Good.
Wow. Okay. So we had we got 3 guys here.
Wow.
In this work truck, and one of them had the lasso. They're giving each other high fives. But the thing that was concerning me is that it was right on the verge. Thank goodness they've got that decorative wall between the side street and Grand Avenue, because you got 6-7 lanes of traffic out there on Grand. But it looked like it was heading right for the parking lot to the medical complex, that huge medical facility that's out there. And then if you get it onto the campus of a medical center, who knows?
By the way, Llama Watch is trending on Twitter. Can I just add that in?
Is that right?
Yeah.
And how appropriate that the guys drove up in a Dodge pickup truck. I mean, that's like a modern Western right there.
That's exactly right.
I know. Someone needs to take a photo of the scene, the screenshot of Llama Watch.
You got to believe the executives from Dodge are going to be getting a hold of those guys and put them in their next Super Bowl commercial or something. It is so interesting, though, Gray, because we've seen so many situations here in Arizona of a major metropolitan area of 4 million people when we have these animal interactions. I think it's surprising to people how often it does happen. As you said, it was not that long ago. We had a bear on the loose coming in from up out of the Superstition Mountains.
I just want to say llamas is the second most trending thing in the United States right now.
Are you kidding me?
These llamas, I'm pretty sure no one else is talking about any other llamas. These are the most famous llamas in the country right now.
Wow.
Well, Ron, you raised an interesting point, and I think there are probably 2 basic reasons for that. One, the valley is growing. We are extending our borders well into the desert, wild and pristine areas, so we're going to see these encounters. We've had, weather changes and drought conditions, so animals are looking for moisture, they're looking for food, and we're creating these lush habitats here in urban areas. And then, of course, the history of Arizona is rural, it's agricultural, it's Western, television movies. So you're seeing kind of those animals, when they do come out like they are today, it's probably a combination of both of those factors.
Yeah, well, absolutely. So, no doubt, one of the questions we were asked a minute ago is they've got to be awfully scared in a situation like that. They have no idea where they are.
Right. And, you see this panic situation anytime you see a feral dog or cat on the side of the road. It just kind of breaks my heart to see what must surely be dismay and terror on the part of that animal. But the good news is now they've got the animals under control. They can, the animals, if they've been handled at all, which it looks like they have, with one having a halter on it, they're used to being led around. They may not be pets. They may not be that socialized to humans like the ones in our petting zoo situation, but they're at least familiar enough with people. So now that they're under control and can't flee, things should calm down for them, and they'll settle down, I think.
You were talking a minute ago about how the learned behavior of animals, if they can wiggle out of a situation, unfortunately, they just learn to wiggle harder the next time around. What about when they've been in almost a panic, stressful situation like this, just in terms of, getting them settled down and getting them back to their regular environment?
I think that you raise an excellent point. And, initially, escaping and being someplace new can be fun and interesting because it's different. Once you start throwing in vehicles and airplanes overhead and helicopters and lots of strange people and noises, then you're right, an animal can go into a panic situation. And that's what you really want to avoid, if you can, by creating that perimeter, whether you're using fences or vehicles or so forth, to prevent animals running into traffic, but also to prevent them from rehearsing this fleeing behavior, this panic, as you will, that only can spiral even higher. You get into that fight or flight syndrome, in this case a flight syndrome, and it does arouse the animals and does lessen their ability to think clearly, I guess.
Well, we sure had a lot of people with a lot of interesting questions. That one of the things about this news now that we've got our new YouTube channel is that literally people are watching from all over the world. Can you recall, I'm trying to remember now, we had this llama today, and it looks like they've calmed him down at least a little bit here, that they may have a transport vehicle nearby. I'm glad to see them doing that. They just stopped and it looked like maybe 2 or 3 minutes just tried to kind of calm him down.
Right.
And then we had the situation was that a black bear or a brown bear?
It was a black bear.
It was a black bear, and that was out in the complete opposite end. That's probably 50 miles the other side of the metro area, all the way out in Queen Creek. But we've had other situations, for example, where we've seen horses, where we've seen, and it might surprise people to know that we've got wild horses, etc. But it's really been fascinating, Gray, just to get a little bit of perspective from you today. And so as we watch, and people around the world watch it, we can understand a little bit more about really seeing this sort of through the perspective of the two animals who created quite a stir. There are going to be a lot of people in Sun City who've got a lot of stories to share, because they were running through a lot of backyards.
Sure.
Okay, great. Thanks for your time.
Hey, great to be with you.
Okay, appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to go ahead and make another phone call. I know Fox 10's Mia Garcia was speaking with Alicia Santiago from Arizona Llama Rescue, and she was saying that llamas are not supposed to be tied around the neck like that. So I want to give her a call and get her take on this llama watch that we're all watching right now, and see, because she is with Arizona Llama Rescue, so I know she'll have some insight as to the proper way, I guess you could say, to capture, apprehend, safely secure a llama. So give me just 1 second. I'm going to give her a call now.
Okay, so it's 1:30. It'd be a good time for me to just, while Samia's hopping on the phone, to update everybody what's going on. We got a report here about an hour ago that there were 2 llamas on the loose just outside of the large retirement communities of Sun City and Sun City West in the northwest part of the Metro Phoenix area, and we saw a lot of people just literally trying to stop them. You are watching our new YouTube channel. that we continue to invite folks to subscribe to this channel, because we have live news coverage of events happening here in Phoenix, including this, the latest developments from the courthouse in the Jodi Arias case, and other stories that happen both locally and around the world. And we've got somebody with some interesting perspective here, Samia.
Right. I have Alicia Santiago with Arizona Llama Rescue on the phone now. Alicia, you've been watching this live, I guess you could call it Llama Watch, over the last few minutes. What's your take on everything that's happened thus far?
Well, it's apparent that this llama is someone's pet that got out somehow. Because when you're watching him, he's halter trained because he's leading well, and he's been sheared. He or she has been sheared.
Mm-hmm. Tell us a little bit about, maybe you can give us the perspective. Are there a lot of llamas here, either on the fringes of the metro area or we do have little agricultural pockets here and there, of course, across the metro area. How common is this?
Well, it used to be we knew all the people in Arizona that had llamas. There weren't many of us, but now they are.
All right, guys, so you have the gist of llama drama. I want to give you guys a recap of the top 5 stories of today. We know that the Dubai fire was still burning this morning. Pretty crazy. Don't have a lot of updates with that. We showed you some 2016 Happy New Year messages from many people who are running for president. I'll show you those again later this afternoon. Affluenza teens return delayed. It's possible that the affluenza teen, Ethan Couch, may be in Mexico for weeks or even months. However, his mother did return to the United States, arrived at LAX yesterday. Many people comparing her to Carrot Top. Natalie Cole, unfortunately, died at the age of 65. We just heard the news about an hour or two ago. It's breaking news. It's trending on Twitter. Really just a very sad thing to hear about that Grammy Award-winning artist. And last but not least, it's 2016. Happy New Year, guys. So, in honor of the new year, we are recapping some of our best stories from 2015, for some of our most watched. We just showed you the llama drama video, and now I'm going to take you to a police chase from April. This was a day that Jeff worked. Jeff doesn't always take over too often, but I figured I would show you guys this one. And I'll be back with you guys after this police chase wraps up. Stand by.
Okay, everyone, this is Jeff Moriarty with Fox 10 News Now, and we have footage of a live chase, police chase, going on in LA. Looking to get some more information on this right now. It appears someone has stolen a green cab. So it's a little strange. You have a whole lot of police cars following a green taxi cab. So working to get more information on this now. This is live from Los Angeles. And we will pull more together information for you together as we get it. Again, this is coming to you from Los Angeles. You see the green taxi cab up in front there, and 2, 4, 6, about 8 police cars behind it. Unclear if the driver, if there's someone in the cab, has a weapon or not right now. Working to gather more information. Okay, this is Jeff Moriarty with Fox 10 News Now, and we are getting aerial footage from Los Angeles, where a police chase is underway. Police have a green taxi cab. You can kind of see it there through the houses. We understand it is a stolen taxi cab. We don't know much more beyond that at this point. So stolen green taxi cab through South LA. Get you more information as we can. This is Jeff Moriarty with Fox 10 Phoenix. We are currently monitoring a police pursuit in Los Angeles. Suspect is in a green taxi cab. We understand the taxi is stolen and the driver may be armed. We don't know much more than that, other than there are a considerable number of police cars after this individual right now. And we lose him periodically because of surrounding buildings or trees. We lost track of him there now again. I don't know if maybe the police caught him. Oh, he's apparently quite near the airport, judging by the plane that just went by. Oh, no, there he is. Heading the other direction. So we are sticking with this. We get more information as we can. You can see a substantial number of police cars following him. I understand they're probably trying to keep distance because of the possibility of him being armed. So this is out of Los Angeles. I understand he stole the car near the Inglewood area. Not sure exactly where he is right now, but we're working to gather more information. So this is a police pursuit through Los Angeles. These are aerial pictures from a local station there. Police are pursuing a green taxi. Looking for more information on that as we get it. It's a stolen green taxi cab. Many police cars in pursuit. Get some more information here. Watching this for several minutes now. The suspect was being chased by police around 2 o'clock in the Inglewood area and is suspected of carjacking the car. A green taxi. Gonna have to guess that is a crime of opportunity because that is probably not somebody's first choice in terms of a car to pick. We're getting reports that we don't know the whole backstory here, but apparently residents are actually coming out on the street and cheering on the suspect as he drives by. So we don't know the whole story or who he is or why he grabbed this car. We're seeing if we can possibly get another angle on this particular feed right now. Maybe get a little bit closer. It's kind of tricky to see where he is and where he's going. The huge number of red and blue flashing lights behind him tend to help a little bit. There he goes across the intersection. 1, 2, 3. Oh no, I can't count because he moved the helicopter. There's a lot of cars back there. So I'm going to keep looking and seeing if we can go and see if I've got another angle here. Maybe I can see how many cars are in pursuit. Another feed here that I can see, but I'm not able to share, that showed some of the police opening their doors there as if they were expecting the suspect to bail, head out on foot, turn it into a foot chase. But right now it is still continuing down the streets. Chase is not over right now. Still going on. Patrick, Savannah, thank you for joining us. Yes, Michelle, this is a stolen taxi cab. We understand that the driver, it's a carjacking, may be armed. All right, we were able to get in a much better view. So, again, don't know much more other than it looks like the suspect he's continuing eastbound on Imperial right now. For those of you familiar with the LA area, stolen car. I understand the suspect might be armed. Is a green Prius cab apparently. So this might be one of the most economical police chases that I have seen. Don't know the details around the suspect or the nature of the carjacking. One assumes this was simply a crime of opportunity. This probably wasn't the top car on this person's list. We're not sure if he is male or female. Sierra, 1947, to your question. I'm going to guess this was their top car. So obviously the other cars could probably easily overtake it, but if the suspect is armed, that raises a different set of challenges, so they are hanging back and following this for about 15 minutes. I understand this chase has been going on around 45 minutes. See at least 7 cars at different distances there as this person continues. I was a bit tense when go through an intersection there. Okay, looking to get more information here, and unfortunately I still don't have a lot. And this is Jeff Moriarty with Fox 10 News Now, and we are carrying a live stream of the pursuit of a green taxi that has been reported stolen in Los Angeles. And he is approaching the intersection here, it looks like. Since this is in Los Angeles, we don't have quite as much detail as we do when it's local, although sometimes when it's local we don't have any detail either. But we understand the suspect may be armed, probably armed, carjacked this car, and this pursuit's been going on for almost an hour now. Oh, we can see a little bit of a, looks like a guy in there. Kind of hard to tell. Police continue to pursue. I'm not sure where he's headed, or several times the cars have slowed down. The police started to open their doors as if they expected this to go to a foot chase. So if you see the car slow down, that's what to watch out for there. See a number of helicopters in the area. This amount of aerial coverage and police cars behind you, it's really unlikely this guy's going to get away. But they always seem to hold out hope. I have to agree with some of the comments in the chat room. If you are not watching us on YouTube, we do have a chat room that accompanies all of our broadcasts where you can share your thoughts and comments. We have a great group of regulars, and they're very welcoming. Anyone else wants to join in and say hello and share your thoughts on this, and you can find that on our YouTube channel, fox10phoenix.com. We'll try that again, youtube.com/fox10phoenix. Although you could probably find this video right now on our main website as well. There's a whole chat room there. Sort of a little distracted, keeping an eye on the screen here. But some of the people were saying this is one of the politest car chases that they've ever seen. And I'd have to agree, although even the politest of car chases can end quite roughly and quite abruptly. Never anything to take lightly, especially with a carjacking with somebody who is armed. This actually does stop at a foot chase and he pulls a weapon. This could get rough very quickly. So again, this is a carjacking of a green cab out of Los Angeles. I lost track of exactly where this individual is. I will see if I can find some more information right now. And we'll stay with this pursuit. Last information we have was that he was northbound on Crenshaw near 108th Street. Although, by the time this filters to us, the way he's driving, it's probably outdated information. And it's, since this is not local, this isn't Phoenix. The exact location probably isn't as critical to a lot of people watching locally. However, I do know we get viewers from all over the world, which we appreciate immensely. We are watching a stolen green taxi police pursuit through the streets of Los Angeles. All right, for those of you joining us here, again, police pursuit, Los Angeles, green cab. Looks to be a man driving it, but we don't have that officially confirmed. We understand they could be armed, which is why the police are keeping such a big distance behind this cab. We don't know exactly what he did, and we don't know much more details than that. So we are watching along with you. This is live out of Los Angeles. Every time he slows down, every time he hits an intersection, I'm waiting for things to get pretty rough. Yeah, see, he's slowing down. The cops slow down. They want to keep distance there, but they are preparing to get out and engage in a foot pursuit. There's a lot of police in pursuit there. And is he going in circles? Didn't we just see this car lot? Alright, am I getting... Alright. I've lost track. I need a map of LA and I don't know exactly where this guy is. So... he's hanging out the window there now. See if I can get more information. But it does appear to be short in coming. We're probably going to find out everything we need to know about this chase together as we watch. So he's got his window down and... is he on the phone? I thought he was on his cell phone calling somebody. I don't know if he stopped. Okay. No, he's not. He was playing with the police. Stopping, so they started to get out of his car to probably pursue him or probably have their own weapons drawn, since I understand this guy is armed, and he just took off again. With the helicopters overhead, both the news helicopters and police helicopters, he's not hiding anywhere. So, but again, most carjackings like this, if this was after a robbery, we don't know, making some, These poor people here just getting caught up in the middle of this, don't know what's going on. That's a hell of a thing. I thought he was going to perhaps draw his weapon on that other person in the car there. I've got a lot of people out, so they must have seen, as we mentioned earlier, people were coming out, cheering him on. You can see crowds, wow. People are coming out cheering the guy on, which if weapons get drawn is just really not going to be helping the situation at all. What a mess. All right, the car is, and he's going again. This is one of the stranger police. Not that I've seen a lot of police chases, but this is a little bit crazy. So it looks like LAPD is tweeting to try to keep people out of the area because of the pursuit, but obviously there's just so much traffic. Oh, dude in the blue van. Oh no. This is just, what are you doing? Is he trying to get out of the way or trying to help? I'm not sure what's happening there. I would not imagine it'd be a good idea for anyone to try and get involved in this particular situation here. Just reinforcing the thoughts that doing some of the housekeeping here. Trying to get more information. For those of you who join us regularly, we normally start our broadcast at 3 p.m. We will not be doing a separate broadcast. We have a couple other stories we want to cover. But we'll be continuing here. My name is Jeff Moriarty. I am your host today on Fox 10 News Now. Your regular host, Samia Khan, is on vacation in California. Hopefully she is nowhere near this car chase. Actually, I don't think she's in this part of Cali, but she is enjoying her day off, so I am filling in for her and covering this chase as well as some other things. We will hopefully talk to Troy Hayden a little bit about upcoming Jodi Arias news, take a little bit of another look at that absolutely incredible video out of Cottonwood and the passing of Raul Castro, a few other topics that we've got on store. Right now, all eyes are on this green taxi cab, brightly and economically winding its way through LA streets. And I'm going to go see if I can get some more information on that, take care of some other behind-the-scenes details, and try to keep my eye on the monitor at the same time. Thank you for joining us on Fox 10 News Now. Wow, so it looked like he was maybe going to carjack that other person there, trying to, I guess, upgrade his ride. I don't know if he's low on gas potentially, or kind of what's going on, or just he wants something faster. I see police helicopters engaged there as well. All right, we got a lot of people joining us today, and we appreciate that. This is Fox 10 News Now, a streaming newscast. Get us on your phone, on your laptop, on your TV, anywhere you got an internet connection. And one of the nice things about this format, we got more people cheering the guy on. They're clearly watching this locally. Hopefully they're watching Fox 10 News Now, but they might be watching something else in LA. And they come out to cheer this guy as he goes through the streets in his stolen green Prius taxi cab with a whole lot of police behind him and overhead. Police are hanging back because they understand that he is armed. You see some more people there coming out to cheer on. Just crazy to me, especially knowing the guy's armed. It just only makes the situation crazier if that can actually happen by putting that many more civilians in the mix. depending on where you're watching us. If you are watching us on YouTube, we have a great chat room there. Please hop in, say hello, get involved in the conversation, talk about what's going on. That's one of the things that makes this medium so exciting compared to regular TV, which I love dearly, but I like the interactivity. We can talk about events live. We can stay with something like this for a long period of time, even when other TV stations have to cut away. Still going. More bystanders. Those people sitting in chairs? I'm going to just kind of hope they were out there already, because that's a little bit crazy. Maybe a lot. I don't know. He's stopping by someone else again. They're getting out of there. Yeah, they want no part of that. All right, so we have a number of people in the chat room. We saying hello, give some shout outs there. We are also, Savannah, worried about the bystanders. We are, wow, he is now pinned up against a train going under a train gate. He is not getting anywhere now. Yeah, I've never seen, so now we have a train and a Prius involved, and he's going the other way. This is one of the strangest police chases that I've only been doing this about a year and a half. I've seen a few. I've seen some weird ones. This is new. But now he's also going the wrong way in traffic, which considerably impedes his ability to move. So it looks like you've got more people cheering him on. Now he's stopping. I don't know what he's doing right there. He's wedging between. Oh, people are waving him on, giving him directions on where to go. And I was at least going the right way again, which is nice. And he's off again. Wow. Prius versus train. Prius prevails. Insane. All right, sorry about that. So, he doesn't seem to be speeding. He seems to be going excessive rates of speed that could be limited to his car. Saw some different people said that. Someone, I think, from Costa Rica said they were watching. If you're watching from anywhere around the world, love to hear where people are tuning in from. I think this is fantastic, the reach this has. Ooh, just misclipping that car. Oh, Soren Larsen from Denmark, Scandinavia watching. Appreciate that. Soren, this is happening in Los Angeles, California. He's hitting the speed there. And understand this chase has been going on for a little over an hour. We picked it up, I'll say about half an hour ago. been carrying it ever since then. This is a carjacker stole a green Prius going through the streets of LA. It's gone the wrong way multiple times. All over the place, every kind of streets. Now he's in a residential area. He was in an industrial area before. People are watching on TV, coming out to cheer him on. He got cornered by a train, managed to turn around and keep going after that. He's come up against, that looks like another news van. They got a little bit of an exclusive there. He stopped by several cars. It was unclear if he was trying to get a different car or not. Around if he stops and gets out of that vehicle until they're sure he is unarmed. All right, got a lot of Arizonans here checking in. Got John up in Flagstaff, Alice joining us from Glendale. Ray, or Rye, hope I've got your name right, one of those 2 times, in Santan, thank you for joining us. And of course, Michelle's over in Ireland, Maddie in the UK, 2 places I love dearly. Okay, he just high-fived someone. The carjacking Prius thief is high-fiving people as he's passing down the road. This continues to be one of the strangest carjackings. So we've got trains, we've got Priuses, we have high fives. Yeah. I'm not sure I've got anything to add at this point. That's new.
This jacket match the bar. He's professional, man.
All right, he has his wipers on.
Start taking bets. Like, what do you guys think's gonna happen? If you get it right. Cash. Maybe he robbed a bank.
It looks like he is throwing money out the window, and people are trying to get at the money from the cars. I could not. Yeah, again, I'm kind of new to police chases, but this is a whole new thing to me. Wow. So again, we are looking at a. Tell your friends to tune in because this is one of the craziest police chases they are ever going to see. tweeted, shared, posted on your Facebook page. We appreciate you spreading the word. What we're doing here, carrying this stuff live, is new, and all of you wonderful people letting others know about it is the way we keep going. Chacho Rum, hello from Las Vegas. Thought we had crazy crab drivers. Yeah, you're going to have to raise the bar, because if you're just tuning in, this guy's been going the wrong way. He stopped multiple times. He faced off an entire freight train and turned around. He high-fived people as he was going along. He looks like he's stopping again here. Going to a wider shot here now. I'm not entirely what's going on. Hopefully we're going to catch this here in a second. We might have gotten very close to LAX airspace, and there are a lot of helicopters around. Oh, we got it back. Okay. It's amazing how difficult it is to actually keep track of these things when you're pursuing somebody or chasing somebody in a news helicopter over an urban setting. You know, you're trying to, safety first, right? You have a lot of things in the city. Buildings, hello, LA. A lot of traffic. You have other helicopters. You have possibly medical helicopters. You have local planes. You have police helicopters. Need to stay out of their way. There's usually limits to what people can do in that helicopter in terms of maintaining. People are running back out to the car again. Looks like they were either after high fives or money again. Again, I've sort of given up trying to figure out what's going to happen at any given time in this police chase. I think at this point, if the Llama's made another appearance, I wouldn't be too surprised. This is something else. Anyway, as I was saying, so it can be very difficult to keep, a view on a car like this. This is really, really, really difficult to do. And then if you get too close to a airspace of a airport or something like that, then you've got to fly entirely around. It says we have somebody from Poland in the chat room. So, jak się masz. My pronunciation is probably horrible on that these days, but hopefully that made sense. So, I appreciate everybody joining in. We are still, we've been with this for, let's see, what's the time count on this? For almost 50 minutes. As this individual, carjacker, we understand he is armed. All right, so hello everyone, I'm just here watching this with you. This is the same feed that I have in the studio. You're seeing it at the same time that I do. I will remove my headset here, my face, if we actually get a let's change the camera over. If I get in the way. My name is Jeff Moriarty. I am one of the hosts here on the DJs, if you will, on Fox 10 News Now, live streaming breaking news. We had a whole show planned for 3 o'clock, and this is what happens with breaking news. You go with what's happening. So this person has been going through the streets of LA in a stolen taxi cab. Unclear why he keeps putting the wipers on. but he has stopped to high-five people numerous times. He has thrown money out the window, people cheering him on. This is just one of the craziest things that I've seen. You've got an armed individual, police pursuing. They're clearly armed. Wow, there's some nice crowds there. So clearly they knew which way this guy was headed, and they got out in front of him. Is that tell me that is not a school. I really hope this guy gets nowhere near a school. What is he? I don't know what he was giving him there. If you've got theories in the chat room, I'd love to hear them.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of, scandalous images, but there's racing women there as well. Yeah, exactly. Questions that need to be asked.
Theories in the newsroom here is that someone was actually handing him a beer. Yeah. Alright, I'm going to take my picture-in-picture here, since every time I do that, he ends up in that corner of the frame. So. All right, so a recap for everybody joining us, since we have upwards of 300 people watching right now. We have a green Prius. Oh boy, and he's coming up against some stopped traffic. He's going to work his way through. He's going to hit the curb. Cut through the parking lot. Okay, so these people are probably responding to the police behind him, getting out of his way. He's through. Every time he makes an intersection, even with all those police behind him and the helicopters overhead, there's a lot of risk. He's on the right side of the road. All right. Miss Scalliant asked, are these car chases something unusual in the States? Fairly. Every so often you get something, but they're rarely of this duration. So this is, and we have he's back on the freeway, and we have a much bigger vehicle coming up. I wonder if they're going to try a pit maneuver on him and try to disable this vehicle once and for all. Of course, again, risky if he is armed. But once he got on the freeway, that changed the nature of this game. So we might be about to see a truck taking out a Prius. I'm betting on the truck. I always bet on the police and their vehicles. They have much better equipment in this case here, but okay, so that officer is going to be looking for a place to do this. If it is, and I'm guessing that's a pit maneuver vehicle, given the structure on the front of it there, used for coming up behind and tapping into the back of the car and causing him to spin out of control. He's looking for an open space to do that, which might be only probably held off because of all the people in the intersection. Again, people come out of their homes, jumping out of cars, cheering this guy on, handing him things. He's throwing money out of the car. Does he have his wipers on again? I don't get the wiper thing. But all right, he's got a wide open. I'm not clear why he didn't do it then, because now he's back in traffic. So it looks like he's off the freeway. Yeah, it looks like I don't see any. Well, it looks like the regular police cars are held way back now, and there's a small army of very unhappy-looking SUVs who are looking to take this to its conclusion. So, they just missed him. Yeah, they're definitely trying to pit him, so there's our pit maneuver vehicles. Yeah, this is an extremely, Jan Wilcox said, this is so dangerous, may not look like it, but it is a very dangerous maneuver for everyone involved, especially with this guy being armed, making sure they do it in a spot where it doesn't impact other cars or send them into a building or pedestrians or anything else. So, and he tried for another pit move there, trying to tag the back of that vehicle, the back of the Prius, but the Prius darts away again. He's multiple times previously, and they got him. And they're coming in on the side there, trying to pin him in. But again, they believe this guy is armed, so we expect to see weapons drawn. I would expect to see that. You can see those are some big, mean-looking vehicles right there. And we have the trifecta. I don't think there's anywhere that guy is going. And they've got a canine dog out there, ready to release as well. Coming out the top of the SUV. Again, this is live. We do not know exactly what's going on. If you are concerned about what you might see, you might want to tune out now, because we are going to stay with this. We got somebody over on the side there in the lower right behind that banner trying to see what's going on. Dude, this is not a good time to be. I don't know if he's trying to get a picture or what he's doing, but he needs to back out. The police are waving everybody else away. I don't know who that guy is by the fence. Okay, the man's out. I think he's down on the ground. A whole lot of officers and very, very angry German Shepherd, so they are cuffing him. I'm going to check the rest of the car, what they're signaling for there. They're picking the suspect up, and it does look like the individual we saw earlier hanging out of his window, high-fiving people as he drove, carjacked. We understand this taxi. We don't know the fate of the original taxi driver. We don't know what he was doing beforehand. This was over an hour-long chase through LA. We saw trains, we saw detours, we saw money being tossed from the window. It was one of the stranger police chases that we've seen. Looks like he is the only individual in the car. If you missed any of it, one of the nice things about this YouTube stream is you can just simply rewind and watch it again later. That guy in the white shirt was the person we saw earlier in the lower right-hand corner by the fence. So taking a picture of him at the scene. So we'll stick with this picture a little bit longer. So Soren, you said you can't see anymore what's happening. Every so often YouTube will reset the feed. If you have problems either seeing the chat or seeing the video or audio, refresh the page and it usually loads up just fine. we're doing, this has been an hour-long live stream, and a whole lot of things can go wrong somewhere down the line. So, apologize for that. But we love that it has the ability to be seen worldwide and have everybody join in. All right, so helicopter is leaving the area. So hello, my name is Jeff Moriarty. I am the one of the hosts of Fox 10 News Now. Backup for Samia Khan in this particular capacity. I do the social media and other things at the station. And normally we go on the air at 3 o'clock with a whole bunch of stories and news and other topics going on around the state. But, well, a car chase broke out. So we are going to be improvising a little bit, looking at some of the stories that we had going on and playing it as we go. So thank you to everyone who joined in. If you thought this was interesting, then what you should do is download our app free for your Android, iPhone devices under Fox 10 Phoenix in those stores, and you'll get an alert popping up whenever we go live, especially with breaking news like this. You'll be the first to see it. If you don't like that, we're also on Twitter, Fox 10 News Now. You'll get a tweet when we go live, and you can have that pop up on your phone or do whatever you like with it. Point being, this is a great way to stay connected to things that are going on and looking at stories in more depth and interactively in our chat room. So, if there's any questions from anyone who's new and joining us in the chat room, let me know. We do try to watch that as we go back and forth. So, the first topic I want to talk about is one that we covered extensively this morning, but I think bears a repeat review. Just a second here. All right. And that is the video out of Cottonwood. In March, we had a sorry. All right. Looking at some other news on this chase to see if anything else is going on. No. So, last month there was a shooting in Cottonwood, Arizona, outside of Walmart. Several people were reportedly staying in vehicles, camping in vehicles in the Walmart parking lot. And one of them let's see here. Comment on the chat room. We welcome all views, all perspectives. Keep it civil. We will be more than happy to ban somebody if you can't avoid using profanity or if you're just kind of rude in general. It's a great way to talk about the news. We welcome all opinions, but just keep it clean. All right. Anyway, so a Walmart employee called the police. Several police responded, and I don't know how to describe it other than a brawl broke out. Full-on brawl, the likes of which it's amazing video to see. So keeping an eye, we still do have the feed from LA here. There's not a lot on it, but just in case something happens, we'll cut back to that. So today, the Cottonwood police held a press conference, and let's see here. Sorry, taking care of someone in the chat room. All right, so anyway, so they released the video, absolutely incredible, and they walked us through it one frame at a time. And I'm going to go back and look at that again. I was hoping to get Steve Kraft up here to talk about it in more detail. But unfortunately, he is very, very busy. He went up to Cottonwood for this press conference and just got back. and is working on his packages. He's going to be a key piece of the show this evening. So I'm going to go ahead and try to bring up some of that video right now. And it's not a... let's see here. I don't have the whole thing here. All right. So what I'm actually going to do is go to the actual video we played today. So this will be a bit of a repeat for those of us who joined us this morning. However, I think anyone who has seen this video will agree that it is very much worth watching. This is exceptional. I mean, again, this is footage from a dash cam of one of the police officers who replied. And it is absolutely stunning. This isn't a minor altercation. This is a full-on brawl. And get this queued up here. And one of the nice things about this particular format is we can ingest things, get them streamed to us live, and come back to them later. So, all right. Let's check the chat room, see if there's any other comments. Okay, so this is the Jodi Fanning, the chief of police for the Cottonwood Police, going over the video from the fight, and I think he does it twice. He actually goes over it in slow motion, then he goes over it in more detail. And I think we're just going to go ahead and go through the first version of it. Actually, just a second, if you will. Steve Kraft's walking by. I'm going to see if he has a second to stop up and talk about this.
Everything was filed.
All right, good news, everyone. I'm not going to have, unfortunately, a lower third for the gentleman, but the wonderful, the amazing, the experienced, the illustrious Steve Kraft is going to be joining us here.
Okay, I'm here.
All right, let me get your mic on. No, don't move that way. You got to move it this way. There we go. All right, Steve. So you were up in Cottonwood. We're about to replay the video here, and if you want, we can replay it, and you can kind of talk us through it a little bit, or
sure.
Let me kill
I'll
this
talk
up.
to you as much as I can. I have to do a 5 and a 6 o'clock story.
Totally understand. Appreciate you joining us at all here.
This is the real world of TV.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm relatively new to the TV business here, but I have never seen a fight video like that. I mean, it looked like something out of a melee, a movie or something. So, all right, we are going to, I think it's about to start. It was interesting. They had some technical problems getting going.
Now let's go right to the beginning here.
Let's see if I can.
You'll see
okay, we'll just start it here, and then
and I'll just talk a little bit about it, and then this all started because there was a Walmart in Cottonwood, and a woman apparently was in the bathroom at the Walmart. It looks like the mom in this family, I think. And 2 of the kids were guarding the bathroom at Walmart, wouldn't let people in. A Walmart employee came up to say, "What's up with that?" And allegedly, these 2 family members shoved the employee to the ground. At which point, they called the police in Cottonwood. Police arrived and confronted the family in the parking lot where they had been camping out for days, and apparently all sleeping inside what looked like a Chevrolet Suburban type vehicle, and 8 members of a family all crammed inside this one SUV.
Now the video is about to begin here, so
go ahead and start it.
And okay, one of the questions that came up before is, does Walmart have a policy? Is that normally okay for people to camp out in the
Walmart
parking
had
lot?
an informal policy that goes back to the early days of Walmart, where for some reason it was kind of a tradition in Walmart folklore to have people camping out, traveling around the country, visiting various Walmarts. That may have been why they were there. As you can see, the police arriving here, and there's a family. However, that has now changed, and there are signs posted in that parking lot, no more camping allowed. I don't know how recently the signs went up. Right here, they're just kind of standing around, but within seconds of the police confronting this family, you're going to see an outrageous sort of melee right there start to break out. Boom. Right there, someone gets knocked to the ground, and it's on. This is within a period of 10 seconds.
Now, who are some of the people we're looking at here? How many police are on the scene at this point?
There were about 4 police officers roughly on the scene early on. They got reinforcements later. But these family members were wearing heavy clothes, so it was hard to tase them. The family somehow knew that if they were tased, if they rolled to the ground and rolled over, they could sort of defeat the electrical charge by breaking the wires that are required by a taser.
Right.
So they had that knowledge. And for whatever reason, they didn't seem to be subduable.
Now, there's a Walmart employee in here as well, correct?
That's right. And he's known to the cops because I guess there's a lot of criminal action that comes out of Walmart.
Is he
shoplifters and whatnot.
Is he one of these 2 people up
Yeah,
front?
he's the guy, I think, that right there.
The one on the right?
Right, if I'm correct about this. Yes,
I
he's
think
the
so.
guy. Right.
And here we get some real haymakers starting to get thrown.
Yeah, it was kind of like a hockey fight. A lot of punches were kind of landed, but kind of not. It was like big bears pawing at each other. No one really got seriously knocked out. It was like a big drunken rampage, although apparently no drugs or alcohol was involved in any of this. This is a family from Idaho that was a Christian band called Matthew 24 Now, and they were known as buskers in Boise. You can see them kind of walking away here, and
I'm sorry,
singing for contributions and that sort of thing.
I'm sorry, I looked away for a second. What did you say the name of the band was?
Matthew 24 Now. Matthew 24 refers to the second coming of Christ.
Gotcha.
According to what people have been saying about this. So at this point, it looks like sort of a barroom brawl, but it quickly turns deadly. And the reason it turned deadly is one of the family members who is off screen to the right, named a 21-year-old Epoch, I think it was.
Yeah, I think Epoch was the name they mentioned.
Yeah. He's a 21-year-old, last name Gaver. They're all the Gaver family. Took a gun from one of the officers in this struggle. You can't see it here. You'll have to go forward and you'll see that part later.
That was actually one of the other questions we had earlier was where the gun came from and who actually did the firing.
He took a police officer's gun and shot a cop in the leg with his own gun.
Wow.
And at that point, another officer rushed up to the scene and shot the guy who'd taken the officer's gun. And he shot him in the head and killed him on the spot. And he fell like a sack of potatoes and was dead. Didn't move at all. So you can see right now people are walking off screen to the right, and that fight is going to kind of come back into screen.
Yeah,
and you're going to see the officer struggling later on, and you're going to have to advance it here because you're seeing a little bit of it there, but it's going to get more into this frame. This is all shot off the dash cam of a police cruiser that rolled up.
Again, I was amazed at how long this went on.
Went on for a good 10 minutes. Police were trying to use nightsticks there, which they called asps, which was a term I'd never heard before. They used pepper spray, they used tasers, they fought with these guys, they wrestled with them, they punched them. But this family would repeatedly put its hands up as if it was going to surrender, would walk up to the officers and take a swing at the officers. And that right there, you can see, this is the end here. That's the officer on the who's you can see he's holding his gun right there.
Right.
And he's been shot in the leg, the officer on the ground. And you can see the man who, sad to say, died in all of this. And he's just laying on the ground. And a brother came up to him and the mom. And if you were to hear, and I don't know if folks at home are hearing any sound here.
No, I have the audio off. There's
probably just as well. It's gruesome. A lot of wailing and weeping, and it's awful. But that's a young man who was shot and killed. And the officers said that, they really had no choice. You've got a guy who's been fighting officers, wrestling with a cop. He took the cop's gun, he shot the cop. What could they possibly do? They had to put an end to this, and they did. And we were right at that spot in the Walmart parking lot today where this happened, and there's just a big blood stain still on the pavement there. It's kind of gruesome.
So now what... did these people have a history of this kind of violence? I mean, this isn't a...
The cops said that there was nothing that they had immediately seen that showed this kind of history of criminal behavior and why they freaked out, which is really all you can say this was. And the fight continues, by the way, behind their Suburban. There's a big fight going on over there while this brother is dead on the pavement.
Right.
And... what it was that set them off, who knows? But it's bizarre behavior to be camping out for days on end, 8 people packed, and big people packed in a Suburban like that. I mean, come on. There was something seriously odd about all of this. They had driven down from Boise to Cottonwood for reasons we don't know, the police don't know, and the police said it was... There's another person falling down there. He's rolling right there to defeat a taser, by the way. He'd just been tased. He's rolling to knock out the taser wires. I learned a lot about tasers today. But anyway, they had driven down away from Idaho for reasons that were unclear to the police in Cottonwood. They had been told that there were just quote-unquote circumstances that caused the family to leave Boise. So nobody knows, but they wound up in Cottonwood. And folks in the Cottonwood area would know what this is all about. They probably had seen these folks there for a period of days. Now, this may not have been completely unusual because people had camped over time in Walmart, but this was kind of an unusual collection of people.
So now, they were guarding the bathroom door, was that...
Allegedly. This is all what we were hearing.
Now, do we know why? Tim Knight in the chat room asked if why they were possibly guarding that door.
Well, I can only think, and I'm speculating here, so it's an educated guess by me. I'm always very clear about when I don't know something as a fact. But if you're there for a period of days... that bathroom becomes your changing room, it becomes your shower room, it becomes a place you freshen up. Whoever was in there might have been taking us, washing or doing something beyond what you would normally do in a business's bathroom. Maybe as a changing room or who knows. But there were some reasons that the family didn't want anyone else walking in at that moment, allegedly, to that bathroom. So I can only speculate it was that sort of a thing, in lieu of a shower, maybe cleaning up, or needed personal time in there, whatever. But the thought that someone standing guard outside a bathroom in a Walmart won't let customers in, they're not employees of the store, you can see why the hackles of the employees would be raised.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, and you're going to have more when this evening?
Well, we'll have something on at 5 o'clock. And we'll have something on at 6 o'clock. And we were able to get some sound from the police chief, whose name is Jodi Fanning. And he was very saddened by all of this. But he also felt, and as he looked at this tape, he played it for us twice. First in regular real time and then slowed down significantly. The officers were really attacked and they were trying to defuse a situation that simply could not be defused.
Yeah, and I know you've got to go, so I will cover some of the replay that Chief Fanning did and so on, so I'll let you get back to work putting your package together. So thank you very much for taking the time up here. I appreciate that.
Happy to help.
Thank you. Have a good evening, sir.
You bet.
All right. Okay, let me get back into the center of frame here. So, and Mr. Steve Kraft giving us a little bit more information there. So we had somebody in the chat ask about playing the audio. It's not that we think anyone in our chat room, Professor Bland, not that we think anyone is unable to handle it. We played it earlier today. It's more that it was kind of difficult to listen to that and listen to us at the same time. The entire press conference with Police Chief Fanning is on our YouTube channel right now. You can go and listen to it in its entirety. Yes, some of the people in the chat room, I was tased. I played the video of me being tased. So those of you who left earlier today, Rachel, talking to you, did not get to see me get tased. So sorry, that's why it's important to tune into every episode. because you never know when somebody is going to get hit with a taser around here. The press conference I found it very interesting for a couple of reasons. One, I mean, it escalated incredibly quickly. And as Steve said, it went from just being a few people just walking up to a full-on brawl. And but in spite of that, there was very little escalation. I mean, the first shot that was fired was a actual one of the suspects who stole the officer's gun and used it. It wasn't that a police officer drew their weapon and fired. And even after all of that had happened, Soren, thank you for joining us. Have a wonderful evening. Hopefully you join us again sometime soon. But then he goes through and brings up, the police chief brings up the entire video, not once but twice. He walked through it where you just saw this here. And if I go back to it, still got it playing over here in the other screen again. You can see the full thing on our YouTube channel. If you go back here, let me bring up the audio on it. We'll come in here in a second.
Then do it. Or actually, I know what to do. That's Hicks, that's Daniels, that's the Walmart employee right there.
The person you're hearing talking is Chief of...
This
Chief
is Officer
Fanning.
Sturley. This gentleman right here, which is, I believe, Dave.
They're playing it at quarter speed, and Chief Fanning is using a laser pointer to outline everything that they've seen in the video. So sometimes we see police release a video just sort of its entirety. Here it is in a brief description, but this is a very thorough walkthrough of everything that happens in the video. So the person that you're seeing here is Chief Fanning.
He sees Officer Sturley approaching. You'll see him. He's going to come through the crowd and block Officer Sturley from getting close to his mom and his sister, or his sister. He grabs at Officer Sturley. Officer Sturley tries to keep him from grabbing his hand. He smacks Officer Sturley's hand. And then Sergeant Daniels grabs a gentleman there, and then this gentleman right here is going to punch Hicks in the throat, and then they go to the ground. The big one here, Nathaniel, he grabs at Sergeant Daniels' face. Officer Clark's going to pull him off, and you're going to see Enoch come in from out of nowhere and deliver a pretty good blow to Officer Clark. And then he gets him again with a second blow. Takes him to the ground. However, Officer Clark is able to recover. Most of Officer Clark and Enoch's fight occurs off-screen over here. They're pretty much one-on-one for a long time. Officer Sturley is right here on the ground. Officer Hicks
One of the
is
things
right
I didn't
here
get to ask
fighting this
Steve
However, the father is going to
is
intervene and stop Officer
why
Hicks from
why there was
engaging
only
this
one
kid,
dash
this person
cam
here, who then
working
will
at the
turn
time.
and attack Officer
And
Sturley.
I'm not sure
and you'll see
the
him
full
go
reason for
immediately to the
that.
face and start ripping on the face.
But Chief
Officer
Fanning
Hicks
said
will
that
come
all of
back
those
in
had
and
been
tase this gentleman. However,
repaired
it
by
will
now.
do little to no
It
good
does make me
because
wonder
he will
though
only
about
roll
the
with
overall
taser and
quality.
continue to hold on to Officer Sturley's face.
Sorry, this is I think where a lot of the haymakers really start flying again. Again, just an incredible video.
Officer Hicks hits him with the taser right there. He rolls and pulls Sturley by the face, by the ear actually. Then he loses hold for just a brief second, but he grabs a hold of his shirt and hangs onto his shirt and his outer vest carrier and holds it forever. At no time does the mother ever try to get the 11-year-old and herself out of this entire mess or melee. She keeps that 11-year-old right there the entire time. At no time does the mother or the father ever try to convince the children to just stop, to quit, to comply in any way. The only thing they do is yell at us that we are Nazis. Officer Sturley will come through. He makes minor contact with the mother and daughter. He does not assault them in any way, trying to keep them as just plain bystanders that are blocking. Officer Hicks is on the ground here. The father is now on top of Sergeant Daniels again with one of the brothers, or grabbing a hold of Sergeant Daniels right there. Officer Sturley will tase the father. However, he has a big heavy winter coat, and the darts won't get through the heavy winter coat and do any damage or stop the father in any way. The Walmart supervisor will make the Walmart employee stop, and he will comply, only for a brief moment, because this subject right here will immediately go over and grab Sergeant Daniels by the face again. Officer Daniels is on the ground on his back right there. That's Officer Daniels' head right there, or Sergeant Daniels' head right there. He gets back up almost to where he can control it. The father's going to interject, and this one's going to come in and grab him. The mother tries to grab Sergeant Daniels, but this one will grab him by the face and pull on his nose and eyes. He loses grip, but the other brother grabs immediately for the face again. Walmart employee comes back in and tries to stop this one from doing any more damage.
So lady in the blue is Walmart employee?
That's a Walmart supervisor, yes, ma'am. That's the first taser hit that actually works. The gentleman doesn't see it coming, and we get a widespread, and it actually works on him. However, the second that the taser is, the electricity is stopped, you'll see the gentleman, he is immediately right back up and into the fight. Sergeant Daniels has pretty much escaped this melee here, but he's going to see Officer Clark over here being overpowered by Enoch. So he has to go to Officer Clark's rescue to prevent Officer Clark from being overpowered. At this point, Officer Hicks is going to hit this gentleman with an asp, which we believe it breaks his arm right there, but you will notice in the entire fight, you will not see that it appears to have slowed him down at all.
So the asp that Steve mentioned earlier is an extendable baton that many
this
police
one over here has
use.
now came over to assist Enoch with
looked that up this morning. That was kind of it was new to Steve Craft. It was new to a lot of us watching this, but apparently that is the baton that the Cottonwood police here.
Again, we're still over here dealing with these brothers.
We're using in this particular
fight. The mother here, as you can see, she's reaching, but she is not reaching for her son. She is reaching for the officer trying to pull him away. Again, she doesn't tell her son to quit or anything else. That one there goes back over, and now Sergeant Daniels has two on him. Officer Clark right there has to back away because he knows he's about to have two on him with the largest of the bunch coming, and he is incredibly strong. So he has to back away. Officer Sturley is dealing with this gentleman right here who has a cane and has started hitting people with the cane. Officer Sturley has his weapon out, but he can't shoot because of the backdrop. There's officers and other people in the way, so he can't shoot. He tries to rotate to make it a clear shot.
Okay, we're going to cut away from that right now. And again, that whole video is on our YouTube channel. But what we're going to do is get a special guest up here. Monday, Jodi Arias is going to get sentenced, and you can't say Jodi Arias without saying Troy Hayden, much to his continued delight, I am sure. So we are going to be bringing up Troy Hayden right now.
You should give me the
the link for this, and I'll tweet it out real quick.
I will do that right now, getting your lower third up. Not that you need any introduction.
I get a lower third?
Heck yeah.
It's very exciting.
It's amazing I had space for me in there. It's like Troy Hayden and then this other guy with the bad hair.
That's not the way it works.
That is exactly how that works. My mic out of the way.
Yeah, that's all. All good.
That's it?
Yeah. I mean, you covered it all in that.
Okay, good.
Sitting on a tweet here, and then we will chat a little bit about...
I sent you some pictures, too. Did you get those pictures in your email?
I've not had a chance to check my email
okay.
yet, but
Maybe
I can
as
bring
we
those up
start
in a
talking,
second. Okay. All right, chat sent, so you should be able to see that and retweet it. And we got some.
I've got Ruth Bader Ginsburg ice cream.
Wow, that is impressive. Oh, wow.
Is that what came up?
So that's one of the pictures.
Oh, yeah. And I just got back from Las Vegas. And some things we can't talk about, but some things we can. So I put up some... I thought, I don't know how much time you have to kill.
As much as you got to spare.
Yeah.
But
people like talking about Las Vegas.
Yeah, they do.
Just a few of my observations.
All right, well, let me... I have no idea what we're looking at here.
You got to flip them the other way. I guess that's my bad.
Let's see if I can rotate this here. All right, we'll work on this one later. So, did you find the tweet?
No.
No.
It doesn't exist to me.
All right, well, should be coming your way. Troy Hayden, Fox 10, are you following us? Or it should show up in your mentions.
Oh, my mentions? Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
That's
Or they're being run over by one.
Troy Hayden's a popular individual, so, got a lot of people to look through there. But now we'll get what I refer to as the Troy Hayden bump.
Sounds like a dance move.
Yeah, well, take that after the Colbert bump. When he would talk about somebody, they would get a bump in the ratings. So, yes, I am scooching over a little bit. We'll get Troy in here. Coming in, my friend. Let's get your mic all the way up.
Hello.
All right, would you rather start with the your trip, or would you rather start with Jodi Arias and get this out of the way?
Okay, yeah, we can talk about Jodi. Are people wanting to talk about, did I go to the KISS mini golf course? Oh, I didn't even see that. The thing was, I didn't get to do the full Vegas experience because I was working so much, and we had some very pointed things we wanted to do.
Working. I've seen these pictures.
Everybody says that.
Working. Yeah, I wonder why.
But the thing is, when you travel even from spot to spot where you're doing news,
right,
you see things. And it's my observations. I hadn't been in Vegas in 20 years.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, now I'm doubly intrigued. I haven't been in probably 5, and I just hear about how much it's changed. I mean, weekend to weekend. So 20 years? Wow, okay.
Oh, it's huge. I went for let's put it this way. I was working in, it's been longer than that. I think, I was in Vegas for the station, but I went straight to Nellis Air Force Base. We were going to put our governor in prison for a while, and then we didn't, by Symington.
Oh, wow, yeah, I forgot
so that was
about
a long time ago.
Yeah.
And then he got pardoned by President Clinton, so he didn't go to prison. But that's why I went there. But I didn't go to anywhere near the Strip. We went straight from the airport there. So the last time I was actually on the Strip was when I worked in Reno. And this is back in 1993. So it was actually like 22 years ago that I was there. And they sent me there for the opening of Treasure Island. And at the time, Mirage was the big casino. I mean, now you look at it, Mirage is a little tiny casino.
Yeah, no kidding.
And Treasure Island had the big pirate show and the whole thing. So it was very interesting for me to go back and look at it again.
All right, so we'll get to this in a second, but let's talk Jodi. So Monday, is this is this going to end? This particular journey going to finally end?
Yeah,
Monday?
It'll end on Monday, and like I've said many times, she will not get the possibility of release. So let's bring everybody up to speed if you're not watching the Jodi Arias case closely. I mean, we had this trial that's been stretching on now for over 2 years, And basically, at the end of the last trial, the last jury couldn't decide on whether or not Jodi Arias would get life with the possibility of release, without the possibility of release, or death. They deadlocked. So what they did is they had a retrial that lasted almost as long as the original trial.
Incredible to me.
It went on forever. It just ended. And again, that jury was a deadlock. It was 11-1 for death. So it was very close. She came very close to getting death. So now that this has happened twice, the judge decides. She will not get death, but the judge will decide whether or not she has a possibility of parole. They call it parole. It's not really parole. But the possibility of release after 25 years.
So, and that is prescriptive. They didn't give up. This is just, they get 2 times to try this.
Yes.
4, and then, okay. And
which is 1 time too many, if you ask me.
Yes, and
huge waste of money, the second one.
I've been absolutely baffled by the way this whole process goes and how many resources get reinvested and bring new people in and ramp it all the way back up.
Yeah, millions of dollars.
But the other question that comes up every time, so we might as well get it out of the way, can the judge sentence her, or can she choose death?
No.
It's completely off the table at this point.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. As a matter of fact, it was actually a federal ruling, I think it was a Supreme Court ruling, and people always check up on this stuff as I say these things. But we had a whole bunch of people on death row who were sentenced by judges. And because of that Supreme Court ruling, all those cases had to go back and be basically retried or reheard by juries, and the juries had to decide whether or not they got death. So basically the federal government has said, if you're going to hand down death, states and courts, it's got to be by a jury of their peers. It cannot be by a judge.
And that makes sense to me because there's enough that can go wrong if you're giving someone the ultimate punishment, to me, you're going to want to err on the side of caution. And giving that to one person, there's just so much that can influence one individual. And so I know a lot of people are upset.
You've got a hanging judge who just automatically gives death all the way down. The thing is, it's our justice system. It's not perfect. We all know that. But my feeling is this. If the biggest problem I had with this whole thing was the jury that sat and heard the original case, all the evidence, because the second case didn't have all the evidence. I was in both. They couldn't come to a decision, and so then the prosecutor made the decision to go for death again. But then you're basically having another jury that hasn't heard really anything about this case trying to decide the most important aspect of it, whether or not this person is going to die for their crimes, and it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
I completely agree. To cover all of that, it was one of the confusing things when I started here to ramp up on that. I thought I couldn't be hearing it right, that they started all over from scratch. It makes zero sense whatsoever.
But not from scratch. Basically what they're told is, hey, this person you see in the courtroom has been found guilty of murder. And as a matter of fact, the previous jury also found that there is an aggravating factor that she should be eligible for death. So now it's your turn. Should she get death? You know what I'm saying? Wow. To me, it's just a huge waste of money, more than anything else. If the original jury can't decide on death, then just go life, Maybe even make it natural life. I don't know. But going back to another trial was, I think, a huge waste of money. And look where we are. We're in the exact same spot we were a year ago, or 2 years ago.
And now Monday,
except for millions of dollars spent.
So now Monday, the judge is going to decide whether it's life or life without parole. Correct?
Judge has already decided. That's my opinion.
Okay. All right.
No matter what gets said in that courtroom on Monday.
Then why do you think it's going to take? What I'm hearing is prepare for all day. We're going, for anyone watching, if you're a Jodi Arias aficionado, follower, whatever you want to call yourselves, we will be on the air 8:30 a.m. Monday. Sami will be back. We will be going as long, carrying everything live that we can carry live, looking back at a lot of old packages, a lot of old stories around Jodi. So tune in here right away at 8:30 in the morning. But I'm getting told to expect that this hearing is going to go all day.
It's possible. I know that at least one member of the Alexander family who I've been in contact with since this trial started is planning on speaking. And so we may see 3 or 4 members of the Alexander family speak. Now, I'm wondering who's going to stand up and speak for Jodi, if anybody. Because, we've been told, basically the judge has said, you guys can stream / put this on live, but there are going to be certain witnesses who don't want to be shown. Right. So not only are we not going to allow you to show them, you can't even hear what they have to say. So in a way, who was the big secret witness in the last trial? Who was it? It was Jodi Arias herself. So, and oftentimes I've covered many of these sentencings. The defendant or another convicted person will get up and say to the judge and say to the family, I did this, I'm sorry, and then like, throw yourself at the mercy of the court.
Right.
Now, will Jodi do this? I don't know. But I mean, the only person who I know of who was so adamant about being secret during this whole last trial was Jodi herself.
That's what I thought. You scared me there for a second, because that's what I thought. You said that, I'm like, am I going to say a name I'm not supposed to here?
No, she was. We broke that it was her. I mean, I had 3 really solid sources who told me it was her.
But I know some of the people who are speaking again, to your point, Monday said they may not be able to be shown.
Right.
So
the only people who don't want to be shown in this case are people who are associated with Jodi Arias.
Yeah.
I mean, why would somebody being associated with Travis Alexander not want to be shown? It's that nobody wants to be seen standing up and saying something nice about Jodi because she's so hated. The backlash of it.
Yeah, it's phenomenal to me. I mean, what she did is atrocious. I mean, just absolutely reprehensible. But the amount of hatred that some people have for her is just absolutely stunning to me. So what's your prediction for Monday?
I think it's going to begin. I think you're going to hear from probably the victim's side first, I would imagine. So you might hear from some Alexanders, and I don't know who else. You know, it's basically wide open. I don't think there are a whole lot of rules about who can speak at this thing. I think, you know, if you ask to speak, you pretty much are allowed to speak if you've got a vested interest. Like some random person off the street can't just get up and say, you know, kill her,
right,
or whatever. But I think
that would take a long time. If they let everybody queue up, this would be going out.
It'd be like a city council meeting, right? You have to fill out a little form, and it'd be like a whole line. No, we shouldn't joke about this stuff. What are you doing, Jeff, joking about this stuff?
I'm so
anyway, no. So I think what you're going to see is probably somebody from the Alexander side or the victim side, and they'll stand up and they'll say why they think Jodi should never get out of prison again. And then some secret person, I mean, we've never heard from Jodi's mother this whole time.
Really?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
No member of her family has stood up for her. Not one.
Again, I came into this midstream. I'd heard about it, I knew about the case, but I didn't know the details. And some of this, I'm still learning stuff that just absolutely blows me away. So, okay, sorry, I was not aware that she hadn't spoken.
Yeah, no, Jodi's mother never spoke up for her in court. I mean, even at the mitigation hearing. You know, the thing is, a mitigation hearing, the rules are pretty open. You can just get up and say what you want, you know? And her mother could have got up and said, hey, you know, Jodi was a good girl, or, you know, the problem is anybody who would get up on the stand for Jodi would open themselves up to cross-examination from Juan Martinez. So, you know, they didn't want to do it for whatever reason. I mean, were they hiding something? Did they just not want to subject themselves to Juan, who can be, you know, very tough? I don't know. So anyway, these secret witnesses, is it going to be Jodi's mom? Jodi has a younger sister who I know loves her very much, who's always on different social media supporting her sister and saying that, you know, oh, you know, have a heart or those sorts of things. Jodi has a brother. You know, is he going to show up? She's got friends. She's got ex-boyfriends and rumors of people speaking for her at this point, back in the trial, who never showed up, never materialized. So, I mean, who are these people going to be? And what are they going to say?
So if you think the judge really has made up her mind already, is this more just a courtesy to let everybody speak who's very closely connected to the case, or?
One more time, I'm sorry. I was reading comments.
No, it's okay.
That
happens to me too, yeah. So, we have the comments up in front of us, and we're trying to see what everybody's saying if they have particular questions, and it's easy to get sidetracked here. So,
and Billy, real quickly, Billy Cruz is saying, wait, did the judge say that there could be secret people speaking? Yes.
Yes.
And it's not secret to people in the courtroom. And that's the whole thing. Right. So we're going to have reporters there. I'm not going to be there. I've said early on, I've got a commitment to my younger daughter who's playing in a volleyball tournament. I made that commitment way before I knew when the sentencing was. And frankly, Jodi has disrupted my personal life enough. I've canceled, you're laughing, but I've canceled so many family things because of this trial, and to me it's over. She's going to show up on Monday. She's going to get life without parole. It's a done deal. Either that day or the very next day, she's going to be in a transport vehicle straight out to Perryville Prison, and we will not see her again until any appeals she's granted.
Yeah, and my laugh was at the understatement in her disrupting your life enough.
Right.
So, yeah.
Actually, I'd like to be there. I'd to be there at the very end, but I've made a commitment to my family, so I've decided to keep that.
So my question was, and I absolutely agree with Professor Bland's comment, family first. So if the judge, if you think she's really made up her mind for the most part and kind of knows which way this is going to go, is it just a courtesy to let everyone speak who wants to?
I think so. Yeah. And it can be cathartic for the victim's family, that they can really just kind of let it all out. And they're not worried about how it impacts a jury or anything now. I mean, now they can just let it out. Yeah. And I know that a couple of them are very passionate, and they've been very quiet throughout this entire trial because they haven't wanted to hurt anybody or hurt the case. But now they can just let it out, and they will. And I think it's going to be very powerful. I think people who watch this, who have any sort of an interest in this case, will sit and watch this Alexander family, and hopefully this will help them heal in some way. Because they've been going through this since, 2005? Or when was it, 5 or 6? I forget. It's a long flipping time they've been dealing with this.
Yeah, I can completely see where they would want that last chance to get anything off their chest or say what they want to say. To the question that kind of came up when we veered away from it, yes, there will be secret witnesses. They'll be visible to people in the court, but we're not allowed to share their identities. The feed that we have will likely pull away from them, and we may have to mute the audio. I'm not sure of all the details on that. We'll get that sorted out.
They'll probably just cut everything right there in the courtroom.
So, we'll be managing that. But as much as we are allowed to stream, we will be streaming starting at 8:30 on Monday.
Billy Cruz, a couple of things. I'm going to answer you again. The prosecution saying that its total for this case was under $150,000. That's a total BS number. That is a BS number, and I'm calling out the county attorney on that right now. I mean, they can say that it's $150,000 more on this expert or whatever, but they have a huge budget built in. I mean, it's what we all decide, that the county attorney is going to have a certain amount of money to prosecute cases. But, I mean, think about the resources this case took over the course of years, that even a prosecutor, of Juan Martinez's stature was taken out of rotation for all this time to deal with this. His salary, all their experts they have, and I know they've got a budget for that again, but $150,000, that's a BS number.
Yeah, if they're claiming $150,000, that makes no sense.
Because they're saying the defense was like, $2 million or something? So come on, you telling me the defense spent $150,000 and the defense spent $2 million? No,
it doesn't.
It's not true. They're spinning it.
Creative accounting.
No spin zone.
Is that what it is? Okay.
That's what I'm calling it.
Now, Jodi's going to be there, correct?
Oh, yeah.
And is she going to be...
Should be in stripes.
Yeah.
And chains. Yeah, she is now. There's no pretense now. The judge knows what it's all about. They didn't want her in there in stripes and chains so they wouldn't prejudice the jury. So the jury's, I hear a lot of the jurors are going to be back in the courtroom to see how it ends up. And a lot of them are going to be sitting with the Alexanders.
Now, what about Juror 17?
That's what I've heard. Juror 17, I don't think will get anywhere near that courtroom.
Yeah.
No. But again, everybody who asks me, are they going to prosecute Juror 17? No. They haven't come right out and said they're not going to. Let me tell you right now, every bone in my body says no. Because again, the county attorney's looking at that and saying, we don't, what are we going to do? I mean, at a certain point, no matter how disappointed you are in what Juror 17 did, it would be very difficult to prove that she walked into that jury box or that jury room with any sort of bias or any sort of preconceived notion in her head.
And from what I understand, she was very open about the things that she knew or felt or thought that she'd seen part of the movie and everything else, and the fact that she had, I think it was her ex who was sentenced by...
No, she didn't say anything about that. But what she did say is that both of her exes, I believe, on her jury questionnaire had been through the criminal justice system, were felons. And so it was a failure on somebody's part to not look up more on those cases.
Yeah.
I'm going to sneeze. Hold on.
Good one. God bless you.
It's allergy season here in Arizona. I'm telling you, it's so bad. You don't even think it's a desert. I was in Las Vegas for the last 3 days. We have a different desert than Vegas because I had no problem with my allergies in Vegas.
Yeah, I had the same thing.
I came back here, bam.
The other thing I learned is filling in for Samia today. When I'm not up here, it doesn't bother me. I come up here and I've got to sneeze like every 10 seconds. So I think there's something up here as well. Anything else on Jodi Arias before we talk about your most recent adventure and get you off to...
Let me look really quickly on my notifications because sometimes people send me good stuff.
All right, so we're getting a whole bunch of bless yous and do's and tights.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about that. TC, Kitty, and Suji. Yeah, we're going to have everything for you that we can have for you right here. And the nice thing is, I believe our news director also said on television. So if you're by a TV, put it on Fox 10, and we're going to roll that.
Well,
right?
I think my understanding of where we are now is because it looked like it's going to go all day, that we'll probably be carrying some of it live in the morning.
Oh, okay.
And if it continues on throughout regular programming, then it will be coming here. So probably some simulcast early on.
Yeah, so and we'll give you plenty of warning. So just have this website ready. Have your phone ready, your laptop or whatever, that when we go off the air, boom, hit it.
And MLSD Auto, if there's a way to pronounce that, I don't know what it is, says if they cut certain witnesses out, will they be recorded on FTR for viewing later?
I don't believe so, no.
Now, with Jodi as the secret witness, that was different because I think wasn't there either an appeal to get, or there's a request made to get that unlocked later, so then we were able to show her testimony?
Yeah, it was a rule of the appeals court. But see, that's during the actual proceeding. I don't know. That's a good question. I wish I knew the answer to that. I don't know.
Yeah, my guess would be if the judge decides that there's some reason to protect the identity and this is really her show and hearing these arguments, that there's really nowhere to go with that. That'd be my understanding, but I am not a legal expert. So, anything else on Ms. Arias?
No. Goodbye, Jodi. Have a nice trip. The one thing I do think is interesting about all this, and everybody who follows me knows that I have a little bit of a fascination with the criminal justice system, and especially jail and prison. And people think I'm weird because of it, but it's just such an extreme, it's such a dark thing, and it's just so raw. But she's going to be in, I believe, nobody's confirmed this for me, but I'm using again all my deductive reasoning. I think she's going to be in Deborah Milkey's old cell. I think because I've been told by the DOC she's going to be right next to the other death row inmates. There are only 2 other women on death row, and they're all in this maximum security area, and the cell she's going to be in is going to be right next to them. And so there's only one cell next. I mean, you would think they'd have all 3 of the death row inmates together, and now all of a sudden there's a vacant cell. That had to be Milkey's cell. So Deborah Milkey just, got basically her whole conviction got thrown out for killing her son, and she came close to being executed a couple of times. And now she's free, and now Jodi's slipping right into her cell. It's just an awful place.
And not to put you on the spot, do you remember the names of the other 2 women?
Shauna Ford.
Okay.
Shauna Ford was working with a border, they called them a border vigilante group, and they were trying to raise money for their activities. And they went into a home down near Tucson that they thought was a drug house and raided it with guns, and they killed a man and a 9-year-old girl in raiding the house. And it turned out that it wasn't a drug house. They just killed a little girl and the guy, and they were all, So anyway, she got death. And then the other one is Wendy Andriano. And she's a woman who actually lived very close to me in Ahwatukee down in my neighborhood. And she was the manager of an apartment complex there and had a terminally ill husband who wasn't dying fast enough for her. She was having an affair with somebody who lived in the apartment complex. And she took out a life insurance policy on her husband. Then she poisoned him and thought he was dead.
Yep.
But all of a sudden he revived. She called 911 and the paramedics were on their way, and she's like, "Oh crap, he's alive again." Called 911 again and said, "No, don't come back. He has a do not resuscitate order." So they left, and then she beat him with a bar stool and stabbed him. So she's the other one on death row. Real sweetheart.
Yeah, so I was almost on her jury.
Really?
Yeah, I was called. I knew nothing about it at the time. Was called for jury duty. Great. I go down there, and usually you get you go down and they call you and they let you go right away. And they had over 100, because I think she had a couple mistrials. And so they're really trying to get a good jury seated. And I was just in jury selection for a week. A solid week of whittling it down and whittling it down and whittling it down. And I think I was one of the last 24.
Oh, you came really close.
I came really close.
It's like 20 they take, right?
Yeah. So I was one of the last ones left, and then it was, I want to say 18. It was like the jury and then like 6 alternates or something like that. But it was in that neighborhood. I was one of the last 24, one of the last ones to go. And I still remember looking at, because at this point, we weren't supposed to discuss what we were learning or what the case was going to be, but we knew it was going to be big. And if we were a week in jury selection, we were going to be in this trial for ages. And everybody who was actually selected just having this sad look like, no. as The Last of Us left?
Yeah, I think it's rough because I don't know what your company's policy is, but I know a lot of companies, they'll pay you for like 3 weeks on a jury and then you're kind of on your own. But I mean, who can be out of work? I remember one of the jurors who was on I don't think it was a death penalty case, but it was another high-profile case. But he said several of the jurors lost their jobs because it just went on so long, and the employer said, "Hey, that's it," or I don't know if they had it. But I mean, I know I'd be in some straits if I didn't get a paycheck for 5 or 6 months.
Absolutely,
right?
Absolutely. So
that's real service. And then somebody said that, just real quick, I saw somebody commented that Jodi will be in that cell until she dies. That's not the case unless she really misbehaves. She'll work her way out of that super high security in area of Perryville, and within 4 years, with perfect behavior, with model behavior, she could go down to medium security, which is a dorm-like setting.
It'll be interesting to see how she behaves in jail and what happens, and with the way she likes her theatrics.
I think either she'll be running the place or somebody will go after her and beat her up really bad. It's going to be one of the two.
I'm not sure anyone
But
would
knowing
take that
Jodi,
bet against
I would
you.
imagine she'll find the biggest, toughest woman and make friends with her, and somebody will have Jodi's back. That's just my feeling.
All right.
She's smart.
All right. I know you've got to go to get ready for the 5 here, but do you have a second to... Do you? When do you normally...
Yeah, you're right. I probably do.
All right. So you want to talk a little bit about where you were here?
Yeah. So I do cover other stories besides Jodi Arias, and I can't say too much about what I was doing because I don't want to give away things that we're going to kind of spring on people and promote and things. But I was in Las Vegas for a few days.
Oh, this wasn't...
Where's that? Can you call it?
Well, that's the Bellagio, yes?
Venetian.
Venetian, there we go. Yeah.
Here's the thing. And again, I haven't been to Vegas in 20 years. So the people who go to Vegas all the time are going to be like, Troy, come on. When's the last time you were there? Give
All
me a
right,
break.
guys, I'm going to cut out of this
every
stream,
casino on the
this
strip.
Throwback stream, and we're going to go now to some other fun videos, some of our top stories of 2016. I know a lot of you guys wanted to see the polite car chase. I'm going to go ahead and pull that up, where the driver stopped at every light. It was a Prius in Southern California. Let's go ahead and watch.
That's why, I don't know if you because saw that, it's so full of tourists and it's difficult to get around and everything else. It was about the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
No, I didn't see what happened.
And it was...
Oh, look at this. That's great with a cop following. Right.
Well, somebody stole a green Prius taxi.
Oh, goodness. Oh, boy, they're right downtown now.
Yeah.
Look at this.
And it was a huge, it was a ridiculous show. Interesting top of that building there.
Uh-huh. Maybe we should bring one of our LA guys up here.
Here I am.
Okay. Andrew's going to jump in here, I think. He can walk you through what's happening. Andrew's an SC man, you know.
I am.
Come here, Andrew.
I've taken this drive many times, Ron.
Okay. Come here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Picking up speed here, I see.
Yeah. How you doing, Mr. Hasbin?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well. Thank you for asking. Let me get the lower third set up here while you get wired in. All right, we are looking at this live from Los Angeles. Apparently this is Andrew Hasbin's hometown.
Sure is. So he's heading what appears to be north on the 110 freeway, which is a freeway that is adjacent to downtown LA. And if he is indeed heading north, which you can't really tell from this vantage point, but it looked like he was, pretty soon he'll be veering to the left on your screen, and then he's going to go under some tunnels. Right, this is right by Dodger Stadium, if you're familiar with that area.
I am not at all, so I am entertained that you are that familiar.
I've been
with
on
it.
that road many a times. I'm assuming he is indeed heading north on the 110, which would be in the direction of Pasadena, which is northeast of downtown LA.
And which way would you go if you were stealing a car, Andrew?
Well, that would be the direction home from where I'm from. I'm from Pasadena, so
Okay, so
that's the direction I'd go.
So the chances are that this is either a friend of yours or
chances are pretty slim.
Oh, okay, all right.
Although that is what kind? Is that a Lexus?
I don't know.
Can't really tell the make.
It beats the green Prius from last Friday. I don't know if you saw that, where he was high-fiving people and throwing money out the window.
No, I did not see that one.
It was about the most ridiculous thing that I've ever seen. They never see. Okay, now he just passed the car carrier, right?
Uh-huh.
And if this was a movie, he'd have gunned it, gone up, and jumped off the freeway onto a side road. They never do that. It's been in a million movies. You think they would figure that out by now?
I would like to see that live.
Yes, I would as well. Provided no one got hurt and so on, just from a stylistic standpoint. Okay, so now we're getting a wider shot. Can you help us establish?
Yes, he is heading north. Those are the tunnels I was referring to. He's on the Pasadena freeway heading north. He's going to go under a couple of tunnels here. And so he's basically just... Oh, did he stop in the tunnel?
See, again...
No, there he is.
Helicopter is supposed to follow him into the tunnel. I've seen this
every
action movie.
Good luck with that.
He'll
go through, I believe it's 3 tunnels. And just to the left of the screen, which is on the west side of the freeway, is Dodger Stadium.
Oh, okay. So a little mini tunnel there.
Yeah, this is actually one of the oldest freeways in Los Angeles that he's on right now.
Oh, another tunnel.
One of the first ones that connected Pasadena to L.A. Way back in the early 1900s.
So you lived in Pasadena?
Yes. Now, there's a chance that he might turn off and go onto the 5 freeway because there's an on-ramp right around here, but it doesn't look like it. Nope, he's staying on the Pasadena freeway.
About 3 months ago...
So while you drove this route, did you ever get involved in a police pursuit?
Not often,
pursued,
no.
But okay.
No, not often, no.
Just a few.
But also, you got to keep in mind, LA is so huge, and there's so many freeways that these things happen, and they happen everywhere. So if he's heading north, there aren't that many. This isn't a long freeway between downtown and LA. It's only downtown LA and Pasadena. It's really only about 8 miles. So if he decides to stay on this, he'll end up. It drops you off. The freeway ends in Pasadena. So there really won't be anywhere else for him to go once the freeway ends.
Yeah, it takes a whole different turn when it gets onto
on the city streets, and those are busy residential streets up there.
Friday pretty much hit absolutely everything from residential to commercial to industrial. So,
and also this is, as I was mentioning, this is an old freeway. It's also extremely windy. So if this does turn into it doesn't seem like they're going that fast right now, but if this does end up being a high-speed chase, it will be tough to maneuver those turns at a really high speed.
Well, now here's something else, and again, I'm not a chase expert, but we understand that it is a female suspect in this black Mazda heading northbound on the 110. All of the, admittedly not much, police pursuits I've been involved in, it's been a male. So...
I know it's a shocker, but women drive cars too. Who knew?
Yes, yes. Well, it's sort of an equality, I guess, applies across the board.
I'm always amazed at sort of the fact that these people think that they can drive at a slow speed or a high speed and eventually get away with everybody watching them. It's just not going to happen, and it never ends well.
No, it doesn't. Real quick, I see some people in the chat room that been trying to tell us that it was a she. Thank you, Nikki. Sorry about that. We're watching feeds and trying to coordinate a few things here, so it took me a while to catch up on that, but I appreciate you trying to bring that to our attention. People in the chat room are often there's a lot of news junkies, so sometimes I think they've got more feeds open than I do up here sometimes. So appreciate any info you see, bring it to our attention. And I don't know. It must just be fear.
He's still headed north. She's still headed north. Thank you. And this is a 3-lane road, 3-lane highway that connects LA to Pasadena. And frankly, there aren't that many exits. So if he's not getting off... She, excuse me. Keep it up, I appreciate it.
Okay, no worries. I'll draw you some pictures later.
Anytime.
I'll make this clear to you.
If she's not getting off anytime soon, she will end up in Pasadena. There are no other options. She'll end up on a street called Arroyo Parkway, and it's a busy street. That could be kind of a disaster. But she doesn't seem to be going too fast.
No, but if there is a clear... getting another angle here.
I missed that sign.
Two views here. So it looks like the suspect might be impaired. As Nikki points out in the chat room, it looks like she was reported as driving erratically earlier, which would, I'm sure, contribute to the idea that they're just not thinking clearly that they're going to get away. You're under a delusion, especially once the helicopters are out. You're really not going to hide.
How fast do you think they're going? Looks like maybe 50, 60 miles an hour.
Yeah, and in fact, if I found out that was a little below, here's a close-up of the car. Got this on. We've got 2 feeds on this going right now, so.
Looks like she's alone in there. I don't see anyone in the passenger seat.
Again, this is a car chase out of Los Angeles.
Looks like they're moving in a little closer in that shot. No, they're not. It appeared that they were speeding up for a second, but it looks like they weren't.
There's a parade of police cars behind them. This black Mazda woman reported driving erratically and turned into a police pursuit. She's on the 110 northbound.
Yep.
And we have our...
I'm trying to see what exit we're
California
close
traffic
by
reporter
here.
Andrew has been with us right now.
This is the area that I grew up in, so I'm quite familiar.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
I didn't know this was... I thought maybe you just lived here. I didn't know this was the hometown. Got to swap the views here. Got a little bit better wide view. Pursuit. Are we going to go by your house? Because that would be
no, but that's actually the metro tracks right there that she's passing. That's the light rail basically, and that I believe, yep, that's Fair Oaks Avenue in South Pasadena. So this next turn here is where the freeway is going to end. So she'll be going onto city streets right there.
Well,
she's in the city of South Pasadena, and she's right now turning left on your screen. And she's going to start heading north on Arroyo Parkway, which is a very busy old street in the city of Pasadena.
So it looks like
there's a red light typically right at the end of this freeway, and we shall see if she stops. Looks like she's starting to pick up some speed now.
Well, I would almost expect the police, knowing as you do where the freeway is going to end, if they don't have some strips down for her or something else.
So here's the end of the freeway coming up right here. And she stopped at the stoplight. Well, this could easily be the end of the chase right here. I can't imagine that this would continue much longer.
There's an open turn lane. Does she not know?
Wow, this is quite the ironic chase.
Yes, there's an open turn. She's just waiting for the light. I wonder if she doesn't know she's being chased.
Well, if that's the case,
she's going to have a real big surprise here in a second. Wow.
So she's headed north on Arroyo Parkway right now. She just crossed. I know that gas station very well, and she's headed north. This is a commercial district, lots of people driving around, lots of businesses. And at north, if she keeps going north, she'll be headed into Old Town Pasadena, which is a huge shopping area. Lots of people on the street, crossing the street. That is not a good place to have a chase like this. She's stopping at another red light?
Apparently.
Wow.
I'm wondering if the police are on... So
I think it might be... It looks like they might be trying to move in right now. I just saw an officer get out of the car.
So unsure if she's armed. Again, she was a possible DUI suspect. So approaching with caution, I would imagine they are. And
the light
turned
turned green. Wow. I'm not an expert on Los Angeles car chases. I know in Arizona they follow some very strict protocols. But I just would assume that if you had someone stopping at a red light, it might be the opportune time to move in and stop them.
Well,
if they're willing to stop at a red light, that might be the chance to go in.
That's a pretty safe stopping again. This is amazing. This is the most courteous police chase
I know.
ever. Oh, I wonder if she's using her blinker. Okay, so again, the police stop. They open their doors. They're prepared to either get out if there's a foot pursuit or something else going on. But I think the money now is on the light changing to green, and we are off.
Yeah, wow. So, if she keeps heading this direction, like I was mentioning earlier, she'll be heading into Old Town Pasadena, which is a busy shopping district, basically the shopping center for the whole area northeast of Los Angeles. There are people on the streets, crossing the streets in all directions. It's a very busy place.
Yeah, I mean, there's some amusing aspects to this, but anytime you get a car chase like this, it is serious. There's always the possibility of people getting injured, but within that, there's a whole lot of strange going on right here.
So right now, she's also headed just past the Pasadena Civic Auditorium, and there's a large shopping mall there in addition to the outdoor area that is Old Town Pasadena. And if she keeps heading north, she'll be passing Pasadena City Hall.
Oh, there's someone in the crosswalk. She waited for someone in the crosswalk to pass. Someone in the chat room points out, for any other issues, she's not going to have any traffic violations.
Except for one major problem.
Well, getting into details.
She won't have any extra tickets, will she?
Yes.
She didn't really speed, and she didn't run any red lights.
No, yeah, she's waiting. Okay, now this truck is in the. I don't think that's a police vehicle.
No, that doesn't look like it. That's a turn lane.
But the police are looking.
Look like they may be moving in.
She might have looked in her rearview mirror, in which case she's probably having a bit of a heart attack right now. She finally realized there's a small parade of police.
Look, there was an officer there. These look like sheriff's deputies, actually, putting their hands up, telling her to stop.
Okay,
you see there's a dog there, a
out.
canine. She has a green light, and there she goes. Wow.
Oops.
We'll get that back up in a second. There's a wider shot on the other one.
Yeah, let me go to the wider shot.
So there you see that's the area that I was referring to, that sort of higher density area.
Maneuver on her.
They're going to try, yeah. And she's not going to let them.
Well, she's either not going to let them, or she still is unaware of what's going on.
At this point, I would be stunned if she's unaware.
Well, I'm stunned about a couple things here.
And she is slowing down at a red light behind another car. Now,
again, if she knew, why would she? There's like 3 open lanes.
Well, this would be the perfect time to sandwich her in there and get her out of the car. And she looks like she's in a turn lane there.
Yep.
So I know exactly where she is now. She's just south of that area, Old Town Pasadena. And she is headed right into the mix, right into all of it. The next street, I believe, is the Old Town Pasadena area. And it looks like they're not going to let her get that far, or at least they're going to try not to. Yep, there you go.
And again, she probably just had a heck of a surprise.
See the pedestrians on the side of the road there. This area is packed with people. So I'm not surprised that they wouldn't let her get up that far. She is yet to get out of the car. Those look like sheriff's deputies, LA County sheriff's deputies.
We got a canine there
following
as well.
her canine.
And if by some miracle she really did not know what was going on, this has to be about the most surreal. Oh, now the door's open.
And she's coming out with her hands up. Right there. And she's walking towards them with her hands up. This is...
She is just sort of, what did I do? I don't understand.
Really? This is unbelievable.
Are you sure? Are you for me? I mean, this is just the most...
I have never seen anything like this before. They are literally showing her how to put her hands behind her head. And oh, wow.
And it's not that she's resisting. She just
She's not resisting.
baffled.
She seems like she's absolutely clueless.
They still have weapons trained on the vehicle.
Absolutely.
Unsure if she's alone until they can verify.
You never
that
know.
it is, empty.
I've never seen anyone. Normally, when in a situation like this, when you walk toward the officers, that's when you risk them shooting you.
Right. Well, and I think even the officers are probably at this point
Like, what is going on?
Yeah. I would love to have heard the police chatter, as they're talking, about her stopping and obeying traffic lights.
They had to show her how to put her hands behind her head.
Yeah, I would think that that's pretty self-evidentiary. And again, she just seems really confused. Invalidating. This isn't anyone you know.
I sure hope not.
Okay. Well, you'd have a heck
Didn't
of a
recognize the
story
car,
for later.
but you never know.
So they're explaining what's going on. I think she just seems baffled. They haven't, forced her to sit down. They don't seem concerned at all.
Yeah, they are talking to her in a non sort of threatening, non-panicked way, which is pretty rare for a high-speed chase in Southern California.
Yeah, I would think that.
Well, I don't even think it's fair to call this a high-speed chase. It's normal for a chase in Southern California.
Yeah, I don't even know what you call it.
Because I don't think she at no point did it seem like she was driving very fast.
Maybe she just thought she was really popular, and they were giving her an escort. I mean, I just honestly don't know what.
Well,
because if she was, go ahead.
I think anyone will tell you, any prosecutor will tell you that ignorance is no excuse for breaking the law.
Absolutely.
So, whether she knew it or she didn't.
Well, and they said that she was, they were looking at her for erratic driving, possible DUI. So, it seems if that's the case, quite likely that she was impaired, and now they're sitting her down. And she could have just been so impaired that she was oblivious. But if she was that intoxicated, she handled the streets really well. I mean, she stopped everywhere. She navigated traffic. So she was. I have no theories here. That was one of the strangest chases.
That was. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, how busy this area is. There's no question there'd be a lot of people watching, seeing what's going on, out shopping, and just see a little bit of this happening and wondering what in the world is going on.
Well, we have, this is a map, and you said this was
That's right. This is the area. Are you able to pull out at all?
Yeah, let me.
Oh, there you go. That's a better image. So that street, Colorado Boulevard, right there, is the main sort of shopping district in the Pasadena area. And so you got like about 1 mile worth of just shopping and dining, and this street here is where she's pulled over right now. By my estimate, it's right here under this tree because there's a parking garage right there. It looked like I saw some entrances to a parking area. So if she's headed north on this road, there's no way they're going to let her cross this street. People are walking around, lots of cars, people out dining on patios. I mean, there's just too much risk if you go into a situation like that right here. So they stopped her right in this area just before she gets up to that busy street.
Interesting.
Which is smart on their part.
Yeah.
I would just think that if you had her stopped at a red light, you'd just do that sooner.
Yeah, there were several times where I expected them to pull it over, but I guess it's possible.
I will say that I've never seen a chase where someone stops at a red light, waits for it to turn green, and then goes.
Yeah, and maybe they were just as baffled as we were about what's going on. I mean, when you don't understand a given situation.
It looks like they're getting ready to put her back in the car. Or are they... No, they're checking her pockets.
Yeah, but if they're not clear what she's doing or what her plan is, and I mean, they're obviously going to assume the worst.
Mm-hmm.
They're just going to be cautious. But yeah, there were several times where I expected them to stop her as well. Gail McCain.
No, excuse me. We're referring to them as sheriff's deputies. It's actually the California Highway Patrol.
Oh, okay. Chips.
Yep.
So Gail McCain in the chat room wants
and there
to
you
know,
see, looks like there's a news camera crew down there already on the ground.
Oh, those news guys.
I know. They never miss a beat, do they?
No, they don't. They're amazing. Utmost respect, especially the Pasadena ones.
They're the best.
Yes. Okay. Third time, I'm going to get your question in there, Gail. Where'd it go? Isn't Colorado Boulevard the street the Rose Parade is on?
Yes, that's exactly right. The Rose Parade goes down there. It is the main thoroughfare through Pasadena, and it's really just like the main business and shopping core of that whole San Gabriel Valley, which is northeast of downtown LA. As the Rose Parade goes down there every year on the first of the year, and that's a wider shot of that area of Pasadena. Looks like the chopper may be leaving.
Yep, I think that.
So you can kind of see just on that wider shot how dense it is in that area. Lots of businesses, lots of people working and living. So them stopping her before she got to Colorado Boulevard was probably what they were planning all along.
All right.
So someone is writing right now that she was not looking in a rearview mirror. Which is certainly possible, but I mean, come on. At some point, you got to realize you're being followed.
So one of the people here in the newsroom wanted to know if the suspect was a little old lady from Pasadena.
I say there's a good chance.
Yeah. But, you get people, I've seen people do a lot of crazy stuff in their car. There was a guy the other day almost sideswiped me. He was singing, he was jamming, and he was shaving. And he's driving down, looking in his rearview mirror, shaving, and
all right, guys, we are going to cut out of that clip now and show you guys another police chase, although this one ended up like a foot chase. This one was from April, and we're going to watch, of course, coming to you from Southern California. Let's watch this one as it unfolds. Alright guys, it's time to watch this live police pursuit. I am going to now monitor Twitter again to see what kind of information I can get you guys. Initially we were told this is Long Beach, California. There is a Twitter account called Chase Alert though. Apparently the suspect was in Carson, which I guess that means they are near... Well, I don't know. Going up from Long Beach to Carson, that means they would be traveling north. Carson, as you guys may remember, is the city where Ron and I discussed the future home of the proposed LA NFL stadium. It's a Nissan SUV, according to one person on Twitter.
Wow, these are high speeds. Would you slow down? I mean, that person just almost stopped their car. I don't know if I'd just try to get off the road.
I mean, he's going fast for surface streets.
Yes.
This isn't, I mean, it's not technically high-speed pursuit, but it's high-speed for neighborhood streets. Yeah.
That you don't know who's walking around or what's around the area.
I wish I could have a clearer idea of, like, what streets they're on or have a, you know, vague idea.
That does not look like nice buildings, but nothing in LA looks...
Hey, don't hate. Now it looks like they're just going through a residential area. It looks like a lot of apartments. Now it's turning.
Whoa.
What is it?
What's
okay, don't go to a
right
dead
now?
end.
What's happening right now?
Another dead. Okay. Oh my
What?
gosh. Oh my goodness.
This is not a good idea.
This is happening.
This is a terrible idea.
He's running. We are going to take this camera and watch with them. Oh my goodness. They're running, and they're running fast.
They're pretty fast.
And they have separated. There's another guy. What is happening? Did that guy...
Is that an... No, he just ran
it's
into
not
a
an
random
officer. It was
person.
just a random person. But now you...
He was scared of me.
As a helicopter, you can only chase one person.
What?
Oh, no. There we go.
Here we go.
Don't... He was about to carjack someone. This is getting good, guys. For those of you just joining us, we have just watched as two individuals have escaped a Nissan SUV that was previously being pursued by police in the Long Beach, Carson area of Southern California. You guys are watching these images come in live. It's all unfolding. We don't have any information as far as what these people are wanted for, why police were following them, but we are here with you guys live here on Fox 10 News Now.
They always run into the trees, man. Yeah.
Here we go.
Okay.
Somebody's on the other side of that. Looks like a lot of open space.
And it's too bad we can't have two cameras because
she's like,
you
hey,
have...
what's up?
Because there's two guys on the loose. We can't. I wish we had two cameras.
I know.
So we're just going to focus on this guy. I'm not even sure if this one was the driver. I think this one was the passenger. I can't remember.
I don't know, but
I know maybe
keeps
it's
the
the
shirt
driver.
on.
Yeah, I just think it got hot. What is the weather like out there?
I thought I saw that it was 85.
What is going on in the...
Oh, is it? Yeah.
Where are you going? What is your plan?
He is nowhere.
He's slowing down though. He's like, oh great. Okay, wait. He almost lifted his shirt like maybe I should take this off.
Is he trying to change? Is he trying to disguise himself by going from blue
I think
shirt
that
to
was
white shirt?
something Bulldogs. What is that? Jordan, LA Trojan. What does that say? LA something. It looks like it was right next to a school.
Oh no, because that kind of looks like it could be. There's a parking lot.
It definitely looks like a school. I'm trying to. I'll Google search.
I feel like he's about to end up back in the car.
There is a. Looks like a jungle gym.
Yeah, maybe it's a park.
There he is.
You see it, him?
Yeah, they lost him for 2 seconds behind a building.
Oh, I see him on that side, watching the other screen.
He's losing speed. He's tired.
And he's probably wondering where his friend is, or co-suspect.
Where's my BFF crime bud?
Pretty sure criminals don't say BFF. But they might.
They might.
They might.
The only thing I will say is I don't see cops. I mean, maybe cops got the other guy.
Yeah,
but
maybe
I
the
don't
cops
see
are
them following too close behind.
Right, but at this point they need to send ground personnel. You know, earlier we were watching as police vehicles were pursuing that SUV. Now with the running, and if you stay in between buildings, there's a police vehicle right there that's pulling up. There's someone running, but that's probably the police officer running, right? So I'm going to hide our windows so we can see more clearly. I'm going to update the...
I don't know what this area is, but if those are homes, he could knock on a door and kind of bust into somebody's home. So this is kind of a concerning situation with us not being able to look. I mean, there's a little... Is that a little kid? Or is that a grown-up just with the shirt off?
Oh.
Multiple police vehicles now.
We're hearing that some news stations out in California are saying that they are in the Watts area of Southern California now. Wow, lots of people running. Oh my gosh.
Oh, there we go.
One person down. Covered. At least 3 or 4, 5, 6, 7... 8 police
34.
officers, 9 police officers surround this one individual, 4 on the ground, or 5 on the ground, 4 standing as backup. 1 down.
Can we see if this is the one we've been following, or...
So now we have to figure out whether the second individual has been caught. Of course, the chopper was only able to follow one person. Yes, he was jogging through the Jordan Downs public housing apartment complex, so the projects basically. This is in Watts, not known as the safest area of Southern California.
Was that the jogger? Because I thought the jogger had longer hair and a blue shirt on, and that it looks like that guy has a red shirt around his waist or jersey or something and a white shirt on.
So now we need to figure out if anyone on Twitter has tweeted that the second individual had been caught. Also, we don't even know why they're being chased. Oh, I guess the suspects are in custody. Both of them have been caught. I think, according to what I am seeing on social media.
That's interesting.
I guess, you know, with helicopters, you have to really pick and choose
Yeah.
which suspects you're going to follow. That was fun. I still want to see the other guy, though. And yes, according to our Fox affiliate out in Los Angeles, both men have been caught. This is an aerial look now at that same housing project in Watts. The two men have been caught, guys, so it looks like there's nothing else to see. Alright guys, that is a wrap on that police chase that we were showing you. Time to go to our next FNN highlight. We're going to take you guys back to June 2015 when a couple of convicted killers escaped a New York prison. This is the very first day I think that Ron and I covered it. Let's watch. Preparing to present the story that you and I are going to talk about extensively because it's the biggest thing.
Your timing is so good.
All right, I'm going to watch them.
The investigation into exactly how 2 inmates escaped from this New York State prison turns internal. Investigators are checking to see if civilian employees or private contractors helped the murderers escape. According to one report, a female employee at the Clinton Correctional Facility has already been questioned as a suspected accomplice.
Limited surveillance tape with the facility. We have taken a look at, that's one of the first things we looked at to see, as you know, in some communities they have prevalent surveillance tape. Nothing has been fruitful.
34-year-old David Sweat and 48-year-old Richard Matt breaking out over the weekend, the two using power tools to cut through steel pipes and walls at the 150-year-old prison, leaving a note reading, "Have a nice day." They were discovered missing early Saturday.
How did they get the power tools? From who? How? So we'll undertake a full investigation.
Hundreds of officers are involved in the manhunt, and there are fears the two could have fled to Canada or to another state. New York officials are offering a $100,000 reward for information leading to their capture.
It's very important that we locate these individuals. They are dangerous, and we want to make sure that they don't inflict any more pain or any more harm on any New Yorkers.
There are nearly 3,000 inmates housed at this facility. This is the first time there has been an escape from the maximum security area of the prison. In Baltimore, New York, David Lee Miller, Fox News.
Well,
That is the story.
Is just an unbelievable story. Primarily, I think, as much as anything, because not only do they obviously have egg on their face at the prison, but how long, I don't think they to this minute know exactly how many hours head start they had. They're only, 35 miles to the Canadian border?
Right, they're, just south of Canada.
Correct.
And they discovered them missing at 5:30 a.m. Saturday morning.
Yeah, morning bed check.
Right.
So does that mean they had all
do checks
night?
every 2 hours, and what they had done to fool the prison guards was basically create dummies wearing hooded sweatshirts in the bed, so it appeared as if they were just sleeping.
Yep, like
so the
something out
last
of a
time they were
movie.
actually physically really seen was 10:30 the night before.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, if you have a 7-hour head start, I mean, yeah, sure, they were alerting border crossing. The other thing is, this thing happens to, and to me, this doesn't seem like the greatest setting necessarily for the security of a prison. It backs up to a national forest.
Oh, wow.
Literally, the land it's on backs right up. It's either a state forest or a national forest, something like that. And so they actually think, Sami, I did quite a bit of research on this before coming to sit with you. They think that these guys waited until this time of year, that they had been working on this plot for months.
Okay.
Because you can go out into the woods behind the prison and the trees will all be bare, providing no cover. Instead, if you wait until this time of year when all the leaves are on all the trees, you get back there real thick. And you have cover despite plus the fact that it happened in the middle of the night.
It is, well, just the fact, okay, so we know that they got out because they used power tools. How did they get access to power tools? People are saying because it's such an old facility, people are there frequently working on the building, so they think that's maybe how they got access to the power tools. And then I know the governor had actually toured their escape route
Yes.
on Saturday during the day.
Okay, and that part
Sunday.
of it is fascinating too, right?
It's just this whole thing. I mean, we were in the car, me and my friends driving back from Bakersfield yesterday, and my best friend's husband was telling us this story. And all my best friend kept saying was like, it's like Shawshank. It's Shawshank.
Yeah, yeah.
Shawshank Redemption.
Right.
Everyone, you know, and Governor Cuomo even said it's like a scene out of a movie.
Right.
It's like,
Well, you know what they call this prison? Do you know what its nickname is?
No.
Little Siberia.
Oh, I did read that.
So that if you go to this facility, you are the inmates, either post serving time or beforehand. They literally have given it the nickname Little Siberia, as a place that's so far away from everything and so remote, and yet actually really close to Canada. I don't know. It seems to me that if you were going to plot your escape, if you felt like you had a head start, you would probably try to get across into Canada, would you not? I mean,
logically,
the manhunt is going to be way more intense in the U.S.
Getting
than it is
into
in Canada.
Canada, can you get into Canada? Do you have to show a form of ID? I don't remember driving into Canada. You do have to check in with the Canadian government when you drive in, if I remember correctly.
Oh, sure, yeah. They've got Border Patrol.
Right.
And it became much... as a guy who grew up in the state of Washington, it used to be super easy just going across the border. Everything changed after 9/11.
Right,
they became really strict about every person coming across the border.
Well, Mexico, you can still get it. You just drive through. No one checks. It's getting back into America from Mexico that they check. When you just drive south into Mexico, no one's checking your ID.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so, but, I mean, they could, these guys probably have the kinds of skills necessary to find a wooded area to get across into Canada, and then once they're there, I mean, who knows? Who knows? You are aware that one of them killed a man in Mexico?
I know both of them are convicted killers.
Correct.
One beat a man to death, and the other one killed an officer.
Right. And the older guy, also subsequent or prior to these two cases, the older guy killed a man in Mexico all the way back in the 1980s, and they think he's fairly familiar because of time spent in Mexico. They think that he might be headed this way.
To Arizona.
This way, because how else are you going to get into Mexico if it's not Texas, New Mexico, or Arizona?
So you're talking about this
or
guy right
possibly
here.
California, the older guy, yeah.
This one? He's the one who killed a guy in Mexico.
Yep.
And this is the other one that
Yeah.
killed the officer. Or no, did he beat the man to death?
Well, let's go through all of that so we
Okay,
make
let's
sure
recap. We're going to tell you a
clear
little
on
bit about
everything.
each of these individuals, these wanted men.
Yes.
And they're not super wanted. Do you get? My
Yeah,
question
they
is,
are.
do
They
you
are
get
super wanted?
Do you get additional punishment once you're caught?
Well,
And
you
you're
know,
already. I mean, one guy's serving a life sentence with no parole. The other one
Right.
is serving 25 to life.
Okay.
Do you think the 25 to life now is going to get life without
Could
parole?
get harder, yeah.
I mean, just because you
Right.
escaped, I feel like you have to get punished
Right.
for the escape, for all the resources
Right.
that are being used to recapture you.
Yeah. Well,
for
is it not?
embarrassing.
Yes.
You know, the
Sure. Throw the
state.
book at them. Yeah.
Yeah, you're like, oh
Right.
my gosh, this is the first time in the history of this prison since 1865 that this has happened.
Yes, I know.
150 years.
It reminded me. I said to
Yes.
Rick this morning. I said, "What was the name of the place in Hogan's Heroes where no one had ever escaped from?" That's like before your time, but it was a funny sitcom that was like based in the war, and they had this commandant who said that was his great claim to fame, was that no one had ever escaped from, I think it was Stalag 13. But anyway, so these places have a reputation, you know? No one has ever escaped from, you're going down to Little Siberia. No one's ever escaped. Well, now two people have. And so anyway, the guy on the right in your picture, but we're covering him up.
We'll show him. Although we should cover these killers.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The guy on the right is Matt.
Him.
Richard W. Matt. and he's almost 50,
Mr.
49
Matt.
years old. The guy on the left is
Sweat.
David Sweat. So
Matt and
Sweat on the left, Matt on the right. It's a little confusing when a guy has a last name that's also a first name.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
So he's anyway.
He's confusing.
Yeah. So anyway, Matt on the right, and he's the older guy. He's almost 50. Sweat on the
guy.
left is 35.
Sweat.
And I think this is really interesting.
They're like the same height. Isn't that interesting? I find that to be a very interesting observation. They're the same height. Wear the same color.
Mm-hmm. That is an interesting observation. I hadn't really picked up on that.
I mean, how often are people the exact same height?
Right. 69.5 inches.
Right, both of them.
70 inches, yeah.
Both of them.
Right. So 72 inches would be 6 feet, so they're both 5'10".
What? Alright, I'm going to cut out of this video. You kind of get the gist. These were the escaped killers. Eventually, they do get caught. 3 weeks later, this guy right here gets killed. This guy gets shot, but is captured just a mile from the Canadian border. And moving on now to another big story. We have fire erupting in Baltimore following riots. This is April 27th. Let's go watch. We have a massive building fire. This is not the fire that we brought you earlier. Earlier today we showed you a video of a CVS building on fire. We have learned that there's this massive building on fire. You can see it in the background of this reporter who's sending us this feed right now. And cutting to this fire, just absolute craziness. Again, guys, you are looking at the fire that broke out after the Baltimore riots on April 27, 2015. Many people in Baltimore rioting over the death of Freddie Gray.
suspects.
All right, guys, these were some images of the fire that broke out in Baltimore. As you know, April, Baltimore was experiencing extensive riots over the death of Freddie Gray. Now we're going to mix things up and get back to the world of politics. I know many of you guys had been really hoping for a John McCain appearance on FNN, and just a couple months ago, we actually accomplished that. So let's go ahead and cue up that video. This is really exciting for me because you guys know how kind he is, how much of a fan I am. So, on that
fire
note,
in Baltimore.
let's stop earlier today video and play this one now.
Senator McCain, welcome to the News Now set.
Thank you. It's a great little set you have here. A little lash up there. Great. Yeah.
Well, this is the future. It's the internet. We're live streaming. I feel like more people under 35 are watching things online or on their phones or on their iPads.
You know, I have young people on my staff that do not own a television set, and neither do you.
I don't have cable. I cut the cord. I watch Hulu. I watch Netflix. I don't have cable TV.
It is the future. In the last debate, I am told that Snapchat had more traffic than any other medium.
Wow. So
that's what I was told.
Snapchat had more traffic during the last debate. Are they just snapping bits and parts and people are making their own stories?
That's what I was told.
Are you on Snapchat?
Of course.
Really?
Of course, yeah.
I really want to pull up your Snapchat right now. I mean, these weren't part of my prepared questions at all, but I'd much rather talk to you about social media. I mean, I love your policies as well and all of
Thank
that.
you.
But
it's amazing. It's amazing.
So I know there's also viewer questions that are coming in. T McCain is the Snapchat.
T McCain.
We're going to find that right now.
Or oldgeezer.com.
Do you have a snap right now that's happening? Team McCain. I'm not even Can someone find it on my Snapchat? Because I'm not I just joined Snapchat, I'll be honest, about a couple of weeks ago because I realized everyone was on Snapchat and Twitter was kind of becoming
old hat for
so,
old people.
So last decade.
They're going to get it for you. But it's really important.
Mm-hmm. So, Senator McCain, we have a live feed right here where a lot of the viewers are saying hi. Alfredo saying, OMG, it's finally happening. Hi, Senator McCain. Frankie chiming in. Nice to meet you. A ton of people chatting in the chat room. Yeah. Especially, I mean, they're very excited because so often we carry different events that you hold here in Phoenix on News Now. We stream it live.
Wonderful.
One of the events that for me is the most memorable, it was, I want to say back in March or April, you were holding a press conference here in Phoenix and you were talking about Kayla Mueller. And there was this moment where you just got really emotional, and I know for a fact that I was just really touched by that moment. And one thing I've noticed a lot with some politicians is they are becoming more personable while campaigning. For example, Joe Biden getting emotional while on Stephen Colbert. How important do you think that personability is to the campaign and actually showing emotion?
As long as it's legitimate. You and I have seen in the past other times where politicians have gotten, quote, emotional and I think people can tell whether it's legitimate or not. Look, I'll admit to being emotional over Kayla Mueller. I know her parents so well. It's just, it's heartbreaking. Right. But frankly, I don't, almost never do I get, quote, emotional over an issue because I think they deserve a dispassionate and objective assessment. But frankly, Kayla Mueller, look, sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night thinking about her. It's just, here's a young woman who wanted to do good in the world. She wanted to do the right thing. She wanted to devote her life to helping others. look, I'm going to get emotional again, so let's talk about something else.
We could get really, I mean, they're working on Snapchat over there. We can completely shift.
There's Snapchat right now.
I don't think we've ever had such a dramatic shift from like, we're going to talk about what's happening in the Middle East. Okay, so, oh no. I think you played it and now I can't replay it, is how Snapchat works. This is, do you have your actual phone? Can I just look? Right, guys.
Anyway.
All the technical issues. All the viewers in the chat room have questions.
Anyway.
So if you don't mind, we can take a couple of viewer questions.
Sure.
Alfredo saying, Senator McCain, what is your current view on the educational system in Arizona, and what is the Arizona Senate doing to improve it?
The Arizona Senate, you know, the U.S. Senate, we just passed a bill through the United States Senate that does away with Common Core. It does, however, give states the ability to make their own assessments of education. It obviously shows greater support for charter schools, as there's a number of provisions to this new legislation, and I'd be glad to send it to you. It's not through the House yet, but it's really, I think, an important breakthrough. There's a backlash against Common Core out there. And what this does, it does away with Common Core. No bureaucrat in Washington is going to make that decision.
Right.
But they still provide states with the ability to make judgments as to the progress of their students.
Right, because the states have their own rights, and the government, you know, has their role as well. You mentioned the House. I have to ask the question. It's kind of chaotic there right now with the decision for Speaker of the House. What's your take on that?
It's hard for me to judge because, you know, I'm not over there,
right.
And senators are snobs. But I think that I hope they work it out, and I hope that, and I know this sounds silly almost, but I'd like to sit down with my counterparts in the House and say, look, what can we agree on? How can we set an agenda that elects a Republican president and keeps our majorities? Let's stop fighting with each other. Ronald Reagan had a thing called the 11th Commandment, and that was you don't speak ill of your fellow Republicans. That doesn't mean you always agree with your fellow Republicans, but you don't attack their character and their integrity and all that. So I'd like to get back to Ronald Reagan's 11th Commandment.
And that's the thing. That's what we're seeing a lot of with the Republican presidential candidates. There's a lot of attacking.
Yeah.
And
I know.
That's probably going to hurt. Do you think that's going to hurt the party come the 2016 election?
It's bound to. You know, if you're a Democrat and a guy calls somebody a dummy, you know, all those things, then you may see that in a commercial for the Democrat candidate. So it's just unfortunate. We're going through an unfortunate time. But I'm proud of a lot of things we have done. We just talked about this Common Core issue and others, but we, you know, these are rocky times.
Right. Let's see. I think they're trying to get this. Oh. Okay. We have figured it out. I still don't see it. Am I just not Snapchat savvy? Am I the one that's behind now? I feel like I'm so behind on technology now if I can't even figure out Snapchat. There it is. Okay, so we're going to watch this now. We're going to show the viewers. I'm going to turn up the volume. I've never seen what your snap is for the day. So we're going to do this, guys, right now. So, great interview with Mike Broomhead, #AZSen. And then the next one's going to come up. Quick Starbucks stop before my next interview. I have to know what your favorite drink is, Senator McCain.
Cappuccino.
Cappuccino?
Yeah, just cappuccino. None of this
fancy
stuff like cinnamon dolce latte frou-frous.
You would never want to go to a coffee shop with me then. Fun morning with Steve and Nina at KMLB.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Camel Country, that was cool.
And this one doesn't have a text. What was going on here?
That was in New Hampshire. No,
that's
that's greeting volunteers. That's greeting volunteers at our headquarters.
Okay, kicking off the lunch hour at Telemundo Phoenix.
Yep, did an interview there at Telemundo Phoenix, long interview.
And then Newsmaker Sunday, taping Newsmaker Sunday with John Hook. You guys, that guy looks familiar to our viewers.
Yeah, I'm sure they've never seen him before.
That is so cool.
And then
stopping by News Now.
Us.
And there we are.
There
we have just made the Snapchat. That is so
Isn't that
cool.
fun?
Yeah, it's so cool. I feel like it's great. You're more Snapchat savvy than I am.
Well, listen, you'll learn. And when you grow older, you'll learn.
I'll figure it all out. It's
By
very
the way,
keen.
again, I would point out that this is changing the world. It's not just changing Arizona. I promise you, around the world, young people are doing these things, and I believe that when you spread information, you spread knowledge, you
Right.
get a better world. This is the biggest change. The social networking is the biggest change since the invention of the printing press.
Wow.
Believe me.
I believe that. I mean, I remember just a few years ago the role that Twitter played, in terms of revolutions in the Middle East. You look at Egypt, you look at various. I remember when everyone was turning their Twitter profile picture green, I think, for Iran, I want to say. If I remember.
It was when they shot a young woman named Neda in the square, and over the internet, people saw her lie there and bleed to death.
Awful.
That had a huge impact, huge impact.
So awful. But it's true. I mean, more information comes out on Twitter than any other media platform. I remember hearing about Osama bin Laden's death on Twitter before President Obama had announced it.
Yeah.
And, it being the rumor all over the internet as well.
Well, it's remarkable, and there are a lot of downsides to it, and you know it too.
There's
Privacy, the cloak of anonymity. Some of the tweets I get, honestly, I wonder why. What have I done?
People are mean on the internet.
I mean, it's just so angry and mean and hateful. I don't hate anybody.
Well,
anyway, but hardly anybody.
What does it take to get said? What does it take to hate someone? What does someone have to do to you for you to hate them?
Do what Baghdadi and ISIS is doing.
Right.
They're capturing young women, particularly young women, and trafficking them. I hate that. I hate them. I want to kill them.
Right.
And maybe that's not a Christian statement, but I hate them and I want to kill them.
Well, because they do, and the way they're so, it's bragging about it, it's ostentatious, it's on display, it's awful.
Say that it's accepted in the Muslim
It's
faith.
not at all.
So
I mean,
So I hate them.
Yes.
Okay. And Bashar Assad, I hate, who has killed 240,000 of his own citizens with these things called barrel bombs. Now, my friends, a lot of you who are watching this don't know what a barrel bomb is. It's a very large cylinder, about 10 feet long, and it's packed with explosives and shrapnel, like nuts and bolts and screws.
Right.
They drop it, and it explodes about 10 feet above the ground, so that the shrapnel and this stuff just tears men, women, and children. It is awful, and we need to stop it.
What do they get by killing their own people? I don't understand this.
Control.
But I mean,
stay control. Stay in charge.
But why kill? Can't you get
Because
power without killing?
That's the way you intimidate and drive your opponents into submission. Kill a lot of them.
Well, I mean, yeah, for example, the issue in Syria, there was that picture of the little boy, and now suddenly the world is paying attention to
washing
Syria.
up on the shore. And my friends, whether you want to know it or not, these things didn't happen by accident. It was the policies of withdrawal, leading from behind by one Barack Obama. History will judge him very, very harshly. One more question.
I know we have to
folks
wrap up.
One more comment.
I do want to get a Snapchat in.
One
too.
Snapchat in.
A lot
real
of
quick.
people are asking questions here, but I'm getting a question from my assistant news director. Can I ask you this
Sure,
one?
sure.
You're a baseball fan. Do you think this is the year for the Cubs?
No.
Oh my God.
Hope springs eternal, and everybody wants the Cubs, and we're so sentimental over the Cubs and all that. I still think the St. Louis Cardinals are awfully, awfully hard to beat. We're all glad that we're now jumped on the Cubs bandwagon. But one more important to me is if we get some pitching, you're going to see the Diamondbacks in the playoffs and go a long way. We've got the nicest young man in baseball, and we got the finest young man in Paul Goldschmidt. And Pollock is not far behind. If we get some pitching, I guarantee you we're going to be good. Watch the Coyotes. They've won 2 in a row, which nobody ever predicted. Let's go out and support them. Shane Doan, the greatest guy. Watch Larry Fitzgerald. He's an old man. And look at what he's doing.
The Cardinals.
Now, all we need is something from the Suns. Robert Sarver. How are we going to do with the Suns, okay? All right?
Well, and I mean, I'm a Cardinals fan by default because we have 2 USC quarterbacks, and I'm a Trojan, so.
You know, my wife is also went to the University of Spoiled Children,
Oh,
just like you did.
Senator McCain.
Uh-huh.
You did
Yeah,
not
that's
go
right.
there.
Yes.
You went there.
Yes,
Okay.
indeed.
She's a stalker. She's a big fan.
Yeah, well, also, they got a little coaching problem over there in Trojan Land
Oh
now.
my
Did you
gosh.
notice
Oh,
that?
I did.
A little coaching problem. It would be like somebody coming in and taking John Hook's job, which some of us have been hoping for years, for decades. Haven't you?
Well,
All right. Thanks, Sammy.
All right. Well, it's good
Love
seeing
being
you.
with you. Love being back with John
It
Hook.
was so fun. I know Newsmaker is on Sunday morning, so
Yep,
everyone can
I
watch your
knew
full
that.
interview with John
Yes.
Hook there. Thanks for stopping by.
If you happen to have a nightmare and wake up, go ahead and click on the Channel 10 Newsmaker Sunday, okay?
And
All
we
right.
post the whole thing online too. So
Online.
eventually people will be able to watch. So what I'm going to do, if you don't mind, I'd love to take a Snapchat with you.
That'd be great.
I'm just going to play a video for our viewers in the
Okay.
meantime. Did you see this, by the way? Actually, I'll just put
I
this
saw
video
that.
up, or this photo up. It's a photo that we showed the viewers earlier, but the VA is lying, obviously a hot topic.
Yeah.
And you talked about it with
John and I talked about it at length. The VA's got a long way to go. We got to give every veteran a choice card. But,
All right. So I'm going to show you guys this photo. Walk Senator McCain out, and I'll be back with you guys in a little bit. All right, Senator McCain.
All right, guys, so that was one of our top interviews during this year. I know that many of you in the chat room are requesting to watch different videos. I know that some of you want to see my interview with Sheriff Joe from early in 2015, so we'll play that. But first, I want to play this video for you. It is a car chase, but this time it's not in Southern California. It's right here in Phoenix. This police chase taking place 3 months ago, back on October 2nd. Let's watch. Again, this is a police chase that happened right here in the city of Phoenix. We are not looking at California, we're not looking at LA, we are looking at Phoenix streets. Streets that may be familiar to many of you guys watching in the chat room.
All right, we're working to get you details on the exact location here, but this is near central Phoenix. Okay, here we go, and they are now running. Okay, the suspects went into the Spectrum Mall here. They parked in a parking lot and then raced into this mall area. Working to get you more details. Okay, what you're looking at here is 19th Avenue and Bethany Home. What the suspects did was they parked their car and then went right into that that mall area of the Spectrum Mall. And obviously police are now pursuing them. We're going to get you more details. Right here, you're looking at the main entrance of this mall at 19th Avenue and Bethany Home. This is Spectrum Mall area. And what happened just moments ago was the suspects parked their car and then ran right into those center doorways right there. And now police are obviously pursuing them, working to get you more details. Hold on, as you are now watching a Fox 10 live breaking news stream of a police chase that has now gone into the Spectrum Mall at 19th Avenue and Bethany Home.
Alright guys, I'll be honest, this chase is a little underwhelming, so I want to go ahead and show you guys a different one. I remember this one, I remember covering this way back in June. This is a high-speed chase involving a narcotic suspect who was driving southbound on Interstate 5 in San Diego County. It's interesting because in this clip, first we have John McCain, but then we cut off John McCain the minute we learn of this high-speed chase. Or maybe it's the other way. The chase is up here. We start with the chase. Sorry, McCain. We're going to start with the chase. This one comes in from June 30th, 2015.
Shoppers are getting a bonus this evening as they're just seeing a bunch of activity here at 19th Avenue and Bethany Home.
In this scenario, there's a narcotic suspect on Interstate 5 in California, in that black SUV right there. High speeds, you can see how fast he's going. Helicopter there, SUV there, police chasing him, and it's a foggy day back in June.
tear it down because
Just a quick recap for those of you just joining us. We are watching a high-speed chase. We are looking at that black SUV right there. Hearing reports that that vehicle is going over 100 miles per hour. This chase has gone on for almost an hour now. According to our Fox affiliate in Los Angeles, this chase started around 1 p.m. Pacific time in the Paramount area of Southern California and has already traveled quite the distance. We are now looking at the vehicle as it is in San Diego County. It has traveled through Oceanside, through San Clemente. Last I heard, it was in the Carlsbad area of Southern California that is just north of the city of San Diego. We're looking at that SUV right there. It's traveling, switching lanes continuously. 1 minute it's in the far right lane, the next minute it's in the far left lane. Look at that. It just went straight from the far left lane into the, not even the far right lane, it's actually just in the shoulder of the highway. Some crazy high-speed action. We know that this chase has been going on for about an hour now, started in Paramount. If you guys are wondering why the suspect in this vehicle is wanted, the only thing we know so far is that it is a narcotic suspect or suspects inside the vehicle and that the suspect inside is armed. Again, this information coming from our Fox affiliate in Los Angeles. We're continuing to watch this black SUV as it speeds along. The vehicle currently on the southbound Interstate 5. For those of you familiar with California and the West Coast, you know that if you keep going south on Interstate 5, you will end up in Mexico. Just a little bit of background on this high-speed chase. Again, this chase started in Paramount, California. That's in Los Angeles County. So over the course of the last hour, This SUV that we're looking at, as you can see, traveling at around 100 miles per hour at least, has covered quite the distance in Southern California, going from Los Angeles County to Orange County, now in San Diego County. Last we heard, the vehicle was in Carlsbad, California. I assume it is even further south now. Given how fast it's going, it is traveling on Interstate 5. The driver had gone in and out of lanes, as you are watching here live. He's currently doing that right now as well. Traveling on the 60 freeway, the 710, the 605, and then Interstate 5. Again, the vehicle traveling at speeds of more than 100 miles per hour. I'm hearing reports that it even hit about 120 miles per hour. As you can see, the SUV going from lane to lane, from the left-hand side to the right-hand side, sometimes even driving in the shoulder of the freeway, not even in a proper lane. Right now, we still don't know how many people are inside the vehicle. However, we do know that the person inside is wanted for a drug-related offense and that the person inside is armed. For some reason, it appears that the vehicle is slowing down. What was once a high-speed chase, now the driver has stopped. It is unclear what is going on right now, but it appears that the driver has stopped. Okay, now that we've panned out, we can see that this is in San Diego County near the Via de la Valle exit. I'm going to look up some more information on that so we can get some more details on where exactly the vehicle stopped. This is in Del Mar, California, just north of La Jolla. Very close to the city of San Diego, not too far from this Mexico border. In fact, I'm going to check Google Maps right now so you guys have a rough idea. I would say it was about 35 miles, 36 miles from the U.S.-Mexico border, still north of San Diego. You can see the suspect surrendering right here. The suspect was a narcotic suspect, traveled 3 counties, Los Angeles County, Orange County, and San Diego County, traveling at speeds of more than 100 miles per hour. At some points, going as fast as 120 miles per hour. This chase went on for just over an hour, it appears that the suspect has surrendered peacefully. We are looking at this scene unfold on Interstate 5 southbound in the greater San Diego area. Again, this is San Diego County. This is the city of Del Mar, just north of San Diego, just north of La Jolla, California.
Now to this.
All right, for those of you just joining us, we just watched a high-speed chase wrap up in San Diego County. Now, this chase started in Los Angeles County in the Paramount area around 1 p.m. and lasted for just about an hour. The black SUV that we were watching traveled from Los Angeles to Orange County to San Diego County. And as you were watching, the driver just seemed to pull over and surrender in Del Mar, California, just north of La Jolla, just north of San Diego, about 35 miles north of the U.S.-Mexico border. That is a wrap on that high-speed chase. But I'm going to take you guys live now to... Again, guys, that was a high-speed chase from June in Los Angeles County and San Diego County. Orange County went through many counties. That chase just wrapped up. So we're going to go to our next clip, one of our highlights of 2015. This one was requested from the chat room. I believe it was Sherry Kina who requested this video from February 2015 of Sheriff Joe's visit to Fox News Now. Welcome to News Now. This is the future. Hi.
You, Samia?
I'm Samia. Nice to meet you.
I already checked you out.
Oh, did you Google stalk me? Do a little Google search?
I don't like this stuff. I like real TV.
You know what, though? The internet is the future. And guess what? There's no editing and there's no commercial breaks. So it's just you and a mic.
We have our stuff like that.
Yeah, we're on right now.
I was going to say, you need to check her warrants in California.
I'm going to ask her for her papers. Yeah.
I was born and raised in Fresno, California.
Really?
Yep. That is where I came from. That is where I was raised.
Just in San Diego last week. So what is this? Internet's garbage?
This isn't, okay, well, it is the internet, but it's not garbage. This is News Now. This is our live breaking digital feed. We basically, as soon as the information comes to us, it goes out to the internet, whether you're watching on your cell phone or your laptop or your iPad.
Really?
Or
It's like a TV. It's regular.
Yeah, it's, you know what? You could actually.
Where's my phone?
You could pull us up right now on your phone. It would be really weird and creepy because you, okay, whoa.
What? Can I do it on there?
I'm not judging you, but I kind of.
It's a
I
phone.
haven't seen a flip phone in so long.
That's mine.
Wow. Okay, you know what? You actually can't watch it on a flip phone, but.
Troy.
This is amazing. We're just getting the show and tell of Sheriff Arpaio's cell phone. So you don't use an iPhone? Nothing.
I have a Smith Corona typewriter. I don't have a computer.
Oh, so no wonder this feels very weird to you, this News Now. Well, we...
Smith Corona typewriter. I don't have a computer.
Oh, so no wonder this feels very...
Terms is called an injunction.
Right. Who actually uses the word injunction in everyday conversation?
Yeah. So now that's a good move, and we joined as a friend of the court in that lawsuit also. So now we're waiting to see on our case in D.C. what the appellate court does.
What do you think they're going to do?
Well, that's a good question. I don't know. You don't know about district courts. The only problem I have is that I've been publicizing this every month. Unfortunately, the media doesn't pick it up because every month we do a survey of people in our jails are charged with state crimes, but they all happen to be here illegally. So last year, 5,000 illegal aliens in our jails for crimes have been turned over to the federal government. 36% keep coming back. Sometimes 30 times, 26 times. So they keep coming back. So what is this? Are they letting these guys out the back door? Are they being deported and they keep coming into our country, our county?
So your argument is not only are these people, you know, causing crimes to occur, but then we're spending our taxpayer dollars to keep them in jails.
One reason the judge threw it out that I had no standing. I like to see. I'm really happy that that one of the issues of that recent lawsuit in Texas was the money that will be expended and that these guys keep coming back. And violating the law. So
Sure.
they seem to be following what my lawyer claiming have initially gone to court on.
Is there a middle ground though? Obviously, with President Obama's executive action, it would defer deportation for up to 5 million people. Yes, some of them are people that end up in county jail, such as the Maricopa County Jail. But what about the other people that may help? Let's say the agricultural industry in Central California, for example. Where's the middle ground, in your opinion?
Well, the middle ground is for Congress to look into the situation and come up with a comprehensive decision on what to do, whether you have to maybe get more work permits or visas. My problem is don't violate the law. Do it legally. So I like to see Congress come up with something where local law enforcement can get back to assist the federal government in this illegal immigration problem like we used to have until they took that authority away from it.
Now, you've obviously been working in this jurisdiction for quite a while. Looking back over the years, is there a case maybe that you dealt with that you felt if there were stronger federal laws in place may not have happened? Is there one that just kind of stands out?
I'll give you one 2 weeks ago where the guy went into a convenience store, and killed the poor guy. That was just 2 weeks ago. That guy never should have been here because he was in our jail, and 2 years ago he was turned over. How come he's back on the street? I can give you a deputy sheriff's killed in California. I can give you a lot of stories about why these laws should be enforced.
So now that this temporary injunction has been put in place, all of the, DACA supporters are now sort of put in this position where they can't file papers.
They're kind of in no man's land right now.
Right. I'm hearing so many different, sides to this story. People are saying that this is going to be thrown out right away. It's going to go to New Orleans, and is this just a thing to kind of delay the inevitable?
Well, I don't know, but the big lawsuit, I guess, had to do with skirting Congress, the executive order that the president came out with. So it should go to Congress and let them decide what the law should be. Now, if the president doesn't want to sign it, he can veto it, but let's get it, do something about it. But politically, it seems every year there's politics involved, and no one's really getting to the big problem.
Do you feel it?
All right, guys. So that was some of my interview with Sheriff Joe Arpaio. It is 3:50. I have time to do one more clip, and I had you guys in the chat room vote. It's going to be a look at Jodi Arias' prison cell and environment. We first had this chat back when we were on Arias Verdict Watch in early March. This is from March 3rd, so literally 10 months ago almost. Troy was sitting with me very regularly here on this show. I know many of you guys discovered FNN for the first time during the Jodi Arias trial, so it's only fitting that we watch this clip from earlier this year. Joining me now is Troy.
I have to live up to Jeff's. You can't give me too big of an intro, then I have to live up to it. That's the bummer.
You can live up to it.
I don't know.
You are a very
everybody.
popular person here.
Oh, good. Yeah, boy, what a day down there today. It was crazy.
Yeah.
At Arias, we're talking about Jodi Arias. What else would we be talking about up there?
Basketball, baseball, spring training.
I like to talk. I'll talk basketball. How's that? Not a big baseball guy.
Yeah, I'm not either. But you have to be kind of here. You have to pretend.
Yeah, the jury telling the judge today that they couldn't come to an agreement. And I, frankly, and it's, again, when we get up here, I can just kind of let loose.
Yeah, you can
I'm
say
talking
whatever you
to
want.
Troy, not necessarily, a Mr.
News
Reporter guy.
Troy.
I don't know if they're going to have a chance. If they're going to be able to come to a verdict here. I mean, think about it. You've been sitting in that jury room for 4 days, saying the whole time, and we don't know which way it is. I mean, it could be just 2 people saying death and 10 people saying life, and we don't know what it is.
Or vice versa.
Right.
It could be 11-1.
Right.
Do you think that it's something close like that, like a 10-2 and 11-1, in a scenario where Sherry Stevens sent the jury back and said, "No, I want you guys to reach a decision. I don't want a hung jury"? Yes,
but this is what's interesting to me in this case. In normal cases, a hung jury has huge ramifications, right? Because we're where we are right now because of a hung jury.
Sure.
We spent millions of dollars on this retrial as taxpayers, and it went on for months and months. In this case, a hung jury is a verdict. A hung jury is life. Okay?
Sure.
And now unanimous jury is death. Or it could
Or
be
life.
unanimous life, right? But a hung jury for sure is life.
So Sherry Stevens wants a unanimous decision either way. Is that what she wants?
Right, but if you think about it, if you really think about it, what the judge is saying is, okay, the verdict you've come up with, which is a non-verdict, but still it's life, is not good enough. I want you to go back and continue to deliberate. So let's say it's 11-1 death. I mean, at that point, does she put so much pressure on that one juror who's saying life, they go, okay, death.
Right.
Which is odd. So, I mean, I don't know if that comes up in appellate court or whatever, but I mean, the judge, just by saying, go back and work harder, she may actually be advocating for death. And a lot of people I know have no problem with that whatsoever, but it's an unusual situation because Arizona's got this weird law, which I think should be eliminated. If the original jury can't come up with unanimous death, it should be life for anybody. That original jury sat there and watched all the evidence.
So you're saying basically that it negates everything that the jury did? Well, no, though, because they found her guilty, though. They still had a purpose in the trial.
Oh, absolutely. They found her guilty. And not only that, they found that she had aggravating factors, that she had special circumstances that made her eligible for death. But after that, they couldn't agree on whether or not she should get death.
Right. And so who's to say another group of 12 people
who are seeing an abbreviated trial? That's what they saw. Now, in many other states, and I don't have the stat, you guys are always so great about it, it'll come up in 30 seconds after I say it, but so many states have laws that say just what I was saying. If the original jury can't come up with it, if it's not unanimous death, because in our society, we want to be sure before we kill somebody that it's the right thing to do, correct?
Unless you're the killer.
Yeah, but the thing is, we are better than these killers.
Right.
We are. We're better than the murderer.
System.
No, as people. We are saying to ourselves, look, the people who just killed did so maybe without thinking about it, maybe just randomly or with a crime of passion, but we as a society, we don't do that. We sit down and look at our laws and we decide whether or not we should take this killer's life, right? Mm-hmm. So that's why we don't torture people to death. That's why we don't cut their little fingers off and let them bleed, because we're better.
Even like that execution that took like 2 hours, that people are not okay with.
I'm sorry.
The one in the execution, I think it was Oklahoma. The one where
no, I watched the one here that took 2 hours.
Oh,
that was out at down in Florence. Yeah, no, you know what? When it comes down to the execution itself, I don't want to get into all that. That took 2 hours, but did the guy suffer? I mean, I don't know if he did or not. He looked unconscious, but it was weird that he laid there on the table for 2 hours.
I think it's the one that I think the one I'm talking about is the one where they kept watching him squirm. The one in Oklahoma, it was like making national headlines a few months ago.
Oh, that's when he was like, he woke up.
Squirming. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
where
the guy
it was
woke
like
up.
Cruel and unusual punishment, essentially.
Why am I here? You know, here's the deal about not being at the courthouse. I'm monitoring everything.
And
I can be at the courthouse in like 3 minutes or less.
I don't think people realize our station is right next door.
And I have other work to do, and I'm putting together a piece that I actually shot with Chris Hughes, who was one of Travis Alexander's really good friends, and he's telling me about, all we ever, not all we ever see, but a lot of what we see of Travis is him all butchered and all the terrible things that have been said about him in court. So he's going to tell us some very good things about Travis when he was alive.
I'm sure everyone here is waiting for that.
Yeah.
So many people, tell us in the chat they don't want to hear more from Jodi. They want to hear from the Alexanders. They want to see the good side of Travis. So that's going to be a piece I'm sure they're all going to be tuning in to watch. When does that air?
That's airing at 9. Well, we have a little tiny, 9 and 10 o'clock.
9
tonight.
and 10 o'clock.
Yeah,
okay,
9 and 10
so
o'clock.
you guys can watch that on Fox 10.
Yeah, it's interesting. Some great pictures of Travis when they're having fun and having a good time.
And are these like never before seen photos?
They've probably been out various places. You know how it is. But I got them directly from Chris Hughes, so they're pictures that he took. And I don't know. He told me an interesting story too about they met in a Sunday school class and they had so many things in common. And they really enjoyed each other's company, and they just hung out a lot. And he said he was hilarious. He said it was the life of the party. And it's weird sitting in that courtroom. All I think about when I think about Travis, not all I think about, it's just all the, the charges of pedophilia and the charges of him beating Jodi up and his temper and all this stuff you don't hear. He was hilarious.
Right.
He was the guy who was a class clown. And it's funny, you look at some of these pictures I have, and you can see he's clowning around and making weird faces. So.
Right.
That'll be good.
We have a question from Mitchell 7027. Troy, was Judge Stevens elected or appointed?
People ask me that. I don't know. Sorry. I wish I did. But everybody's saying we should go back and vote her out. I know some of our judges are appointed and some of them are elected. So that's all I can answer for you. I need to look into that. Anything else? No? Okay. So here's what I think we should do right now. So yesterday I had an exclusive story on where Jodi Arias is going to end up. So I went and spoke with the Department of Corrections, and I requested video of her actual room.
Right.
They agreed to get it. I tried to get in there myself with them. They will not allow, they have very restrictive access for media. So what they did do, though, is they went and had one of their photographers, they have a staff photographer or somebody they hire when they need video, to go in and shoot that actual area. And so we've got it right here. And if I could, as we're going through, I'd like to pause this, Samia, and just talk about it.
Yeah,
as
we can
go.
do it. And
okay.
I can, you want, I can do picture-in-picture if that's easier.
Oh, yeah, okay, that's fine, if
Like
you want
this?
to.
I don't know. Was that easy for you? Or does that block key
No, that should be okay.
Good? Like
Yeah.
this?
Oh, okay. I'll look over here then.
Okay.
I'm still getting used to
Or
this.
I can have you look at this. I can switch cameras.
No, I don't care.
Look.
Yeah, sure. That's
Yeah,
good. Okay, so let's roll the video. And do you want to just operate the pause or whatever? So let's start with this. So this is what you see when you very first enter the prison.
I'm staying with this camera. It's easier.
Oh, okay, good. This is what you see when you very first enter the prison. It just says Arizona State Prison Complex, Perryville. This is an all-women's facility. It used to be men and women, but now it's all women. Okay, so roll it.
Okay.
So there's the actual building. That's like the reception type area and the intake. And I bet visiting, I don't know 100% for sure. And here's another shot of it. This is just off the road. Now this is in the west part of Phoenix. If you go down Interstate 10, if you're driving between Phoenix and Los Angeles, you'll hit this about 15 to 20 minutes. Now this is yard 30. Freeze this here, if you would. So this is how we'll do it. We'll kind of freeze things. Okay, so this prison is made up of a whole bunch of buildings, and they're all separated from each other. Most of them are. This is called the Llama unit. This is unit 30. And this yard right here, what you're going to see, there's no grass. It's just dirt and fencing, and that is their recreation area. So go ahead and roll it. So Llama, this is we only have 2 women on death row in Arizona. So the 2 women who are currently on death row are here. Jodi is going here in this cell, whether it's life or death, and she's going to be in this area. And I was told she's going to be put right next to the women who are currently on death row. All right?
Continue?
Yes. Okay, we'll let this roll. That's the yard. See what I'm saying? There's no grass. That's the recreation area. Actually, freeze it real quick, if you can. Okay, so if you look in the middle of the screen there, you can see all those payphones on a bank.
Oh, you want to use the cursor?
Yeah, see, that'd be great.
Yeah, you can use the mouse, and the mouse will appear in the square.
Okay, right here. So right here, those are their payphones. And Jodi gets one 15-minute phone call per week where she is. And she gets a bunch of other, I should go grab the stuff she gets after a certain amount of time. After 30 days, her lot gets way better if she gets life. If she gets death, she'll get one 15-minute phone call per week. So it was raining yesterday. We don't get a lot of raining shots. All right, this is also interesting. All right, so if you look back here, these are all the individual cells. All the doors open out onto the courtyard, as you notice. So it's not like something you see in the old prison movies, at least at this stage, where all the doors look in on an inside area and look in on each other. These are all the doors here. They all have fairly large windows, and a lot of you commented on how large the windows were last time I put this up. And you'll see that they look out. Jodi's, I think, is like right here, because, and we're not supposed to identify exactly which one it is. It's over here somewhere, because she looks out onto this enclosure, is the video we have. This enclosure right here. So when she very first goes in there, she's going to be just like she's on death row, if she gets life.
Okay.
And if she gets death, it'll always be like she's on death row. She gets 1 hour, 6 days a week, and they bring her out into this area right here, in this cage, where she'll be by herself, and she has this bench, and she has this cage. And that's her rec.
That's where she gets to just be free.
Be out of her cell. She gets to be out of her cell for 1 hour.
So it's an outside cell, basically, because you're still by yourself in there?
Yes. It's possible there's another inmate on this one over here. See, there's 2 of them, one here and one here. But at first, it's just her in here. So you're by yourself in your rec, 1 hour, 6 days a week. I mean, and you know, there's no basketball hoop. There's no anything.
No recreation. There's
no.
It's just, and you just get to breathe fresh air.
Yes, and be out of there. And let me tell you, I've lived in Phoenix for 21 years. This cement on a summer day is probably 140 degrees. So you're just roasting in here. So they put this, they actually had some problems a while back with prisoners who had issues being inside these hot cages. So they put kind of a screen. So there's a little bit of shade, but otherwise it's just going to be roasting.
What about the temperature inside the cells?
They have a swamp cooler, but are you familiar with swamp coolers? Have you been here for a summer yet?
No, I haven't been here for a summer
Okay,
yet.
we have two different types of coolers in Phoenix. We have an air conditioning that
Central
most people
air.
have, yeah, and then we have what's called a swamp cooler.
The ones that are attached to the wall, right?
They can be, or they can be up on your roof.
Okay.
And basically it uses the evaporation of air to cool down, the evaporation of water to cool down air that goes through. That works early in our summers when it's very dry. But once it gets humid and sticky, it doesn't work anymore. And that's all they have, is the swamp cooler.
Got it.
But the swamp cooler is effective all the way up until early July. Okay, so that's the yard. Razor wire, which is everywhere. And so there's an interior perimeter and there's an exterior perimeter. So in order for them to get out of this is max security, by the way. In order for them to get out of this unit, they'd have to get over this wire and all these things. There's another really good shot. So again, here we have the pens of the recreation. Here we have the individual cells. There's an inmate right there. You see that looking out?
Oh, wow.
So, it's a fairly large window looking out. And that's the yard. So when you talk about recreation, you're not running on the green grass or playing softball. But still, I've got to say, this is way better than where Jodi is right now. Because it looks out on the outside. Okay, so here's her cell. This is her actual cell. They open it up, and we freeze it right here. So I think a couple of interesting things were pointed out when we looked at this. What you doing?
I'm just checking the chat window.
Oh, okay. People have pointed out a few things that I think are interesting. Number one, that blue was the color of Travis Alexander, and they all think that it's ironic or poetic or whatever you want to say, that this is all blue. You can also see, as you find in many of these cells, that there is a spot here that almost looks like somebody has walked back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And it's quite possible that's why the paint has been rubbed off, because you have an inmate just walking back and forth and back and forth. They really don't have too much else to do in there.
Right.
Okay. This is the slit right here where at the very beginning of her stay, Jodi will be fed all of her meals because she has to stay inside for the first month at least. This is with life. And with death, she's always in here.
Okay.
Actually, no, let me go back and check my notes on that. But I know for the first month, she's in here for sure. I think that may be life or death. I'll have to go back and look at it. This is her bed. It's a very thin foam mattress covered with vinyl with a shelf here. Another view of that room right there. Okay, so bunk, shelf. She will be allowed to have a television in there. And as she behaves over time, again, this is with life. As she behaves over time, she gets more and more privileges. Okay, so there's her toilet. Interesting to me that these are porcelain.
Hold on 1 second. Let me just get the lower third banner up so they can see that. Now they can see the toilet.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to me that we've got a porcelain toilet because almost all prison toilets that I've seen are stainless steel. But maybe this is older. So it's a porcelain toilet and a porcelain sink. But again, many people commenting on the size of the window, wondering why this is so large, and that's just the way it's designed. And then looking down into the bed. Somebody asked if she gets sheets. I believe she does get sheets on that. But you don't have to sleep on the vinyl. Okay, so there's the actual view. This is the view that Jodi Arias will have for at least 2 years. She can work her way out of that. Oh, see, and now that I look at it, remember those first cells I pointed at? Those weren't the correct cells.
Yeah.
No, because...
Looking at the benches.
Yeah, now we're looking at the benches from the side.
So it's probably closer to that girl who was looking out the window.
Yeah, probably. But again, we don't want to identify exactly which cell it is, but that's it. So she's looking out onto this. That's going to be her view. After 2, now again, this is with life. With death, this will be her view. Do inmates have to go out for rec time? I don't know. You guys ask me such great questions. I wish I knew all the answers to these things. What if I think a law that it doesn't have to be unanimous, it's a large majority? I think it should be unanimous for death. I do. Life is great in prison. Let anybody fool you. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't want to try it. Okay, so anyway, that's her view out her window. If she gets life, she will have to be in this max unit with perfect behavior for 2 years, and then she gets to what's called close custody, which is still very similar, but she gets a roommate and a few other amenities, but not a ton. It's never
great in prison.
No, I mean, and listen, we're not talking about, maybe for some people it's better than jail, and I think it will be better when she is, but I'm talking about normal people that we're all talking to here. I mean,
Right.
Can anybody who's watching us right now imagine living like this for the rest of your life? I mean, I would. I don't know if I'd want to do it. But I guess, humans are very adaptive, and you get to the point where you can do whatever. I mean, live with whatever you can. Another look. So you can see she also has 2 smaller windows on the back. So 3 windows.
That's
so
a
it will
lot
be a
of
light
windows.
room. It will. It's a lot of windows, but let me tell you, in the summer, it's a lot of heat.
You're right. It's almost worse to have windows if you're
I agree.
incarcerated in Phoenix.
Well, I would imagine they're going to she'd block those with something, or maybe they'll give her something to cover it. Yeah, the hour's out, she can get in the shower, I believe, or something. I haven't tasted the food in Perryville, but I have tasted the food in jail, and it's almost inedible. Sorry, Sheriff Joe. It's true, buddy. You know that.
Right. Well, they're not trying to make prison fun, right? Or
No,
enjoyable.
but that's jail.
My
Jail is
name is
temporary.
Bill
You
Bond.
shouldn't be in jail for more than a year.
Right.
Even though Jodi's been there for, 6, 7? Right, there's the slot where she'll be fed at the beginning. And that's basically the extent of it. So here again, yeah, I think it's probably over here somewhere, don't you? And that's the unit. I'm trying to think how much more we have.
And
A
on
little
that
bit more.
what's on that lower level?
More cells, it looks like, right?
Okay. Yeah, right there,
Oh,
where it's
this?
blocked off. I don't know what
Oh,
that
I don't know.
is.
That's a good point.
Is it blocked off because they're shooting this right now, or is it
No,
always
no,
blocked
no.
off?
That looks
Oh.
like it's permanent.
Okay.
Or, fairly permanent. Yeah, good point. I wonder what that is. And then again, this is another look. You can see the payphones in the background and the yard. So it's all cement. This is Max. And then there's the razor wire. I think that's it.
Oh, wow.
That's it.
Wow. That was cool.
So that's interesting.
Mm-hmm. So, any more questions? I mean, I know a lot of them are talking about how much jurors get paid.
Oh, it's nothing. It's like, I want to say it's like $20 a day or
How do
something.
they
And
survive?
They don't. I mean, they have to. I talked to somebody who was on the Marissa DeVois trial, and he said a couple of them lost their jobs over it, And that's real service when you think about it.
Yeah.
That you're serving justice, you're on a long trial. I mean, like if they said to me, I think Fox has a policy that you get like 2, maybe 3 weeks. They'll pay you, and then you're on your own. So for me, it'd be a huge hardship. I mean, I
Right.
support my whole family.
Sure.
So all of a sudden, I'm gone for 5 months. I mean, after 4 or 5 months, I'm not able to pay my house anymore. Or you're dipping in your
Right.
401k or whatever. I mean, so you've got to either have a super understanding boss, have a job where you can
Just
do
leave all
flex
the time,
hours
right.
or whatever. I don't know how you do it.
Right, because then it's not even like, oh, change your schedule. No, you're tired the whole day from being in the courtroom. You can't even work night shift.
Right.
I mean, you could. It's just going to be exhausting.
Yeah, it'll be a lot. Okay, well, I got to split here in a second. You know what I want to do? I think it's
that?
interesting. I want to see. I thought it's always interesting to find out where people are watching from. So we'll give a quick award to the person watching from the farthest distance away from Phoenix, Arizona.
We can't say that because then they'll just say random places.
Oh, come on. Well,
I want
tell the truth.
Okay,
Listen.
tell the truth.
Tell the truth. You got to
It's
throw
like
up there. and see what you got.
Antarctica. I'm like, really?
Antarctica, that'd be cool.
I'm like, I'll just throw out a country right now. Troy,
Yeah.
I'm watching some
We had France
China.
yesterday.
We have a ton of people on earlier, so give them 30 seconds. The delay is about 20 seconds, and you have to give them time to type. So
Oh, okay.
give
That's
them
fine.
a couple
Yeah, we'll hang
seconds.
out.
And as soon as you leave, I've already played it 2 or 3 times, but I'm gonna replay your story again from last night.
Oh, yeah.
That way they
Good.
can see
All right,
the full
Ireland.
story.
Ireland's good. West Virginia, that's pretty good. San Diego, Scottsdale, Florida,
The UK,
Missouri, UK,
London,
Georgia, Ireland again.
Can I say that places further than London, though, just to be honest, right now it is the middle of the night if you go past France.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because right
England?
now in London it's probably close to midnight or something.
Do you people ever sleep?
Austria.
There we
Serbia.
go.
There's-
Denmark.
Someone was with
Jacksonville,
us. India.
Sweden.
I saw
Oahu,
India.
Hawaii. Oh, can I come
I
hang
think-
with you?
I
Oahu,
think
Hawaii.
India is the furthest.
It's my favorite place.
South Africa. The North
Oxford,
Pole. Okay, now
Denmark.
I really think people.
Big Easy.
Kyle Roberts, you're not on the North Pole unless you double as Santa Claus in your free time. We had someone on earlier who was watching from Australia. I'm assuming the person who was watching from Australia is
Wisconsin,
asleep right now.
Maryland, Hungary, France. Is that France?
Shout
Bonjour.
out to Queen Creek.
Queen Creek, yo. Queen Creek in the house.
New England,
suburb of
New
Phoenix.
Orleans, Jacksonville, Florida. Sometimes I just feel like people are typing. I just want to know the truth.
Well, why are you thinking that they're not telling us the truth? I believe
Hell.
all of you.
Kim LaPara is watching us from hell. So that's where I decide some people are just typing for the sake of it.
Yeah, no,
Troy,
you're allowed to be funny. Come where?
Come to LA, says Gabriel Evans Fields.
Oh,
I don't know
I'd
if
love
she
to
means
come to
LA or Louisiana.
Oh, that'd be cool. I'm actually going to Louisiana. My daughter plays volleyball, and if her team makes it to nationals, and they think they will,
New Orleans?
it's in New Orleans.
Oh my God, I just was there last month.
Oh, really?
It was so fun.
All right, final thoughts on this. Here are my thoughts. I think that this jury, they did not look happy when they walked out after Judge Stevens says, okay, I want you to go back and work harder.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't look happy. And I think what's going to happen is they're going to probably go home tonight. They're going to finish up for the day and then come back tomorrow and say, no, really, we can't decide. And I think at that point we get our hung jury. And we get life for Jodi.
We got a lot of upset viewers.
Right. Now, again, I'm just talking as Troy the guy here. I have no inside knowledge. But one of my buddies there is a guy named Jeff Gold, who is he's a trial attorney, and he's also covers trials, and he's seen a gajillion of them.
Right.
And he says it's very, very difficult to change somebody's mind at this point in the trial.
4 days in.
With this much on the line. This is not like, was it or was it not a drunk driving case? This is, do you or do you not put a woman to death? And at this point, it'd be very difficult to change that.
Mm-hmm.
So we're probably looking at a life sentence here. And now it's going to come down to, I know it's going to freak people out, it's going to come down to Judge Stevens, who a lot of people think has not been great on this case.
Right. I think someone just copied and pasted a tweet from someone saying the jury is back in the courtroom. Jurors are back in the jury room. Do you want to leave and figure out what's going on there?
Check this out real quick.
Or you can check here. That works too. But yeah, a lot of people are
back.
People saying jurors are back in the courtroom. Oh, but Gabriel Evans Fields makes a good point. Scott Peterson, it took 7 days to get him the death penalty, so let them take their time.
Right. I don't think anybody's saying hurry up and don't get it, but she's basically said go back and try harder.
Mm-hmm.
I need to make a call real quick.
All right. Thanks, Troy. In the meantime, I'm going to play your package. All right, guys, I played it for you earlier. In case you missed it, this is the full story that Troy put together for last night's newscast, showing exactly the conditions of where Jodi will be living.
Officers open the door, and we get an exclusive look into Jodi Arias' new home. The cell has a painted blue floor, a small bunk with a thin vinyl-covered mattress, some shelves, a porcelain sink and toilet. It's in the maximum security Lumley unit at Perryville Prison. And life or death, this cell is where Jodi Arias will live.
So it doesn't matter to her at first, life or death.
Because the death row, there's so few, there's only 2 of them, if you will. They're in the midst of the run where the maximum security inmates are housed.
All right, I had to pause it really quickly.
Just real quick. So
Troy has an update.
we were talking about the jury being back. From what I'm seeing on my
All right, guys, you have asked for it for quite some time. It's real life Troy.
Woohoo! So what was going on there?
We
I
were-
forgot.
that
What was
was-
that? And how come I can hear this and I have a little echo? Is that
It's
proper?
just because I don't have my earpiece, so I just keep it
okay.
in the background and make sure they can hear our audio. That was March 3rd, 2015, so
That's amazing.
10 months ago.
I know. It seems like it was so much longer,
Nice.
doesn't
Keep
it?
the frame.
Ready to
There
get
you
out here?
And they're very excited. They've been waiting for this.
They have? Who are these excited people?
Well, there's
oh,
so
hey,
many
Bina. I remember Bina. And Dee just rocking. Pancake recipe. Haven't seen you guys in a long time. Hello.
You're
Things are
getting
going well.
hearts in the chat
I got
room?
hearts. Rachel. Oh, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. You know,
Yeah.
my daughter Ashley told me one time, she says, you know what the perfect number of emojis is? 5.
Oh, there's
She told me.
there's a number
That's for my
now.
13-year-old,
What
almost
happens
14.
if there's too many? What if there's 6 or 7?
Then I think you're going a little
A
overboard.
little extreme.
I'm not saying you went overboard. Thank you. That was great. Happy New Year, everybody.
Oh my gosh, it was so fun today. The whole day I just spent with them playing clips from the past. And obviously one of the highlights of 2015, I don't know if you want to say a highlight, but the Jodi Arias trial was a big part of your 2015.
Wonder how she's doing in there.
Have you heard anything?
No. Well, yeah, I've heard bits and pieces about the prison. Basically, all they say is there have been no incidents.
Yeah.
So nobody's tried to kill her. Or,
okay.
I mean, that was always, to me, was like people were saying once she got into the population of the women that she's in there with, that somebody would go after her and try to hurt her, or on the opposite end, that she'd be running things. And I haven't heard either one. Right?
We've missed you, Troy Hayden. I'm glad to see you're back. Hey, Troy, thanks for stopping by.
Yeah.
Happy New Year, Troy.
Happy
Hi,
New
Troy.
Year.
Happy
Hello.
New Year to you.
Hello, everybody.
And then we have Danny saying Bernie Sanders 2016.
Yeah. Well, good for Bernie.
Here's
You have a question?
Yeah,
Yes.
Helala has one. What is your
story
favorite
in
story?
2015? Well, there were some that were highlights. I think, and getting back to Jodi, one of the highlights was when we surprised her in the hallway.
We can play that clip. That one has one of our most views. Yeah.
Yeah. She was not happy. Okay, let's play it first, and then I'll tell you the background of it.
Let me just pull it up.
And I did see that Jodi's sisters had a few issues.
With that clip?
No, Jodi's sister had apparently, and I haven't checked this out personally, but I've heard rumblings that she had some domestic violence issues.
Oh.
But you know what? I feel sorry for that whole family. I'm sorry. They're just... And Jodi's sister hasn't killed anybody. So it's okay to say they're not exactly coming from the best place. They're not the most educated people. They don't have access to a lot of money. They shouldn't become murderers, but, I think Jodi's sister's non-issue to me.
I still can't believe right now we're talking about Jodi Arias.
I can't believe it was this year. Our boss came out with a note saying, "Oh, you guys all did so well this year," and then he listed off a bunch of the stories. And when I saw Jodi on there, I said, "What? That was this year?" And
Yeah, it seems so long ago. Let's go ahead and watch this clip.
Can you give me a reaction to the verdict, Jodi? Is there anything you want to say to the Alexander family at all? Can you tell me about your plans for what you're going to do behind bars for life?
She said so much.
Exciting.
Oh my God.
I can't tell you how much went into making that
happen?
30 seconds happen. Yes. The cloak and dagger, the back and forth, revealing that there was a tunnel from the courthouse to the jail because nobody knew that.
You got that exclusive access.
Oh yeah, and then everybody freaked out, and the sheriff's office was like, "I can't believe we did that for you because everybody wants that tunnel and they want to go down there." But so we were sitting in that tunnel, and I knew that she was going to be coming down there, and so what I did was I kept the camera out of the main tunnel, and it's long. It's probably 100 yards where I was, and it turns. It goes like this, and it turns this way, and then it goes back this way. And so I put myself at one of the corners, and I saw her turn the corner and come towards me. She saw me right away, and she kind of looked at me like, "Oh, hey, here you are," whatever. And then we started talking, and I forget what our conversation even was, as we were walking up, and then I said to her, at the end of this corner here, there's going to be a camera. And right when I said that, my producer, who you saw ducking in and out and taking pictures, Ivan, came around the corner with a cell phone taking a picture. And she went from going, "Well, I hope that the Alexander family's happy, da-da-da." And they came around the corner with that cell phone, and she goes, "Oh, hell no. Hell no." I'm like, ghetto Jodi jumped out. And she was pissed. And she's like, "I want to see my lawyer. I want my lawyer right now. I would do that." And so at that point, she's convicted.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
Nothing. So that's when I jammed up and went around the corner. And if you hear me, the first thing out of my mouth is, "She's freaking out. She's freaking out," to the Ivan, the shooter.
Right.
So we get up there, we come around the corner. And so that was interesting. It was more just like all the stuff that I had to go through to make that happen. I mean, months of work to get in there exclusively and do that, even though we got nothing out of it. And to be honest, I had plans that I don't even want to discuss right now that would have made it so much better, but at the very end, it got shot down.
Aww.
So now she's back in jail.
Hello, laughing at the question, your plans for the future.
Well, I asked that because, remember in the trial, she's like, I'm going to start a recycling program, and I'm going to do this and that. And people are just like, what? You're not going to do anything. You're going to be sitting in your concrete box, which is basically what she's doing. I understand she's reading a lot. Every once in a while I hear about stuff she's reading.
Any plans for the rest of your life in a concrete box?
Yeah.
Troy does amazing work. I love the type of journalist he is. Rachel's saying, Hallelujah, Troy, you sure do get to cover stories with adventure involving diving, fires,
that's another thing. I would say, so then, Jodi aside, and that wasn't, all that fun to do, but to me it was like one of those things that we achieved something that other people didn't do. And so to me it's like, I'm a very competitive person.
As a reporter, it's really significant.
As a guy, I'm competitive. I like to beat you on the golf course. I like to beat people everywhere, so I feel like I better beat everybody on that one. But then, who was it that mentioned diving?
Hala, and also Sherry, a couple of them mentioned diving stories.
So I did 2 diving stories this year that were really enjoyable and actually pretty hairy. The second one was hairy. And the first one was we went down to the B-29 bomber that crashed in Lake Mead.
We did preview that here on News Now,
Oh,
guys.
good. Yeah,
Way
so
back
that was really cool just to get down there. It's like 120 feet, I think it was. And when we got down there, and the visibility's not great because lakes don't have great visibility. And when you dive, you know that visibility is very important because otherwise you can't see your hand in front of your face and the dive's not that great. But just dropping all the way down and equalizing my ears, because you have to deal with the pressure as you go all the way down, and my ears are kind of sensitive, so I'm constantly equalizing the pressure in my ears. And then I look up and I see this like 2.5-story tail of this plane. It was like on top of me. And to this day I'm like, oh, that was so awesome. And swimming around it, and then looking in where the controls were, and the controls were so clean. I mean, you could see that where the pilots were sitting, 50 years ago or whatever when they crashed it. And not a lot of people knew that was down there. I know some people did, but I didn't until we decided to do that story, and we got tipped off. So that was one. And the second one was also in Lake Mead. We went diving and went to a part of, we called it Underwater Ghost Town. It was part of the infrastructure for building Hoover Dam. And it was actually an aggregate plant where when you make cement, you mix sand. When you make concrete, you mix sand, cement, and aggregate, which is rocks. So this was the plant that sorted out all those rocks. Some of the aggregate was like this big for some parts of the dam, and some of it was really tiny. And the piles are still sitting there.
Wow.
I mean, like one day, some guy called from the dam, 3 miles away, and said, "All right, we don't need any more." And they just went, "Okay," and they shut everything down, and those piles just stayed there. And then they filled the lake up, and they used to be like 300 feet under, but the lake is so far down that we could get down to them.
What was the name of that hotel you went to that was like underground or in the cave? Remember, you could rent a room under there or stay underground. I remember thinking that was so cool and
Grand
wanting
Canyon
to go
Caverns. Yeah, that was intense. And so as part of the Grand Canyon Caverns, which is up on the western side of the Grand Canyon, that was a great trip too. That was really fun. So we went up to the Grand Canyon West is what it's called.
So that's closer to Vegas.
It's east of Vegas.
Yeah.
East and north.
Yeah.
And but way far west, about 2.5-3 hours west of the South Rim, where we tend to go, where the El Tovar is.
Right.
And if you drive from here...
Grand Canyon Village.
Right. So it's all the way on the other side.
Wow.
But the cool thing is we rafted the Colorado for a day. That's the only place you can get in and get out in one day. So you drive down. It's the only place on the whole Grand Canyon you can drive down to the Colorado River.
Wow.
We got in rafts. We rafted for about 6 or 7 hours. Then we jumped on helicopters and they took us out, which is super cool. And that was fun. But we also spent the night at the, or near the Grand Canyon Caverns. We didn't spend the night in the caverns. And these caves were discovered 100 years ago by, they saw water rushing down into a hole. And the next day they went down and had a bucket and lowered a guy down in. It's these beautiful, huge caverns. And they were actually used as a bomb shelter during the Kennedy administration in case of nuclear war. And some of these supplies that the Kennedy administration sent down there in the 60s, they're still down there. Water and foodstuffs and all those things. Yeah, there you go. And then as part of that, there's a room you can rent, and it's expensive. There it is right there. That's the room. You can stay in the caverns.
Right here?
Yeah, that's it.
That was the coolest thing to me. I was like, oh my God, I need to go here.
Yeah, so there's a bed, there's a TV, and then you have the whole run of the caverns yourself. And one of the reasons we were there was, if you look at the very left, True Off-Path Explorers Tour, so they have been going in and finding new caves. So we went into these new caves that had never been shown on TV, and only 8 pair of eyes had ever seen them, in the history of man, Wow. So we went in there with our cameras.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool.
So cool. Yeah, you had some fun adventures this year.
I did. That's the original where you go in.
Is that a real? Okay, that's just a prop.
Yeah, but where we went is down behind that.
Oh, where?
And that's, yeah, but see, those are the caverns you can go through.
That's so cool.
Like that right there, that was the original entrance. You'd have to slide down that thing.
This thing right
yeah, to get in there. And then where we went, if you went all the way in the back,
here.
yeah, that's where all the new stuff is.
Interesting.
No, oh, there's the foodstuffs I was telling you about. The Kennedy era water and those drums. They put them in there. They said, okay, if there's ever a nuclear war, everybody runs down in here, you know, which is weird to think.
Vina's saying, what's the air like down there? I think I'd feel claustrophobic.
Yeah, well, when I get in those caves, and you literally, they call them birth canals often because it's like you have to slide through with your arms totally down, and you've got just millions of tons of rock on top of you, you know, because you're down.
Oh my gosh.
It's a trippy feeling.
Yeah.
And when we were all the way back to the entrance of the new cave, where they've been literally blasting out openings so they could get down into these caves, I remember I put my hand up, and you're sitting down low, and I put my hand up over this boulder that had to be about this big. I mean, it's a big boulder, and it moved, and the roof over me. I'm like,
oh my
if
gosh.
that thing falls, first of all, what else is going to fall behind
Let's
it?
not think like
and
that,
I don't
Troy.
want that to hit me in my head.
But I mean, I feel like if you can handle diving and going underwater certain depths, I feel like something like this may be easier for you than someone that doesn't dive.
Yeah, I mean, there's always, I feel like I'm not pushing myself, or the story's not, I'm not pushing the story as much as I should. If at some point I don't get a feeling
Nervous.
of what the F am I doing, which happens often. You're like, I'm right
Right.
there. I'm just about to do this thing, and I'm like, what am I doing? No, don't do this. You know, something in my body's telling me no, and then I'm like, no, you got to. You told everybody you're going to do it.
That's like the prerequisite to agreeing to a story, then, basically. Like, how... Am I risking my life? No? Okay, I'm not going to cover this.
Well, in a way, and then the station used to make me sign waivers all the time. Like, we're not making you do this, right? I'm like, no, you're not making me. I'm volunteering to do it.
We're not responsible
They don't do that
in case
anymore.
something happens to you.
I think they've got a whole stack of them back there that don't let me sign them anymore. I've got good life insurance. And, you know, the thing is, I always say that these are all calculated risks. I'm never reckless.
Mm-hmm.
There's a difference between taking a calculated risk and having, you know, backups and safety things in place and being reckless.
Those are wise words to live by, guys. That
There you
should
go.
be many of your 2016 resolutions.
I need some new ideas, though. I've got a few ideas, but nothing that's like blowing me away. I've got a bunch of interesting stories, but I don't have anything that's just like blowing my socks off. So, Troy Hayden Fox 10 is my Facebook and my Twitter. So if you have ideas, I'd love to hear them. I got to split here in a second. Are there any more questions or anything?
I think
Okay, slow down a
there's
little
Kitty
bit.
Cat Girl that says, Troy, what was on your mind when you first went in there?
In where, the cave?
I think the cavern.
You know, the funny thing was they weren't going to allow us access back there, and so we were with a group of guys who thought we were going to have access, and so what was on my mind was, I come all this way, the station is spending money on this, I have to come back with a story, and we got to make this happen somehow, and we just did. So that was the first thing I thought, but the thought going through my mind, the dangerous thought or the nervous thought was when I was in that one little area, and right past there's like a little grate they'd set up that you couldn't go. That was a new cave, and it was so tiny. And then I touched that rock, and it was moving, and I was like, "Ugh, what are we doing back here?" So that's what was going through my mind.
Very impressive. Halala, St. Troy, why is it that you get stories like that as opposed to John Huck? Do you guys have different job descriptions?
You know, it's funny that people always say, I understand it because nobody knows any better, but it's like, oh, you get these stories, you get to do this. No, I don't get anything. These stories start up here, or they start with things that I see.
Right.
And then I have to put together my presentation to my boss to get him to allow me to do it and to allow me to spend money to do it. And that's usually the most challenging part of the whole story, to be honest with you, is to go in there. But, you know, I've gotten to the point where they trust me that I come back with good stuff. And I very rarely fail at what I'm doing, so it's safe for me to go in there. But there are things that he said, no, absolutely you can't do. Like, we were supposed to go up and do window washing on the highest building down here and be strapped in and go through and do window washing for a day. And he's like, nope. I was like, what are you talking about? It's like one of the safest things I've done. Nope. Okay. So that happens. And So it's not a matter of, oh, you get the best stories, you get the best assignments. I come up with the assignments.
Right.
And so that's what it is. I mean, if Carrie Lake or Hook or Linda Williams or anybody come up with this stuff,
they would get to do that.
Absolutely. It's just, and it all goes back to when, I don't know, maybe 6-7 years ago, or maybe more, I forget, but the same boss I keep talking about, we were going through our annual review, and he said, I'd like you to do some more reporting. And I said, well, I enjoy reporting. I said, well, what would you like me to report on? And he's like, well, what are you interested in? And so right there, I'm like, all right, well, here we go. I want to do some cool stuff.
I like risking my life on a regular basis.
I like doing interesting things, and I like learning. That's the best part of this job. I feel like I learn every single day.
Well, at the very beginning of our stream, back at like 10 this morning, 11 this morning, I played another one of your clips, one that got a lot of views. It was the use of force training.
Yeah.
We played that one as well earlier today. That one has millions of views on it.
The timing on that was so good, and everything just came. I won an Emmy for that this year.
Oh, congratulations!
Yeah, thank you. That was very cool.
That's exciting.
Yeah.
I mean, you're right. The timing of it's so relevant.
Oh yeah, when it came out, it was like right after the riots, I believe, was it either Baltimore or St. Louis?
We covered the Baltimore ones extensively. I think it was the Baltimore ones in April.
Right.
When did you do that piece?
Right around then.
Yeah.
I forget. But it was right after
Ferguson was
one
November.
of those.
Yeah.
Right. So it was right around one of those things. And we just had an idea. I think I was at the sheriff's office. And a lot of times that's how I get a lot of my ideas too, is I just talk to sources. I just go hang out. And I tell the reporters here that all the time. I said, don't just always hit people up. What's going on today? Sit down and relax, chill, talk about their kids, talk about whatever. Not, you'd be surprised what comes out. And then you go like, oh,
that's a good story.
You're doing that? I'd like to do that. So that was one of those things where they were like, yeah, you should have one of those protesters come through and do one of our use of force trainings. Yeah, that'd be and I'm like, I should have one of those protesters come through and do use of force.
And you got the protester.
I got the leader of it.
The head of all protests here in Phoenix.
I know. And I couldn't believe he said yes. And he did. And, to his credit, he was told the truth. And he shot the unarmed guys. And it really did open a lot of people's eyes. I got, I think, literally dozens or maybe even a couple hundred texts from police agencies all around the country.
Wow.
Either requesting to get a copy of that or congratulating us on doing a good job and opening everybody's eyes. But that was an impactful piece, and it showed, like I said, we got the Emmy for Societal Concerns this year.
Wow, congrats. Yeah. Last question, Stephen. It's going to you. Troy, what are you looking forward to this year in 2016?
The things I look forward to most are personal things, like my family. My girls are getting bigger. My older daughter is going to be applying to colleges, which
wow.
So
where does she want to go?
She's engineering, so she's got a lot opened up to her, and her grades are just crazy great, and all the extracurriculars. She's done everything right, so we'll see what happens with her. And then my little one, who's not so little, who's actually like 3 inches taller than my wife now, but she's a competitive volleyball player, and so her team, hopefully they'll go to nationals again this year. They got third place in the nation last year for 13s, and hopefully they do that again this year.
That was in Louisiana.
Yeah, it was in New Orleans.
Well, we were just playing that clip for them where you're talking about it.
I was?
Yeah, in the clip with the Jodi Arias prison cell one, part of our conversation involved talking about how you were going to Louisiana the next month.
Yeah, no, that was great.
Yeah.
That was fun. They ended up getting third in Open, which is not easy to do.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, teams from all over the country, so yeah, that was great. So that's it, and then continued health for my family. Work-wise, I don't know. I mean, like I said, I need some ideas. I've got a few things that I keep things close to the vest until we get very close, and I know my competitors can't steal my ideas.
That is very Troy. You guys can tweet him ideas.
Oh yeah.
Maybe he'll use one.
Yeah. All right. Good deal.
Thanks
everybody.
Hanging.
Nice seeing you. So again, Troy Hayden, Fox 10, Facebook and Twitter if you want to reach out to me. I'm around. I know I don't do this as much as I used to because I'm doing a bunch of other stuff, but I'm always available there. Bye. Good seeing you.
Bye. Happy New Year.
You too.
All right, guys. It is 4:37. I'm here 37 minutes past when I'm usually off. That was my New Year's gift to you guys. I hope you had a wonderful day. Looking back at Fox News Now, some of the 2015 highlights. I'll be back with you guys on Monday, along with our other two hosts, Mike and Kinsey. Guys, we are going to be kicking things off with traditional FNN news coverage this Monday. Join us. Thanks for hanging out. We really appreciate you. Bye, guys. Have a lovely weekend.